Askew, Adams, and Phillips appearing in person, and Supervisors Lopez and Alejo appearing via video conference.
Are there any additions or corrections for our closed session agenda this morning?
There are none today, Chair.
All right, that's easy. We have one item on our closed session agenda. Is there any public comment on our closed session agenda for Water Resources Agency? And I'll ask the clerk if we have anyone online. Okay, and if you're with us for public comment, please raise your hand so that we can call on you. But with that, we'll close public comment and recess for closed session agenda items. But before we go, we're going to call to order the Monterey County Board of Supervisors with a roll call from the clerk, please.
Good morning. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present, with Supervisors Askew, Adams, and Phillips appearing in person, and Supervisors Lopez and Alejo appearing via video conference.
And are there any additions or corrections to our closed session agenda this morning?
There are none today, Chair.
All right, we have closed session agenda items number 1A through F this morning. Is there any public comment on our closed session agenda for the Board of Supervisors?
There is nobody raising their hands at this time.
All right, we have no one in chamber, so we will close public comment and recess into closed session. We'll be back here at 10:30 for our open agenda items. Thank you. 11th, 2022. It's our first board meeting of 2022, and I just want to welcome everyone. Thank you for joining us. We're excited for another year. Could we call to order the special meeting of the joint meeting of certain boards of supervisors standing committees with a roll call from the clerk, please?
Good morning. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present, with Supervisors Askew, Adams, and Phillips appearing in person, and Supervisors Lopez and Alejo appearing via video conference.
Great, thank you. We are on Zoom webinar number 224-397-747 for anyone who would like to join us. We also live stream these meetings on Facebook Live and YouTube Live, as well as have our chambers open. Just want to remind everyone that we do have a face covering requirement, so appreciate your support in helping to keep everyone healthy and safe here in Monterey County. I would like to welcome our Spanish interpreter today, Diego Celis. Would you like to make that announcement, please? Thank you.
Muy buenos días a todos. Mi nombre es Diego Celis. Voy a ser su intérprete en español para la reunión de hoy. Si usted está planeando o necesita servicio de intérprete, por favor, venirme a ver acá. Muchas gracias.
Madam Chair, it sounds like there might be some devices in chambers that are not muted. We're getting a little bit of an echo. Perfect. Thanks.
Okay, great. Let's just do a quick IT check. For everyone in chambers, we need to have our devices muted. Okay, thank you, Supervisor Lopez. Alert us again if we need to do another check on that.
Will do. Thank you.
Okay, perfect. Next up, we have our Pledge of Allegiance. And last year, we had members of the community join us to lead the pledge. But this year, in honor of our chair rotation, I'd like to welcome Supervisor Mary Adams to lead us in the pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Supervisor Adams. Are there any additions and corrections to this particular agenda this morning?
There is one, and that is the full list of the standing committee names shall be updated as follows. We will be removing the Fort Ord Standing Committee, and we will update Health, Housing, and Human Services to Health, Housing, Homelessness, and Human Services Committee.
Got it. Thank you. We have one item on our agenda for this particular portion of our meeting, which is to consider pursuant to AB 361 to continue meeting remotely, that the COVID-19 pandemic state of emergency declared by Governor Newsom is still in effect. We do this every month so that we can continue allowing for remote participation in our meetings. Do you have anything to add, County Council?
Just that the required findings are in addition to the state of emergency declared by the governor is continuing, that the county health officer has continued to recommend social distancing measures in legislative body meetings, and that the board has reconsidered the circumstances of the emergency. That would be the findings that need to be made. Thank you.
Great, thank you. I'll ask if there's any public comment on this item before we consider action from the board. Anyone in chambers? Anyone on Zoom? All right, I'll be happy to consider a motion.
Move approval.
Second.
Lopez seconds.
All right, we have a motion from Phillips, and we'll throw the second over to Lopez, and we'll take a roll call vote.
Supervisor Alejo?
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips?
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez?
Aye.
Supervisor Adams?
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Root Askew.
Aye. Motion carries. With that, we'll adjourn the special meeting of the joint meeting of certain boards of supervisors standing committees, and we will call to order the special meeting of the joint meeting of the Board of Supervisors and Board of Directors with a roll call vote.
Good morning. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present, with Supervisors Askew, Adams, and Phillips appearing in person, and Supervisors Alejo and Lopez appearing via video conference.
Are there any additions or corrections to this agenda?
There are none.
All right. Once again, we're considering pursuant to AB 361 that a state of emergency continues to exist, and that we will continue to allow for remote meetings. Anything to add, County Council?
No, Chair, the same findings as previously made, yes.
Okay, great. And this is for our Water Resources Agency, Board of Directors, the East Garrison Community Services District, and successor agency, the Redevelopment Agency. Any public comment on this item?
Chair, just a quick correction. This is not for the Board of Directors of the Water Resources Agency. It's for the Board of Supervisors of the Water Resources Agency. Board of Directors. makes
Board of
their own-
Directors of the East
They-
Garrison Community
correct,
Services. Okay,
correct.
got it. Perfect. Any public comment on this item? Seeing none, we'll close public comment, bring it back to the board for action.
Move approval.
Second.
Right, we have a motion from Adams, a second from Phillips. We'll take a roll call vote.
Supervisor Leho.
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips.
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez. Supervisor Adams.
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Root Askew.
Aye. Motion carries. We'll adjourn the special meeting of our joint meeting of the Board of Supervisors and Boards of Directors, and we will call to order the East Garrison Public Financing Authority with a roll call.
Good morning. Let the record reflect all directors are present, with directors Askew, Adams, and Phillips appearing in person, and directors Lopez and Alejo appearing via video conference.
Any additions or corrections?
There are none.
All right. We are now going to call for general public comment for items not on the agenda, and this is specific to the East Garrison Public Financing Authority. Is there any public comment for items not otherwise on the East Garrison Public Financing Authority agenda? I have one on Zoom, a phone number ending in 705. Thank you for joining us. You'll have to press *6 to unmute yourself, and we've got 1:30 on the clock. You'll need to press *6 to unmute.
Yes, I don't know. Did you say this is just public comment or is it for
For
a
East
specific
Garrison
item?
Public Financing Authority.
I see. Okay, so just waiting for public comment. So
Okay,
sorry.
great. We'll call on you then. Thank you so much. Okay. All right, we have one item on our consent calendar today to receive and file the report for the East Garrison Community Facilities District number 2006-1 pursuant to the Local Agency Tax and Bond Accountability Act. Is there any public comment on this consent calendar today? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board for action.
Move approval.
Second.
We have a motion from Adams, a second from Phillips, and we'll take a roll call vote.
Director Alejo.
Aye.
Director Phillips.
Aye.
Director Lopez.
Aye.
Director Adams.
Aye.
And Chair Director Root Askew.
Aye, and motion carries. We'll adjourn the East Garrison Public Financing Authority and call to order the East Garrison Community Services District with a roll call, please.
Good morning. Let the record reflect all directors are present, with directors Askew, Adams, and Phillips appearing in person, and directors Lopez and Alejo appearing via video conference.
Great. Any additions or corrections today?
There are none.
All right. Any public comment for items not on this agenda? This is specific to East Garrison. Seeing none, we'll bring it to our consent calendar. We have one item on our consent calendar to approve the meeting schedule for the East Garrison Community Services Advisory District for 2022. I'd be happy to entertain action.
I'll move approval.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion from Adams, a second from Phillips. We'll take a roll call, please.
Director Alejo.
Aye.
Director Phillips.
Aye.
Director Lopez.
Aye.
Director Adams.
Aye.
And Chair Director Root Askew.
Aye, motion carries. I look forward to joining our East Garrison folks at their meetings this year. And we will adjourn the East Garrison Community Services District and call to order the In-Home Supportive Services Public Authority with a roll call, please.
Good morning. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present, with supervisors Askew, Adams, and Phillips appearing in person, and supervisors Lopez and Alejo appearing via video conference.
Any additions or corrections?
There are none.
All right, this is a consent calendar item. It's kind of a big one. To adopt a resolution to approve and adopt a tentative agreement between the Service Employee International Union, Local 2015, representing the in-home supportive services providers, and the IHSS Public Authority effective upon board approval through April 30th, 2025. Is there any public comment on this item? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board.
Move approval.
Second.
Right, we have a motion from Adams, a second from Phillips, and we'll take a roll call vote.
Supervisor Alejo.
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips.
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez.
Aye.
Supervisor Adams.
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Root Askew.
Aye, motion carries. And just a big shout out and thank you to the approximately 5,000 IHSS workers who care for community members in our community. We see you and appreciate the work that you do every single day. With that, we'll adjourn the In-Home Supportive Services Public Authority. and call to order the reconvene the Board of Supervisors of the Monterey County Water Resources Agency with a roll call from the board.
Good morning. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present, with Supervisors Askew, Adams, and Phillips appearing in person, and Supervisors Lopez and Alejo appearing via video conference.
Any additions or corrections?
There are none.
All right. Is there any public comment for items not on this agenda? This is specific to Water Resources Agency. I'm not seeing any hands raised, so we'll move on to appointments. We have one appointment to reappoint King City Mayor Mike Labar or appoint Gonzales Mayor Jose Rios to the Monterey County Water Resources Agency Board of Directors. And I guess I'm going to ask County Council if that, the way this is written, it says or appoint. Is this do we need to make a decision?
Yes, you do. So
Okay.
the act requires 2 nominations, but you pick one and to make the appointment.
All right, very good. Happy to consider discussion. Is there any discussion
Madam
on this
Chair,
item?
I would move that we appoint Mayor Michael Barr as the representative here, as he is in line to be chair this year, and he's done the work to lead that agency this coming year.
I would second that motion.
All right, we have a motion from Lopez, a second from Phillips to reappoint King City Mayor Mike Labar. Is there any public comment on this action? I'm not seeing any hands raised, so we will proceed with a roll call vote.
Supervisor Alejo.
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips.
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez.
Aye.
Supervisor Adams.
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Root Askew.
Aye. Motion carries, and thank you, Mike Labar, Mayor Labar, for continuing your service on the Water Resources Agency Board of Directors. Next up, we have one consent calendar item for Water Resources Agency. Do we have any public comment on our consent calendar for Water Resources Agency today? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board for action.
I'll move approval. Second.
I have a motion from Adams, a second from Phillips, and we'll take a roll call vote.
Supervisor Alejo. Supervisor Phillips.
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez.
Aye.
Supervisor Adams.
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Root Askew.
Aye. And it looks like we have item number 3 on the agenda is listed separately, but I believe that was also part of the consent calendar, item number 3. Okay, take that back. Item number 3 would be a scheduled item to approve and authorize Monterey County Water Resources Agency General Manager to execute a new lease agreement with the County of Monterey for certain properties at San Antonio Reservoir for public recreational use for a term of 40 years, starting on or about January 11th, 2022. Do we have Water Resources Agency with us online for a presentation?
Good
Hi,
afternoon.
Fred. Thank you for joining us.
Good morning, Chair. This is Brent Boogie, General Manager of Water Resources. I don't believe Water Resources has a presentation. I know Nate Merkel with Parks is on, and he may be making a presentation.
Yes, Madam Chair, there'll be a separate item for the board on this, and it is, I think, under consent.
Okay, so what?
Both on the board and the Water Resources. So this item here, you can take separately, but there is also a companion item on the Board of Supervisors for the county agenda on consent.
Okay, but we need to take action on that.
Correct. Correct.
All right, so no presentation. Is there any public comment on this item number 3 on the Water Resources Agency agenda today? Seeing no public comment, I'll bring it back to the board for action.
Move approval.
Second.
All right, we have a motion from Lopez, a second from Phillips, and we will ask for a roll call vote.
Supervisor Alejo.
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips.
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez.
Aye.
Supervisor Adams.
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Root Askew.
Aye. Thank you. Motion carries. We'll now adjourn the Board of Supervisors of the Monterey County Water Resources Agency and reconvene the Monterey County Board of Supervisors with a roll call from the clerk, please.
Good morning. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present, with Supervisors Askew, Adams, and Phillips appearing in person, and Supervisors Lopez and Alejo appearing via video conference.
All right. Just want to thank everyone for bearing with us as we work through all of the administerial, many bodies that this board represents. we always learn something new about the different responsibilities that come with this seat. All right, first item on our agenda is to nominate and elect members of the Monterey County Board of Supervisors to serve as 2022 chair and vice chair, and presentation of plaque to outgoing chair. And we will start with comments from the outgoing chair, which would be me. And I did write some notes, so. Goodness, I just want to start. This is my wrapping up my first year on this Board of Supervisors, the seat, and I am so proud of Monterey County. It has been my absolute honor to serve as our board chair last year, and for so many reasons, the pride that I feel and the appreciation that I feel. I spent 2 weeks over the holidays just reflecting on all of the people and the organizations and businesses that make Monterey County such a phenomenal place to call home, and make me just feel so full of gratitude. We watched our community last year come together like nothing I have ever seen before, to fight for increased vaccinations, to advocate for community testing, to support the economic recovery from the shutdowns of COVID. This board, we've had really difficult conversations about how to deploy desperately needed resources to our most impacted residents, focusing on equity and where people had the greatest need. I'm really proud of the way that our board worked together too. We didn't always agree, but we did engage in some deep and meaningful conversations. We took the time to hear each other and find compromise when possible. We tackled really big, complex issues, including homelessness, water, economic recovery, and just last month came together to address big, longstanding challenges at the Housing Authority. I heard from so many other supervisors who were impressed seeing us stand together, united at CSAC. They were jealous. And again, it made me really proud to be a part of this body. Together with our department heads, we made investments in strategic positions to increase our communications capacity. We made significant investments in equity, in the access to free parks and elimination of library fines. We upheld a commitment to good governance. We hosted our first ever joint meetings with the City of Salinas and the Housing Authority. We met often with our Citizens Redistricting Commission. And despite the pandemic, we kept bringing community members into our board meetings. We welcomed members of the public to open every meeting last year, grounding our conversations in the residents that we represent. I'm proud of every single county employee who kept showing up last year to do the work of serving our county. I'm so proud to be a part of Monterey County, and that pride that I feel as a fourth generation resident has never been deeper than it is like sitting here today right now. People care about one another, and they're committed to working together to do the right thing for the right reasons, to bring our community forward, so that our children can grow up healthy and happy, with opportunities that maybe didn't even that weren't available to us in generations past. I spent last year having weekly meetings with our executive team, working closely with Les and Charles and Nick and Dwayne to understand how we could collectively move the shared interests of our board forward. I want to recognize Charles. You helped us improve our good governance by improving our process for navigating board referrals. I think the work we've done has helped to make our process more transparent and open. And finally, I just want to thank the District 4 team that has supported me in my growth and my learning this past year. Jenny, Eric, Yuri, I appreciate you so much. And I know we each have staff who we would like to appreciate as well. But with that, I just want to say I'm so proud to be a Monterey County resident. I'm so proud to represent Monterey County. I'm so proud to listen to the voices of the community that I represent. And I hope that you'll continue reaching out and talking to us, letting us know what your needs are, because we're here to serve you. We work for you. With that, those are my outgoing comments. And I will, I think we need to make a nomination before we go on to the next part of the agenda. And I would like to nominate Supervisor Mary Adams, District 5, to be our incoming chair, with Supervisor Luis Alejo, District 1, as our incoming vice chair.
Madam Chair, I'd be pleased to second those. And I did want to take a moment to thank you for your year of leadership. It was a tough year coming in, especially the first year, you being on the board. and running these hybrid meetings that, as we talked about one time, some of my kids are dealing with in their educational component. So I really appreciate what a challenge you had and how well you handled it. And so thank you on behalf of all of us. So.
Thank you. And I'll, okay, so we've got a motion and a second. Is there any public comment on this action? Then I'll bring it back to the clerk for our roll call vote.
Supervisor Lejo?
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips?
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez?
Aye.
Supervisor Adams?
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Root Askew.
Aye. So happy to hand this gavel over to you, Mary. So with that, do you want to make your comments now and then we'll do a big switch around?
So why don't we see if either Supervisor Lopez or Supervisor Alejo has any comments to make before I take the mic and make my comments?
Okay, that works for me.
Happy to jump in. I just wanted to say thank you, Madam Chair, for as we make this switch for a year of growth here for the county. It was one that had a lot of tough conversations, but I think we all know that out of those tough conversations comes growth, both personal and organizational. And I think that it was a transformative year for us as a county due to some of the tough conversations you helped lead us through, over and around and under and all around. We found our way with your guidance. So thank you for a tough year spent up there as we continue to navigate a pandemic, as well as trying to respond to the community's needs for change and growth as we try to settle out what the new future in reality looks like. I know that we're not through those challenges, but the last 12 months with you at the helm, we were able to make some significant progress that I think will continue, but know that you kept us charted on the right course, and thank you for that leadership, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Lopez. I really appreciate your comments and it means a lot to hear your feedback. Supervisor Alejo?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And also thank you for your leadership this last year. This is now we're going into our third year of dealing with the pandemic with the third chair. Supervisor Lopez did a good job. I appreciate your work as well and your leadership during this storm, and unfortunately having another surge during this pandemic, seeing the rates skyrocket once again, and seeing the number of hospitalizations and the numbers of deaths continue is certainly concerning for all of us. So we take that with a lot of continued concern, and look forward this year to continue the work that we've done this last year together to try to hopefully save as many lives as possible, and hopefully keep our doors open in our schools and in our economy. There's a lot more work to do, but certainly this last year was a very challenging one, and we appreciate you helping lead this board during these tough times. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Alejo. With that,
Actually, I
Supervisor
think
Adams?
County Administrative Officer McKee would like to make some
Oh, all
comments
right.
as well.
Yeah, thank you,
All you.
Supervisor Adams, and thank you, Supervisor Wendy Rudasky as chair. I really appreciate the time that you've taken this past year. And I think it's really important for everybody to recognize that you're always asking questions and always pushing the envelope and not just accepting things as they were and asking, okay, well, why is it that way? And is there a better way to do it? So I really appreciate your insistence on looking at things a little bit differently. Thank you.
Thank you, Charles. I appreciate that too. And I would say my mom, as growing up, didn't appreciate me always challenging the envelope, but it is who I am. So thank you. All right, Mary.
Thank you very much, Supervisor Rudasky. And I really do thank you for your leadership this past year. I just really appreciate the way that you led us through all of the challenges that COVID brought forward. And the way that you were able to hit the ground running was really admirable. I know that you learned a lot from someone who had been a wonderful mentor to you. So you knew what you were doing and you were really well suited for this. I know when I came in the first year and shared it, it was a big lift. And I was just so hopeful that you would find the ability to stand up and do even better than I did, which you did. You leave very, very big shoes for me to fill as board chair. You have handled this just as smooth as glass, and I'm so proud of you and so thankful to have you as my colleague. I so appreciate everything that you did this past year. So very, very much. I have a few comments that I would like to make about the future year, but maybe I should do a handoff of the gavel before I do that. How about that? Excellent. Good. This is harder than it looks, believe me, with all the shifting of the mics and such.
Mary, I'm going to hand you this gavel.
But I haven't given you yours.
It's all yours. You can have it.
Thank you
Thank
so
you.
much, Wendy. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much, Wendy Rudascu. I very much appreciate this. I will use it judiciously, but I will use it. And now on behalf of the Monterey County Board of Supervisors, but more importantly, on behalf of all of the residents of Monterey County, it's a real honor for me to be able to appreciate you by giving you this plaque with this ceremonial gavel on it that you'll be able to keep forever as a memento of the service that you've given to our county and that you have given with great sacrifice and great commitment. So thank you
Thank
so
you.
much. I'll give you an official
Thank
handshake.
you. Thank you,
Thank you
Mary.
very much, Wendy. Thank you so much.
Right. With that, I'm out.
How about an official photo?
Oh.
Thank you so much, Wendy. So here we go. I just have a few. New year with the new person behind the on the dais with gavel in hand. And I'll start just with how much I appreciate being able to serve our county in the way that I do. I'm very thankful to the voters of District 5 who have chosen to keep me in office. And most importantly, I'm very thankful to many of the people in our county who do so much behind the scenes to ensure that we have smooth running, transparent governance for our community and for the people who live here. With 894 new cases of COVID reported just yesterday, it's clear to me that we are a long way from being out of the woods with this frightful pandemic. And in 2022, I think that we're going to continue to see new variants of COVID. But my hope is through research and science, we'll continue to develop new treatments to assuage its onslaught. I expect we will continue to learn more about the pandemic and its long-term impact on all of us, not just in the physical health arena, but in the psychological realm as well. I think we're going to learn much more about the effects on children, on workforce, on seniors, and our community as a whole in the coming months. Personally, I really look forward to the day when we can resume life just a little bit more as it was, when we have meetings with all 5 of us here in the chambers together, but I do not envision that in the near future. As I take on the role of chair this year, I want to clearly state my commitment to facilitating our meetings with civility. My goal is for us to work together collaboratively with openness and transparency and an attempt at unity. I truly believe that we all want the same thing. All of us here, all of you in the audience. I'm sure that we do. We all want to see a thriving community for all of our residents. The outcomes our county residents identified as their primary goals several years ago remain constant. We want excellent education opportunities for our children. We want financial security for our workforce to include a living wage so people are able to achieve the third outcome, which is affordable housing. And finally, we want a safe community for all. These goals are achievable if we put aside our personal agendas and work together in unity for a higher goal that will benefit all residents of Monterey County. I just want to confirm to you that those will remain my primary focuses as I chair the Board of Supervisors this year. And now we'll move on to the other parts of our agenda for the year. And we have already called for additions and corrections from the clerk. I think that has been, oh, well, here we go. Are there any additions or corrections to the agenda, Madam Clerk?
Yes, there are several. So for the revisions to the appointments for items number 7, 13, and 14, it should reflect Supervisor Chris Lopez from District 3 put forward the nominations for those appointments. There's a revision to the 10:30 a.m. scheduled matters for item number 23 that is being removed. There is a revision to the 1:30 p.m. scheduled matters, and that is item number 27 is in receipt of the correct board report. And last, there's revisions to the health department consent calendar. Item number 41 is being pulled at the request of the department, and item number 42 has a revised board report.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Because I'm so new at this now, I'm kind of rusty. I don't think we need do we need to have a motion to?
Could we repeat that? Just like, could we repeat those changes?
I'm sorry.
Could we ask to repeat those changes?
Sure.
Corrections.
Clerk, could you please repeat the changes?
Sure. So for appointments, there's revisions to items number 7, 13, 14. And that should reflect that Chris Lopez from District 3 put forward the nominations. There is a revision to the 10:30 scheduled matters. Item number 23 is being removed. And there's a revision to the 1:30 p.m. scheduled matters. Item number 27 is in receipt of the correct board report. And there's revisions to the health department consent calendar. Item number 41 is being pulled at the request of the department. And item number 42 has a revised board report.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you. And I'm awfully thankful that you're right there because I'm going to have to rely on you to be able to ensure that I don't miss any of those. With that, I'll see if there are any members of the public who wish to comment on any of the additions or corrections. Seeing none, are there any members on Zoom who would like to comment? Seeing none, then we will move forward with a motion and a vote by the board to accept the additions and corrections of the clerk.
Move
Could I have a
approval.
motion? Thank you. We have a motion by Supervisor Phillips,
Second.
second by Supervisor Root Askew. If we could please have a roll call vote.
Supervisor Alejo.
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips.
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez. Supervisor Root Askew.
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Adams.
Aye. Thank you very much. And with that, we'll continue on with our agenda today to one of the best parts of the meeting, and that is we're going to have ceremonial resolutions. There are 4 resolutions today, and we are going to have 3 of them presented. My first question will be if there are any members of the Board of Supervisors who wish to make comments on the resolutions before we go to presentations. Seeing none, we will go ahead and move forward and see if there's any member of the public that would like to move forward with any comments on the resolutions before we take a motion to accept them.
I'll move approval resolutions.
Thank you.
Second.
Thank you. We have a motion from Rudasky and a second from Phillips. May we please have a roll call vote?
Supervisor Alejo.
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips.
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez.
Aye.
Supervisor Root Askew.
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Adams.
Thank you. Aye. Excellent. So now we're going to do our first presentation, which is to adopt a resolution honoring Daniel B. Summerhill as the first recipient of the Monterey County Poet Laureate by the Arts Council for Monterey County. And I believe we have Supervisor Lopez who's going to be making this presentation.
I'm actually going to kick it straight over to Jackie Atchison. I've been happy to work with her to create this program to make sure that we're honoring the voices of Monterey County and the art that really helps uplift the people of our communities. And so, Jackie, I'd love to turn it over to you to start us off with this presentation.
Thank you, Supervisor Lopez, and thank you for your support of this program and bringing it before the Board of Supervisors and to all the supervisors who approved this program last year. I'm so pleased that our inaugural poet laureate is someone who is a real champion of the spoken word, and is committed, in his own words, to elevate the exposure, participation, and celebration of poetry in Monterey County through the lens of the people. And I know the board has a beautiful resolution they'll be providing. We are also providing a beautiful crystal award to Daniel with the county's logo and our logo. We really, really appreciate this. We'll also be doing an artist spotlight tomorrow to reveal the new poet laureate, and it'll be live at noon on Facebook and YouTube, and he'll be able to share a poem or two with us. So I know Daniel's on here also, and I just want to thank you all for this opportunity and look forward to working with you for many years on promoting poetry in our county to our residents. Thank you.
Thank you,
Daniel,
Jackie.
thank
And
you. Oh, thank you for not just being a champion, but for continuing the art. I know that one of the points that really struck me in reading about you was the fact that you are teaching and continuing to encourage others to find and use their voice in their communities. And so it's our honor to help lift up your name as the first Monterey County Poet Laureate. We're very excited to have you represent us for the coming year. And Madam Chair, I don't know if you want to kick it to Daniel or if you would want to share a few more words.
thank you. I would hope that we would have Mr. Summerhill make a few remarks.
Thank you. First of all, just thanks to the Arts Council for Monterey County for, even proposing the position, and then thank you to the Board of Supervisors for adopting it. Art and poetry in particular has a function of change, has a function of truth, has a function of making sense of our challenges. So I think that it's a perfect time for poetry to be elevated, and I take that as an honor, and I'll try to do it. It's justice in terms of exposing poetry to the Monterey County and holding up truth telling and excavation. So thanks again, and I'll try to hold this up as a huge honor.
Thank you. And on behalf of the Board of Supervisors, I sincerely want to thank you. It's an honor for me to be able to present this award to you as the first Poet Laureate of Monterey County. And I'm very delighted by that. Poetry is a special language, and it is a special music. And the fact that you're bringing it to the attention of so many people throughout our county is very much appreciated. I wish you well, and I'm sure that this will just simply encourage you when you face difficulties and wondering whether this is worth continuing. I know that you will continue, and it's to the benefit of all of us that you do so. So thank you so very much, Mr. Summerhill, and congratulations. Thank you. And now we will go to our second resolution, which is to adopt adopt a resolution to congratulate ITN Monterey County on providing 10 years of service to Monterey County senior community. We have Supervisor Wendy Rudascu, who's going to make this presentation.
And sort of look at the crowd, but look this way too. Jessica and Jeff Craig. Oh, Jeff Craig, nice to meet you. We love your daughter. So it's my honor to present you with this resolution recognizing 10 years of ITN providing critical transportation services to seniors in Monterey County. So I'll pass this to you. And I did want to read just a couple points from the resolution. And we'll turn this way a little bit so we can see folks. So the Area Agency on Aging has identified transportation as one of the top needs for seniors throughout Monterey County. And our over 65 population in California will double by 2030, which clearly indicates an increased demand for health and support services for our aging population. A couple things about ITN Monterey County, that they currently serve more than 600 members and deliver over 72,000 rides, which accounts for over 30,000 miles as of December 21st, and 12 local communities within the greater Monterey and Salinas areas. ITN Monterey County services can be used for any purpose and are often used to get people to and from medical appointments, personal care errands, recreational activities, and special occasions. You increase the quality of life for Monterey County seniors. And for that, we are so deeply grateful and hope that you continue growing and expanding your reach to improve the quality of life for people in Monterey County. Our seniors need and deserve the care that you provide. So with that, congratulations. And I'll pass the mic over to you to make a couple comments. Okay.
Thank you, Supervisor Askew and the Board of Supervisors for this recognition and resolution today. We're very blessed to be here and celebrating 10 years. As probably some of you don't know, our model was arm in arm and door through door. So when COVID hit, that really wasn't something we could do. And we quickly pivoted, ensuring that our riders continued to stay safe and going to places they wanted to. We now have them sitting in the back seat, wearing masks. We have our drivers cleaning cars. So we're definitely ensuring that not only are we keeping them from feeling isolated and continuing to go the places that they need to and want to, we're doing it in a safe fashion. During that pandemic, we partnered with other nonprofits to do home meal delivery, as well as provided 100% vaccinated rides for seniors. We're currently working on 2 rural projects, one in South County, spanning south from Salinas to Soledad, and we're looking for that to expand over the next 2 years to encompass all of South County, and the other one for rural communities north of Salinas. And that's great partnership through ITN America's federal funding and local Measure X tax dollars that we have. And we're really blessed to have Alliance on Aging as our partner. I'm very fortunate to have Jeff Craig, one of our founding board members, here with us. He was recognized at our 50,000th ride event, which was in August of 2019. He had given 10% of our rides by that date, and he's still continuing to drive. And we're just so grateful for volunteers like him who keep us going. We're a very small organization and we have less than 10 employees currently. So we're very blessed to have volunteers like you throughout the community supporting all of our members. Thank you very much.
I want to thank you all so much for the work that you do, because it helps ensure independence for so many seniors in our community. But I also want to give a special shout out to Jeff Craig, who I must say was my very first boss as I embarked on my career in the not-for-profit sector when he was chair of the board of Volunteers in Action of the Monterey Peninsula, and I was hired as its executive director. So I forever thank you for that, Jeff, the confidence that you had in me. Thank you for all that you do for our community. You've been a staunch volunteer for a long, long time. Thank you. And now moving forward with our ceremonial resolutions. This one is a tough one for me to even acknowledge, but I'm going to have to do it anyway. And this is to adopt a resolution commending Assistant County Counsel Wendy S. Strimling upon her retirement from 26 years of dedicated public service to the counties of Monterey. And today to present that, we have our County Counsel, Les Gerard.
Thank you, Honorable Chair and members of the board. I'd ask Wendy and her husband, Andy, to come on up here, Andy. Oh, you're going to take pictures. Okay, you're going to take pictures.
I'm surprised she's not wearing jeans.
After 26 years of service to Monterey County, Wendy has decided to abandon us to our own devices. I have learned in my career that nobody is irreplaceable, but some come closer to that mark than others. And Wendy comes as close as possible. She has done almost everything in the office that a county council could do, and she's done it well. And she's also served under 5 county councils, outlasted them all, except me so far. The longest tenured of those was Charles McKee. And before I refer to the resolution, I wanted to ask Charles if he has any comments about Wendy.
Thank you, Les. Yeah, I have a few comments. First of all, Wendy was one of the first people in the Office of County Counsel that I met when I came here in 2003. And true to form as being kind of insightful of my shortcomings. Her first question was, well, what is your management style? And I was like, uh-oh, now I have to come up with a management style and I better do it right because Wendy's going to be watching. But it was really nice right out of the gate to know that I had somebody on the team there that was, such a consummate professional. She has a long and illustrious career, and it started before coming to county council. She worked doing election law, doing land use elsewhere, working in just different capacities before she got here that gave her a good grounding. And some of the things that we talked about over the years relate back to before she even came to county council. And when I got here, she was of course already steeped in the ways of land use and was already the person to go to on land use. But she had a career before that doing personnel work and labor work and advising in that area. And what it showed was that she was so smart that she quickly picked up no matter what subject it was and moved on. And she's one of those attorneys that no matter what the subject matter is, you could ask her a question about it. She may not know it right then, but she's going to figure it out. And so you felt confident asking her to look into something or advising someone else on the subject matter because you knew she was going to go figure out what the answer was and how to advise them best. And it just gave a really nice sense of relief to me that I didn't have to really pay attention to what she was doing because I was comfortable with what she was doing. And I just really thank you for the many years of giving me that good relief. Thank you, and go have fun with Andy and your kids and that next chapter in life, and enjoy it to the hilt because you deserve it.
Thank you, Charles. And the board has this nicely framed memento resolution for you. And there are a lot of recitals in here that talk about your education and your work history, but I'm going to cut to the ones that I think mean the most. This is harder than I thought it would be. Whereas Ms. Strimling has gained a reputation in the Monterey County legal community as a dedicated, knowledgeable, and outstanding public entity attorney. And whereas during the course of her career in the county counsel's office, Ms. Strimling has developed and maintained strong friendships with her colleagues throughout the county family and served as an excellent mentor to younger attorneys who have joined the office. And whereas Ms. Strimling has decided to retire and deservedly spend more time with her family and undertake travel and other activities, and whereas Ms. Strimling will be missed by her colleagues, not only for her legal skills and acumen, but also for her level-headed demeanor, openness, and humor. And I want to ask all the members of the office to stand up to show, how much we love and appreciate Wendy. So now therefore be it resolved that the Board of Supervisors in and for the County of Monterey commends and thanks Wendy S. Strimling for her 26 years of dedicated public service and her many contributions to the citizens and residents of Monterey County, and she is wished much happiness as she begins her retirement.
First of all, thank you so much. Can you guys hear me? Okay. Maybe I will take off my mask. I can actually, it would be better to take off my mask. I will do that. Well, first of all, thank you so much. I'm kind of at a loss for words, which is really unusual for me. It's been I was listening to Supervisor Askew and Supervisor Adams and your sort of closing remarks and your opening remarks, and you sort of said so much of what I feel, which is that it's been this huge privilege and honor to work for Monterey County. I've just been here for 26 years and never wanted to leave because it was such a great place to work. As a lawyer, there were sort of two aspects. One, like who are you representing as your client? And then who are your colleagues? And so first of all, as to the client, the county being the client, it's just been amazing to serve the Board of Supervisors, and I've served several boards over the years. 17 years with the Planning Commission,
off and on 20 years with the Assessment Appeals Board. There's the Airport Land Use Commission. There are bodies in Monterey County with elected and appointed officials who make excellent decisions. And I just felt so proud to be able to advise them and they listened to the advice. They were committed to public service and the best of public service. And so it's been a privilege as a lawyer to have such a good client. And it's certainly something when I went to law school, I went with the idea of serving the public interest and public service. And I really feel like I'm one of those lucky people where my ideal was fulfilled. So it's just been a tremendous pleasure. And then the second part are the colleagues. And Les, it's been great working for you. You've given me so many opportunities and taught me so much about being a decisive, straightforward lawyer. Charles, I worked with you for so many years and you gave me so much opportunity and so much respect. And we had such good conversations. You'd come into the office and we'd just have a good conversation about something and it would just help sharpen my thinking. It's just been fantastic. And there have been other mentors I feel like I have to mention. When I first got here, Lee Blankenship, Alan Bidwell, and Efren Iglesia, and Adrian Grover were all really formative influences on me and sharpened my abilities as a public lawyer. And then I need to face my colleagues because what a great staff. I mean, our wonderful support staff who are here, who tolerated me and all my hovering and and now they're still suffering because I'm giving them all the files that accumulated for 25 years in my office. And all you wonderful, wonderful colleagues, some of whom have been here a long time and served with me, and that who's been here practically as long as I have, and then others who are newer. And it's just been such a pleasure to work with you. It's just been an incredible honor. And then I have to say, the land use departments, I see Michael Getz here in Catalinio from Public Works, County Surveyor. I'm sure there are people from planning on Zoom who I can't see. People in environmental health. You've been my second family. Until COVID started, I think Andy didn't know what I did here all day. He just knew that I left at 7:30. I never got home until 7:30. And he'd like, what do you now? Once COVID started, he's like, oh, now I see what you do all day. You've just been like so important to me. And I just really hope we stay in touch and work together in the future in some capacity. So thank you all so much. I know you have a long agenda to get to. So
thank you. Thank you very much.
While you organize pictures, I'll see if my colleagues have any comments that they might like to make. Supervisor Rudescu.
Yeah, thank you. Wendy, it's just been an awesome experience to get to know you this past year. I know early on in my tenure, we had, just so many questions and so many things we were trying to get up to speed on, and sitting with you and just all of the knowledge and background and history and context that you were able to just pull out of your brain was incredible. And I don't know how we replace that kind of institutional knowledge going forward, but you do have a great team that you've mentored and built, and you will be missed. And I'll have to find another Wendy to be, buddies with in the county. So I'm recruiting, but wish you the very best in your retirement. You've earned it, every minute of it. So enjoy every minute of it.
Thank you, Supervisor Rudescu and Supervisor Phillips.
Yeah, Wendy, I learned at your little going away gathering that we went to the same law school. I was just about a decade ahead of you, I'm afraid. But I've seen it from different perspectives of it. I was in land use with a land use firm in Oakland before I came here. Then my years on the bench, and now as supervisor. And I got to say, I haven't met anybody that was more knowledgeable and efficient at land use as an attorney. And so we're going to miss you, as Les has said, but you've done a hell of a job for the county for a lot of years. So thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Phillips. Supervisor Lopez.
Wendy, just want to say you've earned this retirement more than anybody. I think that I've seen come through and receive a resolution from this board. For me, really, I had the opposite experience of Charles when Charles said, sometimes you'd have to go do research. Just as Wendy said, I never had that experience. Every time something came up, you were able to give me historical context and then some, cases that had been put on that legal context since then and why ground was either going to hold or break away. And I just appreciated the thoroughness with which you presented to us as a board. But even when I was a staff member working for a board member, your willingness to walk me through some of the issues that I needed to make sure my supervisor was up to date on. And so as you go, I know that you've helped build a great team there. And I thank you for that. But I just want you to know that you will be sorely missed. And thank you for all that you have done for us as a county and for all the residents that are lucky enough to call Monterey County home. Thank you for your service, Wendy.
Thank you, Supervisor Lopez. Supervisor Alejo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to also express my deep gratitude and respect for Wendy. I think all the accolades today really reflect respect from this board, and certainly seeing all her colleagues in the chambers today to show her love and respect also really, I think, demonstrates how much she is appreciated. So she's retiring, which is a sad day for Monterey County, but it's well deserved for her. And I hope her and her family have many good journeys up ahead in retirement. But Wendy, thank you. You have been a brilliant legal mind for Monterey County. But what I appreciate about you, Les, and the senior team at the county counsel's office is that you've been great at recruiting some other brilliant younger legal minds to kind of step and in the succession planning and moving up in the ranks. You provide opportunities for them. So I feel good. I think you should feel good that you're leaving your office in good hands. But I think we just wanted to thank you for your lifetime of service. And as Supervisor Phillips alluded to, I'm glad to call you a fellow Cal Bear and all your great educational background as well. And I hope that we can still contract you on a part-time basis just to keep you connected with us somehow with your old office. With that, thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Alejo. Wendy, from the bottom of my heart, I just thank you so much. You probably had more issues with District 5 than most of the other districts as far as the land use work that you do. And it didn't matter on which side of the aisle, so to speak, I heard from. When people talked about you, they talked about your integrity, they talked about your incredible intellect, and they talked about your graciousness. You have just gifted us with that for all these years. And I thank you so much personally. I thank you professionally from all of the people in Monterey County. I'm going to miss you a lot because you've got a great sense of humor and it just clicks with mine. And I really like that. So thank you so much on behalf of all of us, Wendy. You and Andy have earned this retirement. And I know all of us wish that we could sort of be in your pocket as you go forward to the next great chapters in your life. Thank you so, so, so much. Thank you, Wendy. And there she goes off into the sunset. Okay, thank you so much for that wonderful opportunity to welcome a real star in our community. And now we'll move forward to the appointments that we have. We have 11 appointments, numbers 7 to 17. Are there any members of the Board of Supervisors that wish to comment on the appointments? Yes,
I would like to
you.
pull item number 12, which is to reappoint Francine Goodwin to the Housing Authority for Monterey County. And I believe there's a process that the board had taken action in 2004 for how we should go about tenant commissioner selection. And I would just ask that we refer that back to the CAO to follow that process for the tenant commissioner appointment.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I was going to ask to pull that item also. And if I just could quickly share my screen just to show what Supervisor Askew was talking about. Up on the screen there is a process that was approved in 2004, which essentially asks the Housing Housing Authority to put forward applications to all their tenants, receive those in English and Spanish, and receive those applications back, and then move forward any applications that are submitted to a committee of this Board of Supervisors, and then that committee would bring those forward to the full board for approval. And I apologize. Yes, I'm the one who authored that in 2004, but I had forgotten about it until Annette Diadamo reminded me of it as we were having this discussion yesterday. And so I don't have as good a memory as Wendy Strimling. So I did appreciate Annette bringing that forward. She also reminded me that up until 2019, we also did have a committee of the board to handle these things, and it was kind of one of these things where it was an ad hoc committee that was reconstituted every time they needed it for these appointments. And what I would recommend is that the board, as Supervisor Askew has alluded, is to ask the Housing Authority to do the process that's set forth in that 2004 approval by the Board of Supervisors, and that the ad hoc committee that was created by the board in December 2021, that's already supposed to be working with the Housing Authority, that ad hoc committee for this appointment work with the Housing Authority to bring forward recommendations to the board for the tenant commissioner. So that would be my recommendation at this time.
Thank you very much for pulling that, and thank you for your explanation. So my expectation is that we would be able to, should the board and the public, which we've not gone to, approve this, we would simply approve appointments 7 through 11, and then 13 through 17, pulling 12 for special attention. Okay. Is there any member of the public that would like to comment on any of the appointments? I'm seeing none, so we will go ahead and entertain a motion to approve appointments number 7 through 11 and 13 through 17.
Move approval.
Second.
Thank you very much. We have a motion and a second. If we could please have a roll call vote.
Supervisor Lejo,
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips,
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez,
Aye.
Supervisor Root Askew,
Aye.
and Chair Supervisor Adams.
Thank you very much. Aye. Thank you very much. And now we need to address item number 12, which is that we will now ask the Housing Advisory Committee ad hoc committee to review this item and enact essentially the 2004 policy as far as appointments to the Housing Authority of Monterey County.
And I would
Are we
add
able to take that action today?
Yeah, and I would add to that, ask the Housing Authority to follow this process also.
And we will ask the Housing Authority to follow this process also.
So move.
We have a motion from Brenda Rudasky,
Second.
second from Supervisor Phillips. Could we please have a roll call vote?
Supervisor Lejo,
Aye.
Supervisor,
Yes, we did not go to the public for this item number 12. Is there any member of the public that would like to comment on number 12? Seeing none, we'll continue with the roll call vote. Thank you.
Supervisor Phillips,
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez, Supervisor Root Askew,
Aye.
and Chair Supervisor Adams.
Aye. Okay, thank you very much. And with that, we will continue moving forward. She said, hopefully. And we will now go to our consent calendar. We have a number of items on the consent calendar, items number 35 through 74. Are there any members of the Board of Supervisors who have any questions or comments on the consent items? Yes, Supervisor Root Askew.
I was hoping to pull item 62 and table that for a future week.
Item 52,
Sorry,
request
62.
62, sorry, okay. I'll continue to pull the other supervisors. Supervisor Phillips, do you have anything you'd like to pull from consent?
Yes, I would pull 48, the safe parking contract. I may need a separate vote on that. And I would like to pull number 44, the AMR contract, not just because it's such a big contract. I kind of thought we ought to at least have a little discussion on it rather than consent. So pulling 44 for comment. So,
Okay, very good. Thank you so much. And Supervisor Lopez, do you have any items on consent that you wish to pull or comment on?
Not at this point. I also was wanting to look at 62 more thoroughly. The only other one I can't find the number on. If you go to Supervisor Alejo, I'll pull it up.
Thank you. Supervisor Alejo, any items that you'd like
Yes.
to
Yeah,
comment
brief
or have
comments-
questions
brief
on?
Comments on 47 and 50, and on 62, I'm willing to move forward today, as this has been long talked about and has come to the 4-H committee, it's come to the budget committee, and maybe we could just have a discussion and then be able to vote on the item rather than pushing it off.
Thank you very much for your comments, Supervisor Alejo. Okay, bringing it back, then we will see if there's any member of the public that wishes to pull or comment on anything on the consent calendar today. Yes, we have someone in the audience. If you could please come forward, state your name and your comments. And I would ask if you could make your comments within 90 seconds. Sounds pretty fast, doesn't it?
I think I can do it.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Rich Littlefield. I would like to have item number 61 pulled from the consent.
61. Very good. Thank you for that. Okay.
Under the new comparison philosophy adopted, we believe in the kitchen that we would have been above the 5% pay level, as it was only 4.37 under the old study, with Santa Barbara being one of the lower salary comparisons. Also, it is hard for the county to hire cooks within the county jail. And I think that's going to be a benefit. And that also San Luis Obispo County is not a union represented county. So I don't know how they're still getting used as part of the comparison package. And we are asking for the 5% that we deserve, or to have the numbers ran again.
Thank you very much for your comments. Excellent.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Is there any other member of the public that would like to pull any items from the agenda? Oh, there is a hand raised. Yes, Andrea Manzo, if you'd like to make your comments, you have 90 seconds.
Hi, I'm Andrea Manso from Action Council on Building Healthy Communities, and I'd also like to request to pull item 62 from the consent agenda for it not to be considered today. There was some conversation that is affecting other community groups around the location of the position. And I asked that when it's presented to the board, that it be done as a collaborative presentation, as we have operated to date related to GRE activities. I did attend the 4-H committee back in May 2021, and it was decided that more information would be gathered regarding this position and brought back to the board for discussion. And I believe it's important that this role is discussed as openly and transparently as possible, given the core principles around racial equity. And this discussion of the position sets the tone for that role and the type of work that it will lead. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Manzo. Is there anyone else that we see? Yes, we have Maria Elena, we also have Maria Elena Alonso, Manzo, and is that a different person?
Yes.
Okay,
So my
thank you.
name is Maria Elena Manso. I'm the program director for Mujeres en Acción and one of the co-facilitators for the Colibri cohort healthcare team. Within this cohort, we are working with residents, organizations, and system staff to understand the causes of the inequities we are facing in order to develop universal goals and targeted strategies to address the lack of equitable healthcare access in our county. So this work is only made possible by the commitment of the system to engage with community in the process. The CAO's office has provided the leadership to engage other departments in the racial equity work with the community. And this work requires the breaking down of silos to understand the full impact our systems, policies, and practices have on people and communities of color. So creating solutions to achieve racial equity will require creating structures to work across existing silos. So the CAO's office is better positioned to have the leadership to work across the entire institution and generate the type of changes needed. Putting this work in one department can have unintended consequences for the advancement of the racial equity work. So thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. Is there anyone else who would like to pull or comment on anything that is on our consent agenda today?
There is an attendee by the name of Ingi Dahmer.
Indy Dahmer, if you would
Thank
like to
you.
make your comments.
Thank you. It's Inga Lorenzen-Doimer, and
Thank
I'd
you.
like to pull item 56, your whole pro media contract that wants to extend another $60,000. I'm a resident of Pacific Grove, and I consider this firm simply a public relations firm. It offers no transparency. They are master marketers that absolutely spin the truth. Pacific Grove fell for it, and when they had their problem with a police officer, and it just exacerbated. Thank goodness we dropped that contract, because all they were trying to do was hide and cover up the truth. I think that the county continuing with them is just absolutely covering up transparency, and it's not a good fit whatsoever. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. Are there any other members of the public that wish to pull or comment on anything on the consent calendar? Okay, seeing nothing, then I'm going to bring it back to the board, and I'm going to have to check with my buddies over here. My expectation is that I will entertain a motion to approve the consent calendar, absent items 44, 47, 48, 56, 61, and 62, which we will come back to and have additional discussion around.
On 44, I just thought a little exposure would be good before we voted on it. I'm prepared to support 44, but I just
Why don't you go ahead and comment on 44 before we take the vote then?
Well,
Yeah, and same on 47 and 50. I just got to make brief comments.
Okay, thank you so much, Supervisor. And we'll do the same with you.
it's a pretty big contract, and it's, I mean, there's some changes been made, but I met with Elsa and the Health Department representatives, and they had good reasons, especially when we didn't get any bids formally for it. So I'm completely supportive, but the rates are going up as they probably should with the pay increases that are necessary. But I just was interested if the Health Department had any other comments on the contracts. It is a pretty significant contract.
Thank you. And my understanding is that we have Teresa Rios, who might be able to come forward and comment for us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Teresa Rios, CMS Director. Thank you for the opportunity to answer your questions. The amendment, as you know, it does include a substantial rate adjustment. It is comprised of two pieces. One is a standard regular adjustment that happens every year. It is prescribed in the agreement. The second part is what you mentioned, Supervisor Phillips, is that there was a wage increase for AMR paramedics and EMTs and their dispatch staff. Their wages had not kept up to pace, and Monterey County wages for paramedics and EMTs and for AMR were lower. So this brings us more up to par, and it is needed. We have experienced a shortage of paramedics since COVID. That has made worse with the paramedics, but also now with the EMTs. So for us to retain and maintain EMTs and paramedics in the system, this wage increase is needed.
Thank you. And I appreciate, I know you reached out to our office and it went over this before we saw it. So I appreciate how much outreach you did with us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your response.
I'm sorry, before
Yes.
Teresa can go, Teresa, could, my understanding is also a change to the behavioral health transports as part of this agreement. Is that right?
Yes, some changes are being made to the behavioral health transport. COVID has, wreak havoc on everything. And one of the things that we have experienced, we just talked about the shortage of paramedics and EMTs in the system. So that means that fewer ambulances in the system. Interfacility transfers, behavioral health being part of those, are also covered by the ambulance provider. And we're trying to strike a balance in a very difficult situation between the 911 system and providing this interfacility transfers. So we are working with the hospitals to make this transition to identify individuals who may not need medical care during transport, so that those can be done by alternate providers.
Thank you. Appreciate that. I don't know.
Any additional questions or comments on that? Okay, I think you can sit down now. Thank you. Okay, and that was 44. And let's see, we had, I think Supervisor Alejo wanted to make just comments
Yes.
on 47 and 50.
Yeah, and because those are related to our homelessness and housing projects. And I just wanted to highlight number 47 because I wanted to thank the city of King for their leadership. Mayor Labar over there, the city has been proactive in trying to do 2 hotel conversion projects, and the Continuum of Care, the Leaving Home Leadership Council, recently also approved, I think, $1 million for these hotel purchases. The county is contributing here $350, but it really is a sign of the progress that we've made. As we know, several years ago, there was a lot of hesitancy to collaborate on these kinds of projects, but here's one that actually has come to fruition, and it's worth highlighting and thanking and commending King City for being a champion on trying to address our homelessness crisis in Monterey County. The other one is number 50, and this one is towards the city of Salinas because they've taken the lead on the project Room Key, and these are this is the project where we are able to use hotel rooms to house our homeless vulnerable residents. The state has given more money, so the Department of Social Services is supporting their leadership in managing the program by allocating these almost $1.8 million. It's money that's intended for this very purpose, but I wanted to just also commend Megan and all the team at the City of Salinas for taking the lead and helping us be able to just hand them the money and let them continue to lead on the management and getting people who need it into those rooms. So thank you to both cities for their collaboration with us on these efforts. That's all.
Thank you, Supervisor Alejo.
And Madam Chair, my comments
Yes.
were to 47, if I could jump in on that one.
Yes.
I just also wanted to, raise the profile on this. It's been a lot of work behind the scenes. I'm proud to work with the City of King and support them in this effort to really be an example of what can happen in some of our small rural communities when your heart's in the right place and you put in a lot of hard work. So I want to commend Mayor Labar, but also the entire City Council and their City Manager, Steve Adams, who've gone to bat to make sure that this project gets off the ground. The amount of money that needs to be put together overall is much larger than this 350, but I'll say we are the final piece. The rest has been put together. This is a victory for all of our communities who are looking to create solutions, and that's exactly what this project does. So I just wanted to elevate this and recognize the work that they've put in thus far and look forward to continuing to be part of this solution in South County, and hope that more cities will jump on board and join us in this effort to create the solution for folks where they live. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Lopez. Does anybody else wish to weigh in on anything that's on the consent agenda? Just saying less consensual than I had expected.
So 2 things, Madam Chair. On item 62, I'd appreciate if Mr. Rodriguez, our civil rights officer, was able to speak. And I think there might be other comments from board members, and I have a few comments. So if you could go to Mr. Rodriguez first, I think that might be helpful.
There we go. Yes, Mr. Rodriguez, if you can comment, please, on item 62.
Thank you, and congratulations, Chairperson Adams.
Thank you.
So I just briefly wanted to address some of the concerns. I first want to clarify, what the board is being asked today is to reclass a position, an existing fully funded position with the Civil Rights Office. We're trying to reclassify the position from an associate to a senior position. We're not trying to create any new positions. We're not trying to create an equity position. This strategy is to leverage already existing and allocated funds to focus more on the type of equity work that is currently performed at the County Administrative Office. All that work that the Civil Rights Office currently does is geared towards equity. Our mission, our stated mission, and this is essentially what we live by, is to help the county. I'm gonna quote it. I'm gonna read it. It's to help the county respect civil rights, provide equal opportunity for all, and pursue equity in all county operations by developing a culture of diversity and inclusion. Since the creation of the office, first in the 90s as the Affirmative Action Office, then the Equal Opportunity Office, and now as the Civil Rights Office, the County of Monterey has always been at the forefront of equity work. I think we're one of the only counties in the state. I haven't looked at other states, but I have a feeling that California is also at the forefront that has an actual dedicated civil rights office that works on these issues. The reclassification will merely allow for the hiring of a staff person that is capable of performing the already equity type activities that the Civil Rights Office already performs on a daily basis, in addition to just managing GARE, which is the Government Alliance for Racial Equity. This is what the Human Resources Department concluded was the proper position to shift or to reallocate that work after analyzing several California counties. The other thing that's important to mention is that the County Administrative Office is tasked with many, many, many different things. As you know, and as the community knows, it administers our budget, it supervises most county departments, it does legislative work, disaster and pandemic response. The Civil Rights Office, among other things, of course, but the Civil Rights Office, in contrast, only focuses on equity. It is what we do and what we have been doing for many years. From our civil rights training to our work with the county's Equal Opportunity Plan, our staff is a specialist in equity work. The transition just basically makes sense. And this doesn't mean that the CAO will not be involved anymore. Our office, and I think Charles can confirm this, our office has enjoyed a great collaborative relationship with the CAO since the office's inception, and at least since I've been here since 2016, there has been a genuine commitment and partnership with Dr. Bauman first, but now with Mr. McKee. We know we can count on the CAO for any support if we wanted to advance or had any roadblocks related to the projects that we wanted to advance in terms of equity. It also allows for a place for the GARE work to work. The idea to grow, the idea is to allow for a place for GARE to flourish. The person hired to the position will continue working on current equity work that we're already doing in our office, but increasing the focus on GARE. As this GARE work expands, I have made the commitment to the CAO, and I make it to the board today and to the community, that I will come back and request funding for 100% GARE position if that is what is called for after some time. And just the last point to address some of the community concerns is this position will not be able, and I take it back, not the position because that's already fully funded, but this work, this reallocated work will not be able to grow without community partnerships. Our residents have a place at the table waiting for them with this refocused GARE work. And we will look to them to focus on work on our residents' needs. And we are very, very much aware that we need our community partners much, much more than they need us. So hopefully you're able to reclassify that position to be able to start recruiting for that senior level position that would allow to do that little bit of a refocus of the GARE work.
Thank you so much, Mr. Rodriguez. And I will now go to County Administrative Officer McKee, and then I'll go to Supervisor Root Askew.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A couple of things I would add on. I appreciate Mr. Rodriguez taking this on. We did ask Human Resources to look at the appropriate placement for this position, and looking across the state. There aren't as many positions across the state, but where they are, they're not necessarily in one place or another. And it just seemed appropriate for our county because we are one of the only counties that has, first we had an equal opportunity officer appointed directly by the board. We are, I think, one of the only that has a civil rights office, and the civil rights officer is appointed directly by the Board of Supervisors. And I really appreciate the comments from the community, from California Endowment, and the trust that they are placing in my office to bring this forward. But we have a civil rights office, and I would think that we need to use it and fully utilize the Office of Civil Rights and leverage their expertise and the work that they're doing to move this forward. And if it's not working out, obviously we can reconsider it and move it again. But I would posit that the Civil Rights Office is there for a reason, and we want to leverage that work and support the work that they're doing, and not have it get lost in the shuffle of the things that the CAO's office does, the County Administrative Office does. As Mr. Rodriguez said, we just have a large breadth of issues that we deal with, and where the Civil Rights Office is really focused on this kind of work and the importance that it deserves, I think, is highlighted best within the Civil Rights Office. And that being said, I also think that this is an operational matter, an administrative matter that I would appreciate the board's support in deferring to the judgment of the administrators in the county, me, the Human Resources Officer, to make these kinds of decisions about the operations and administrative functions of the county. And so with that, I just appreciate the board's support here. And obviously it's your decision, and we will move forward with whatever decision you make.
Thank you, Mr. McKee. Supervisor Askew?
Yeah, thank you. And just to clarify, I would like to have this as a separate vote. But I think that from where I sit, that our ability to work in partnership and to establish trust with our community is important. And when we're talking about the Governing for Racial Equity work, really community trust and partnership is at the center of how I see us being successful in those efforts. And clearly, the community doesn't understand the rationale for why this may be the most administratively appropriate place for the position, or the background about how the discussions have happened. I think it's important that we show our commitment to partnership with our community members who have been at the table with us as we built a culture. When we talk about building culture, it's not something that you can do with top down. And when we violate that trust and make actions unilaterally without including the opportunity to at least engage in conversation with those who are working with us to achieve those goals, it takes some really big steps backwards. So I think that what I would like to ask is that we push this for a week, that we ask our county staff to sit down and have some really honest conversations about why this is the right decision for the county, to hear very clearly the concerns that our community members have, and then bring it back to us again. But I think that we owe a duty of respect to our community partners who really are doing this work with us, and recognizing that this isn't something that the county alone can do, that really changing a culture to address diversity and racial bias issues is something that we need these partners, and we need to be showing our respect as we move forward. So that's why I'm making the request, and I would ask that we have a separate vote on item 62.
Thank you for your comments. Supervisor Phillips?
Chair, I would oppose not moving forward on it today. The fact that someone gives you a grant and then tells you how you're going to administer that grant and tell you how to do your business. I mean, this is for Mr. McKee to make the decision on it. He's made a decision. I think it's a well-founded decision. And to me, it clearly belongs in the Civil Rights Department. So I support the matter totally.
Thank you very much. Supervisor Alejo, you've spoken on this before. Do you want to add in on anything different?
No, I have not spoken on this matter, Madam Chair. But I wanted to express that I agree with Supervisor Phillips that you show respect by doing the work, not in where a position is placed. And we have done the work in terms of our commitment. One of the few counties to even do governing for racial equity, the first county in the Monterey Bay region to even consider creating a equity position Santa Cruz is not doing it. San Benito is not doing it. SLO to the south of us is not doing it. We're doing it. We're doing it with their actions. And if we can't agree that a position of equity should be in an office called the Office for Civil Rights, I don't know what department it would be better placed in. The reason we changed the title of this office was to, one, convey to the community that we had a commitment to civil rights and to outreach and to fight discrimination within Monterey County. If we want to elevate that office, if we want to enhance the work, if we want to help our Office of Civil Rights build better bridges with the community, what better office than to include it within its walls. So I agree. When we get grants from the state or from any other nonprofit, I don't think I've ever seen, at least in my 5 years, where they later try to dictate where a position should be. The commitment was to create a position so that the work is done, so the work is enhanced within our county, and that's what we want to see happen. And as Juan rightly pointed out, this is not creating a new position; it's a position that already exists within his office. And so I would also give some deference to our CAO about what's the best placement. I heard from both sides, whether to keep it in the CAOs or in this office, but we're talking about a position that is already in the Office of Civil Rights. So, but I'm committed to elevating the work of this office. I supported when Juan proposed changing its name. I proposed it when, as a member of the EOC committee, on trying to enhance the work that they do. And this is that other added element in the office, to be able to have somebody who really focuses on equity. A person hasn't been chosen for this position yet. That recruitment hasn't even started yet. We're just talking about what is the best placement for this position to be. And certainly I believe strongly that the Office of Civil Rights is best suited per this. And I respect Juan's and I respect our CAO's judgment on that this is the best place for it to land. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We've heard a lot of discussion on item 62, and I know we will look for a separate vote on that. Let me just go back to the public one last time and see if there's any other comment from the community or the public on any item on the consent calendar for today. Okay, seeing none, here's what my
Supervisor, you do have some
You
on
do
Zoom.
have hands up.
Oh, so sorry. I'm so sorry that I'm not seeing those. So could you please tell me the names of
The first one's Cesar Laura.
Okay. Cesar Laura, would you like to make your comments now? You have 1 minute and 30 seconds.
Yeah, good afternoon, members of the Board of Supervisors. Cesar Lara with Milpa, and just wanted to kind of echo some of my community comments that were said earlier about item number 62. And GRE runs the risk of becoming the work on one department versus the whole. And I think to one of the supervisors' comments, I think it being placed in the CAO's office is a good department, since the CAO's office is the nucleus of all departments in the county system. And so we really want to urge the board to revisit this and look at this a week from today, or if you take a vote today, to not support it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lara. And if we have another additional hand.
Yes, we have Brandon Camp.
Okay, Mr. Camp, if you'd like to make your comments, we have 1 minute, 30 seconds for you.
Hello, everybody. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Hi, I'm Brandon Camp. I'm a paramedic with AMR. I'm a resident of Monterey County and also a supporter of Article, I believe, 44. I just want you to know, from a member of the workforce, that our increase in wages was very important to the workforce, and you know, the business side of things I'm not sure about, but basically when we understand the increases of wages were very important for the workforce, and the minimal staffing for the paramedics and also the EMTs. Ultimately, that's really what I have to say. I support the item 44.
Thank you. I appreciate your weighing in on this. Is there anyone else in the public whose hand is raised that I cannot see?
There's a phone number ending in 705.
Okay. Could the person whose phone number ends in 705 please prepare to make your comments? You have 1 minute and 30 seconds to speak.
I'm just curious, have we missed public comment time
No,
yet?
you've not. Nope, not yet. We're still on the consent calendar. Thank you, though.
Thank you.
Uh-huh. Is there anyone else in the community that wishes to speak? Luis Juarez? Okay, Mr. Juarez? You have 1 minute and 30 seconds to speak.
And he looks like he's dropped off.
Okay, is there anyone else?
It looks like there's no one in Zoom.
Madam Chair, I still had comments on 48 too.
Okay, thank you so much. We kind of got mucked down in 62. Okay, so we have had a public comment now, and we're going to go back and have comments on item 48 from Supervisor Phillips.
Yeah, I can't support this. We're adding another $71,000 to the contract. I don't know whether the total contract, total everything is $211,000 for the safe parking program, or if that's just for security. But so maybe they can answer that. But when they started this program, that was moving people from Lapis Road. And I told Supervisor Parker at the time, I said, most of the people who are on Lapis Road aren't there for overnight parking. They're there for because they want to be permanently camping there. And then we've done this, and we didn't manage it very well, and we let it get out of hand in front of Supervisor Ashew's office. But and then we put a fence up around it, and now we're going to have constant security. And the problem is that area down there is kind of a frightening. It's not lighted well. It's kind of a dangerous area. And I stopped by there a couple of times with my wife when we're going home from something, and immediately we stopped by to look and said, let's get out of here. So I question, and I asked for the stats on it, and for December, and admittedly, maybe it got dwindled down after all the problem we had out there. But the first week in December, we were having 6, and then we dropped down to 3. And now we have a total, for the last 13 days in December, we had a total of 5 cars there. And for that amount of money we're paying, I think we could almost put the people up in a hotel at night for if we got 5, if we only have 5 cars. And so, number one, if they're going to keep this program going, they ought to move it out of that area and go back to having it at parking lots at the churches like they were doing. Or, I was thinking about this. As you get older, you have trouble sleeping. So I was thinking about it. And if I was going to say we're going to do it on a county property, I would probably do it at the courthouse at Aguajillo. I mean, because you have better control on it there. You have a bigger parking lot. You have the double parking lot that you could use, and you could then control other people not coming in. You have some degree of security because it's closer to law enforcement. That's where the substation for the sheriff's department is. So if they're going to keep it going, rather than dumping this money into it, I would move it out. And then, everybody's coming to work. So, they have to be out of there and gone. I just think we picked the wrong place for it. And then we let it get, I just can't justify putting another $71,000 in it because we got it in a place that's not healthy or secure. So
thank you for your comments, Supervisor Phillips. So my colleague, County Council, has suggested that we move forward in this regard, that we would suggest a motion for consent, except for items 48, 56, 61, and 62. And we would hold separate votes on each of those items so that we are able to move forward. The numbers are 48, 56, 61, and 62. And item 41 has been removed. So if I could get a motion to
Move approval.
Okay, thank you.
Second.
thank you so very much. Okay, so let's have a roll call vote on the item that we would be passing consent except for items 48, 56, 61, and 62, for which we will hold a separate vote.
Supervisor Lejo,
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips,
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez,
Aye.
Supervisor Root Askew, and Chair Supervisor Adams.
Aye. Okay, thank you very much for that. So we'll be able to move forward now. And we were on item 48, so why don't we stay on that one? And I will see if Lori Medina would like to weigh in on this item, our Director of Social Services. Ms. Medina, are you with us?
Thank you, supervisors.
Thank you.
Hello. Hi. Yeah, I'll start off and see if Glorietta has anything to add in terms of the census. So this is an item right now that we are asking because of our situation at the Marina Coastal Office, recognizing that we really needed to resume our safe parking, our sanctioned safe parking program. We are asking to make it a safe environment for us to add the enhanced security. From my perspective, I think this is a program that prior to the site really having a lot of unauthorized parkers just because of where we were in the pandemic, I think it was a very successful program in terms of the outcomes for participants, getting them transitioned to other levels of housing. I think that our sanctioned campers, their participants were leaving during the day, but then the operation really got overrun so that the participants that we had in the program were no longer able to have access. So the only way that we can ensure that people who actually are actively participating in the program and agree to be program participants, the only way that we can ensure that there is the level of access that's needed is for us to have a way to control the flow in and out of that parking lot site. Now, I do understand Supervisor Phillips' concern. I think that given the amount of people we've had go through the program, the budget for this has really not been as expensive as I think as some people may believe or may think, because we have had a number of people in, out, transition in and out of the program to other levels of housing. And so Glorietta can speak to the census so that you get a snapshot of that, but we are requesting that additional support of $71,000 for the enhanced security. And I'll also mention, we are still actively looking for other sites too, so that we can replicate the safe parking in a way that is a well-run, controlled program. One of the challenges around some of our church sites is that yes, we still do have a church site that we do have a safe parking operation. It just cannot accommodate RVs. And so that's one of our challenges, is that there has to be enough of a footprint to also accommodate RVs. And so Glorietta, can you speak to the census?
Actually, let me just ask a question before we move to Glorietta. And that is this, that quite frankly, I have been looking at that parking lot at Aguajito for years, thinking that that would be a really appropriate place to have our safe parking program. If we were to move forward with this item today, would we be locked into an agreement with Orphan Productions at the location that we're talking about, or would we be able to be investing this money that would allow us to look into having the whole operation go to a different location? Or would we be better served by simply tabling this 48 until we can have a little additional information on the possibility of relocating the program from where it is now in Marina at Supervisor Root Askew's office to the different location, to the location that Supervisor Phillips referenced?
So, I think Gloria was about to speak, but I will say that, yes, we can move the operation as long as there is, we prepare the property, for an operation. I don't think we're locked into that location. We are still working with, our facilities folks to see what other locations are appropriate. So certainly, if we found one that was more appropriate, we could move the location.
And would we be, has Orphan been managing this program all along?
Yes.
Okay, so we could go ahead and approve this, knowing that it may not necessarily be for the location where it currently is. We could, look to have it be someplace else. Is that
If I
what I
may,
understood?
if I may
Glorietta?
answer your question, Supervisor Adams, I would like to say that the program has been very successful. A number of factors, recent factors particularly, that has led to the low census. The really cold weather deterred some of our participants from actively participating, but they are coming back. We have a wait list for the program. And also, as far as being locked in, we're not locked into this location, and we are, as Ms. Medina did say, we are actively seeking other locations. This contract is only valid through June of this year. So we would be adding security just to ensure that unauthorized parkers don't access the site at this point. But we are very excited about the success and the outcomes of the program. And so we look forward to continuing to serve those who do not have permanent housing.
And Madam Chair, if I could add in, I think it's important to recognize first, if we move it anywhere, we're still going to need services, including security. I would hope that Orphan Productions, if we move it somewhere else, is able to provide those services elsewhere. And if not, I assume the contract has a provision for terminating the contract if we don't need their services. It's probably a 30-day notice or something along those lines.
Well, that's my question. I think they do have some security. They're going by and doing checking, but now they're talking about having, constant security. And what I'm saying is the reason they need that is because of the conditions down there that wouldn't exist if they moved to some other location, I think. And we wouldn't need the constant security. I agree. They're going to need some security. They're adding another 71,000 for that. So if the contract, if the contract can be, if they don't need the security, the trouble is once you say, well, we're going to start this, then how often do people say, well, I don't need the money now, so.
Okay, thank you. And so I've got Wendy and then Luis. Pardon? Oh, sorry, Luis. Mm-hmm.
Thank you. I just wanted to reiterate that the work is done, and I hope that our staff do bring the other potential sites. We started that process a few months ago, but then haven't got an update yet. So as long as that work is continuing, we know that to find another site takes some time. But in the meantime, we need this enhanced security, considering the issues that we had there. So I'm supportive, but I also, towards Supervisor Phillips's comments, we are working towards finding those other sites, hopefully soon, and that will come back to the full board, hopefully in a few weeks. Thanks.
Supervisor Rudascu.
Thank you. And I just want to say, Supervisor Phillips, thank you so much for proactively helping us identify additional sites. I know that that's been an ongoing activity, and I agree that the location where I'm at, I mean, it's scary at night. And when I walk out at night, I will say that the fencing and the gates have locks on them. We have a code, so we open and close the gate when we come to work now, and when I leave at the end of the evening. I am supportive of the increase right now, but I do also look forward to receiving the update on the work that's being done to identify additional sites. And I hope that the site that Supervisor Adam and Phillips are referencing can be considered. I think that that's important. And just to reiterate, the program, from everything that we've been tracking over the past years, it's been incredibly successful at moving people into permanent shelter. The wait list is something that continues to, I think, be concerning. And yesterday, I was on a phone call with the County Office of Education and Monterey County Unified School District. And they're up to a count of 21% of their students are classified as homeless, with a large number of those sleeping in vehicles. And so they are also looking for additional locations where they can direct those families for safe parking. So the need is only continuing to grow, and everything that we can do to increase increase the safety for those folks who are relying on our safe parking, and identify additional sites that are more appropriately suited, I think is something I'm all in to figure out how to support. But while we work on those additional sites, I think we do need to ensure the safety of those who are participating in the program. So I'm looking to support this.
Thank you. I'm going to get a bad reputation for running a really poor, bad meeting here with the timing that I've got going. But at any rate, we have not passed a motion yet to accept consent, except for 48, 56, 61, and 62. Is that correct, Madam Chair? Excuse me, Madam Clerk?
No.
Okay, so why don't we go ahead and take the motion on that? We're keeping 48, 56, 61, and 62 off the table. We haven't passed the full consent.
I thought we did.
I thought we approved. We did.
Yeah,
do
we
that.
already
And I'll move approval of item 48.
Okay, we have a motion on the table,
Second.
and we have a second. Madam Clerk, could you please call the roll?
Supervisor Lejo,
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips,
No.
Supervisor Lopez,
Aye.
Supervisor Root Askew,
Aye.
and Chair Supervisor Adams.
Aye. Okay, thank you very much. That takes care of item 48. Now let's go to item 56, which was an item brought forward by the community, someone in the community with regarding coal media. So if we could please entertain a motion to, thank you. Is there a second to this?
Lopez seconds.
Okay. Madam Clerk, could you call the roll, please?
Supervisor Lejo,
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips,
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez,
Aye.
Supervisor Root Askew,
I'm going to vote with an aye today, but I did have concerns about the contract.
and Chair Supervisor Adams.
I'm going to, I'll vote aye on this too. Thank you so very much. So we have, motion passes. So let's go to item 61, which relates to the cooks. Could I have a motion to move this item?
So moved, yeah.
Second.
Could you call the roll, please, Madam Clerk?
Supervisor Lejo,
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips,
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez,
Aye.
Supervisor Root Askew,
Aye.
and Chair Supervisor Adams.
I'll vote aye as well. That motion passes. And then we have item 62. We've heard a lot of people in the community talk against moving this forward. My preference would be that we would bring this back for a reconsideration after we have let things settle down a little bit and hear more from the community. But our responsibility is to take a vote as it stands now on item 62.
I move to delay for a week and have it returned to us next week.
Move to delay for a week, and there's no meeting, so it would be in 2 weeks.
2 weeks, delay for 2 weeks, please.
Great. And actually, I'll second that motion. I've heard from a lot of people in the community who are concerned about some of the comments that have been made about not having the whole GARE program be considered throughout the entire county system. And I think that I took that seriously.
To move approval.
Pardon?
I'll do a substitute motion to move approval.
Second.
The substitute motion takes precedent.
Okay.
So you take a roll call vote on
Thank
the
you. If we
substitute
could
motion.
please call the roll.
Supervisor Lejo,
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips,
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez,
Aye.
Supervisor Root Askew,
No.
and Chair Supervisor Adams.
No. That is a 3-2 vote, so it looks as if that passes. So with that, we are finally complete with the consent calendar. What I'd like to do now is go ahead directly into public comment. And then after public comment, we're going to take a very brief break for lunch and reconvene at 1:30 with the two items that we had to remove from the morning agenda to the afternoon, which would be the annual salary comments. And then in addition to that, the health department on the electronic smoking devices, which is going to be an excellent item to hear. So with that, I would like to open the calendar to public comment on any item that is not on today's agenda. Is there any member of the public wishing to comment on anything that is not on today's agenda? I know we had someone whose telephone number ended, I think it was in 705.
705, yes, their hand is raised.
Great. Okay, whoever ends in 705, if you're prepared to make your comments, you have 1 minute and 30 seconds to speak.
Yes, my name is Lorna Moffett. Good afternoon, supervisors. And I'd like to address the issue of mega fires that affect our area 2 summers ago and one solution to that problem. I'd like to put forth the notion of introducing our wild horses and burros into our forests and surrounding areas. In the last 40 years, the deer and other herbivore and cervid populations have plummeted from 2 million to about 350,000 in California alone, according to deerfriendly.com. And that loss of ground fuel abatement, grasses and brush in and around forest amount to 2.9 million tons of grass and brush a year that is no longer being consumed by natural means. The number one cause of these mega fires. The idea was born by Captain Bill Simpson, who has a 500-acre ranch in Wairika, California. It borders the Siskiyou National Forest, and it so happens wild horses dwell in this forest land and also visit his ranch and graze upon it. These 200 wild horses actually saved his ranch because the wild horses had eaten down the brush and grass. We have asked Congressman Panetta to introduce the use of wild horses and burros into his recent Save Our Forest Act, and we would like your support as well. There are 50,000 wild horses and burros being housed by BLM, costing taxpayers $70 million a year, which could provide a much needed natural means of eliminating fire, fuel, and lost population. And
If you'd like to complete your comment, that would be terrific.
Pardon?
Thank you. Your time has expired, but I wish to thank you very much for your comments. At a time like this, when many of us are concerned about wildfire, we need all of the ideas that we can have. Thank you so much for this. Is there any member of the public that would like to make comment on anything that is not on today's agenda?
There's Dorian Manuel.
Dorian Manuel, if you'd like to speak, you have 1 minute and 30 seconds to do so.
Hi, I'm Dorian Manuel, Program Director of the Safe Parking Program and Supportive Services. I wanted to clarify that the $211,000 would be the total budget to operate both the marina and seaside locations, and that is inclusive of direct financial assistance, security, insurance, payroll, and direct financial assistance. I think I already said that. As well, I am very open to moving the lot to a different location. That would be a fantastic thing. We have been looking since the inception of the program for alternative lots. And I know that Pastor Lusk, who is the pastor of the church that we operate the seaside location at, has also been in talks with some folks about utilizing their space to operate a new lot. The 12-hour security overnight has been really wonderful to help our guests feel more safe in what is kind of a sketchy environment, which has been an issue since the beginning. And whenever we reenacted the marina site, we wanted to make sure to offer services to the folks that were parked there illegally. And while some of them have been staying there, a few screened into the program, but then did not end up utilizing the space. And their spaces are going to be provided to folks that are currently on the wait list. Since I think it was December 13th, whenever we reinstated the program, 3 guests have already been housed. And we have helped several with vehicle repairs and easing food insecurities.
Thank you very much for your comments. In the future, this was for any item not on the agenda. In the future, you might want to see if you could join in a little earlier so that you could have testified during the item when it was open. But I appreciate very much that very important comment that you made. And with that, well, thank you so much. Is there any other member of the public that wishes to comment on anything that is not on today's agenda?
There's Jerkoff.
Jerkoff.
Hello. I just want to say how I disagree with both of you guys. I think we should let the forest burn. Like, honestly, if the forests are burning, just let them burn. And also, I think we should make people feel more dangerous in safe neighborhoods, because that's you need to feel dangerous. Sorry about this music. My music's just playing a little loud. So, as I said, I think we should make people feel dangerous in safe environments. So that includes like putting like guns all over the streets. That includes making like bombs in like the stores, like selling bombs in stores. I think we should use all of that. And I don't really need any more time because that's all I have to say. It's
Thank
just,
you.
I think we should let this forest burn
There's
because
some very interesting perspectives, Mr. Koff, and I appreciate your time and your calling in. Thank you.
you're welcome.
Is there any other member of the public that wishes to comment on any item not on today's agenda?
Bernie Gomez.
Mr. Gomez, you have 30 seconds on the clock.
Right
there,
yeah,
Bernie.
Chair and Board, well, Happy New Year's and good afternoon. So I just want to bring up AB 1185. And I'm going to read from the text. Section 125303.7 states a county may create a sheriff oversight board either by action of the Board of Supervisors or through a vote of county residents comprised of civilians to
Actually, Mr. Gomez, this item is going to be on the agenda this afternoon under.
Oh, is it? Oh, I didn't see it. Okay, well,
Yeah.
all right.
It's
Thank you
under
for that.
It's under referrals, so just
Referral.
keep an eye on your agenda. Thanks
right.
so much for,
All right, thank you for that.
calling in though, okay? Okay, bye-bye. Is there anybody else in from the public that wishes to comment on anything not on today's agenda?
There's one last number ending in 484.
The person ending in 484, you have 1 minute, 30 seconds on the clock. Are you out there, 484?
Yes, hello.
Hello, yes, you have 90 seconds to comment, please, on anything not on today's agenda.
Yes, my name is Craig Downer. I'm a wildlife ecologist, and I'd like to support the idea of bringing the horses and burros in to reduce the dry flammable vegetation or the vegetation before it becomes too flammable and a fire hazard. There are many horses that are in the holding pens that have been unfairly rounded up, and they're wonderful, highly evolved animals that deserve a life, and they're very beautiful and uplifting. And they could be integrated with the ecosystems there in the Los Padres National Park and other areas. Just like to say they're a great counterbalance, too, to all the ruminant grazers, such as cattle and deer and sheep that are very excessively promoted by people, and would be willing to work with you on that. I've done research and articles on that.
Thank you very much for your comment. I appreciate them, and I appreciate your calling in. Is
Yeah,
there anyone else? Mhm.
There's no one else. on
Seeing
Zoom.
none, I think I need to have a motion to allow us to move items 21 and 22 to the afternoon agenda. They will trail, so we don't even need a motion. I'm glad my stomach is growling so loudly. So with that, we are going to recess the morning session and resume back in this chambers at 1:30 today. Thank you.
I don't know about that. That was a.
22. Madam Clerk, could you please call and assure the roll?
Good afternoon. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present, with Supervisors Askew, Adams, and Phillips appearing in person, and Supervisors Alejo and Lopez appearing via video conference.
Thank you. And as you know, we trailed 2 items from this morning's agenda, so we'll get back to those right away. And the first one is item number 21, which is to receive a notice of adjustment of the annual salary for the Board of Supervisors. And I believe that we have a presentation from Irma Ramirez-Bao, our Director of the Human Resources Department. Thank you for being here, Irma.
Can I take my mask down? Yeah. So good afternoon, Madam Chair and board members. I'm here today to basically inform you that you're receiving a slight raise. Last November, I was here and informed you that that you were receiving a 4.3% raise. We received notification of an adjustment in December, and the soonest that we could bring this forward is today. So I am basically informing you that you are to receive an adjustment to your base wage retroactively to July 1st of 2021. That increase is at a 0.5562%, and it will be effective and implemented in your check of January 29th of 2022.
Great. And could you just make a quick statement about the reason we have salary increases for ourselves?
Your salaries are pegged to the judges. And when the judges receive a raise, we are informed, and then we bring that matter forward and inform you all. And basically, you do not vote on it. We simply inform you of the raise.
And that's by statute?
That is a statute, yes.
Okay, thank you so much.
It's in the Monterey County Code.
And the Monterey County Code. There we go. Okay. Is there any member of the public who would like to comment on this item? A member of the Board of Supervisors who wishes to comment?
You're not going to tell my wife, are you?
Will not.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Bao.
Thank you.
Appreciate that. Excellent. Okay, and then let's move on to our next subject, which is item 22. And we're going to receive a presentation from the Health Department, the Division of Tobacco Control, on the dangers of electronic smoking, and provide direction regarding an amendment to the Monterey County Tobacco Retail Ordinance. We have a presentation today from Michelle House, who is the Health Program Coordinator, Gonzalo Coronado, the Chronic Disease Prevention Coordinator, and Marina Panchenko, who is our Deputy County Counsel. So are we prepared for the presentation? Michelle, I think, are you up first?
I am. Thank you. Hi, I am permission to share screen, and I'll do that now.
I am not hearing you, and I don't think anyone else is either.
How about, can you hear me now?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, great. I'm going to share my screen now with permission, Madam Chair. Okay. Great. Good afternoon. I just want to confirm that the slide "Smoke is Smoke" is before you before we begin.
Yes, it is.
Great. Thank you very much. So good afternoon, Madam Chair, supervisors, colleagues, and community members. It is my pleasure to come before you again after 2 years. Michelle House, Monterey County Health Department. I supervise chronic disease programs, and with me today, as mentioned, is Gonzalo Coronado, who is the coordinator and lead over tobacco control, and Marina Panchenko from County Council. So it was almost 2 years ago that I came before you, a week before our first shelter-in-place order in March of 2020. And a lot has changed since then, but it is a pleasure to come back to you now to provide information and education, to bring everyone back up to speed, and to provide Supervisor Askew with a little background, because at the time we discussed this item, she was not part of the board. So it is important to remember that Supervisor Alejo brought this forward over 2 years ago through a board referral. It is my hope today to be brief and concise, but be able to give you a little bit of a background on electronic cigarettes, flavors, some data that I'll share from state and local, and then proposed changes to the tobacco retail licensing ordinance that already had gone forward, not really forward, but based on guidance from 2 years ago, Marina Panchenko and myself began drafting that language. I will not be bringing all of that language forward, but I did want to acknowledge that we had made those changes, and we are prepared to bring that back to you on the 25th based on the guidance that we received today. So our goal was to just come back and, as I said, do a little bit of education and then just confirm the guidance that you had basically offered 2 years ago and make sure that you still agree, and then we would move forward with that. So important information to follow on this would be just a little bit of background of where we have been in the last 2 years. So in 2020, the FDA banned cartridge-based e-cigarettes, meaning something such as, I don't know if you can see this really well, I'll hold it as close to the camera, but this is the Juul. And they banned similar devices. These are the little cartridges that they banned. And they being the FDA, banned those closed systems. And that was with hope of banning certain types of flavors. So for example, they banned flavors that were sweet or dessert, fruit-like. And then anything that was considered an open device, such as this device here that I'm kind of circling around, they would keep those in place, and they would allow those flavors to be able to still stand and be used within those open systems. So the goal was, as I said, to ban the cartridges and the closed systems. A loophole does exist, and we have since discovered that the loophole with that FDA is that any device that is considered a one-time, so it is similar to the Juul, it's closed, it looks similar to this, and again, I'll try to hold it close to the camera, but this is a one-time use item with a little tiny battery, and these have fallen through kind of through the cracks, through a loophole, and those items are still available and can be purchased by our young people and continue to be filled with all the sweet and fruit flavors and dessert flavors, and are still available for sale. So I'm sharing this because I think it's important that we discuss a little bit of history of what has happened, but based on that, what is still currently available to our young people. And then in California, we banned and began, well, I should say we didn't really ban it, but, and we'll discuss this in a minute, that in late 2020, our legislature passed Senate Bill 793 with a goal of doing something similar and banning all flavors for, as we said, kind of those closed devices. The ban would also include flavors, like we said, the sweet, the desserts, and the menthol, and that that basically we would do something similar in the state of California. Unfortunately, the tobacco industry was not pleased with this, and they were able to gather signatures. And what ended up happening is we had a referendum that basically stopped that from going forward, and we are now going to be voting on this in November. So pending outcome of the vote, this may or may not move forward. And again, I think it's important that we share this because the information that I share with you today, I think will help guide us further through the information and education over the next few slides so that we can receive the best guidance from you that you feel is appropriate. So there are many types of electronic cigarettes. There are, as we said, the closed systems, such as what you're seeing here, kind of circling the Joule device. And then there's something more of an open system that can be filled, and they look more like that kind of device. And again, devices are very unusual. They are attractive to our young people. Again, this is just a sample of something that has been on the market. And we think that young people really are interested in these high-tech, kind of cool, groovy looking devices. And it's what draws their attention, as well as the flavors. And again, I'm going to be sharing a little bit of data, like I said, locally and statewide, that shows that traditional cigarettes are no longer what our young people are looking towards, but they are really very much interested in the electronic devices that we're discussing today. So what's in electronic cigarettes? Well, a lot of people thought, well, maybe it's just a little aerosol, it's water, it can't really hurt us. But in fact, that's not the case. And the aerosol contains chemicals and flavors and nicotine and all these things we breathe into our lungs. Our lungs are only meant to breathe in oxygen. So these chemicals, just like in a traditional cigarette, can cause damage to our lungs. The other thing to keep in mind is that if flavors are very attractive to our young people, and that is what begins the uptake. So a lot of young people may not necessarily be attracted now to the traditional cigarette, but now to the flavors and to the electronic devices. And as we know, the teen brain, or our brains, do not begin to really, or excuse me, do not really begin to fully develop until the age of 25. So we know that if young people at 15, 16 begin taking up nicotine and begin a lifelong addiction, as they are aging, that relationship with tobacco becomes harder and harder to break. So our goal is to ban things that are attractive to our young people to keep them from beginning the uptake of tobacco. So as we said, it damages the growing body. Electronic cigarettes are very attractive. And as we said, they don't always look like a traditional cigarette. And we think that young people find it attractive. It's sometimes easier to hide from our parents. So this device, if you're a parent, you wouldn't necessarily say, oh, that's not a cigarette. And maybe they'll think it's something for school, or this device, as we said, the traditional Joule, looks more like a thumb drive. And they hide it in their backpack, and parent may not necessarily say, okay, I know what that is. So I'd like to share a little bit of data with you. This data is taken from a recent survey that was released a few months ago from the California Department of Public Health. So every 2 years, the California Department of Public Health does a statewide survey called the California Student Tobacco Survey. This data is from 2019, 2020. This is gathered with middle school and high schools, and it's gathered in person at the school site. The data, once we went into a statewide shelter-in-place order, the data was stopped. So it was stopped maybe a month ahead of time that it normally would have been. For today's purpose, we're going to be talking about data that is only driven through the high school, both, as I said, statewide and local. I will not be discussing middle school data. So important to note that of the students who participated, a little over 150,000 students, of those students, 6.8 of them have said that they currently use. And currently use, meaning if you're a current user, it's been in the past 30 days. So we know that in 2020, more than 8.2% said, yes, I use tobacco. But of that, 6.8 of the 10th graders, and as you can see, as they got older, 9.7 of our 12th grade students in the state of California said, yes, I have used tobacco over the last 30 days. cigarette or traditional cigarette smoking has basically reached a historic low. And you'll see that here as I move to our next slide. Hopefully. My apologies. There we go. So the regional data, and you'll see this is a lot less as far as who participated because our region is small, but you can see, as I said, traditional cigarette use all-time low. So a little over 2,000 students participated regionally. Traditionally, our region was Monterey, Santa Cruz, and San Benito for the purposes of the 2019-2020 data. It is now Monterey and San Benito. Santa Cruz has standalone data for their county. So our prevalence of youth tobacco who responded in our region is 6.3. And again, that means current users last 30 days. 5.2 of them reported using an electronic cigarette device, and 1.3 reported using a traditional cigarette. As I mentioned, our youth are very much attracted. So they're very much attracted by the sweet or the dessert-like flavors. It is less harsh to the throat and to the body, so they find it a little more appealing than just using a traditional cigarette. So again, this is statewide data. High school student tobacco users who did participate reported using a flavored tobacco product. And flavored e-cigarettes are the most common tobacco product used, fruit flavoring being the most popular among those users. I think in a couple things in summarizing is that we have an opportunity at this time to hold ourselves accountable for the future of our children by banning flavored tobacco products and electronic cigarette devices. As I said, there is that loophole that exists with the FDA, and this is still allowing products to be sold and meaning that they are available for our young people to purchase. By prohibiting the sale of flavored tobacco products, we decrease the tobacco appeal, and we hopefully would reduce the number of youth from establishing a habit that can lead to a lifelong addiction. Electronic cigarettes are appealing to our young people. And the other thing that I think is very important besides the appeal to our young people, and as I said, the device that looks very similar to this one-time use, from an environmental standpoint, these one-time use devices will be thrown away. And they are thrown away very much how we did with all the little plastic pods that were clicked into our Juul devices. They have, they have little batteries and they end up in our landfill. And after one time, they're gone. From an environmental standpoint, I don't believe that it is good for our future to be able to offer a one-time use device. So in closing, I think it's really important that we consider these dot points and really what is best for our children. So as I said to you, we have been working to update our tobacco retail licensing ordinance, and we can either or both ban flavored tobacco products and or electronic cigarettes. I just want to share with you that Santa Cruz County, our sister county, has currently been working on this. And as it stands, the city of Watsonville, the city of Capitola, the city of Santa Cruz, and the unincorporated area of Santa Cruz has banned flavored tobacco, including menthol. And the city of Watsonville has taken one step further to be very progressive and banned e-cigarettes. So again, our hope was to be able to just provide a little update and information, and then ask you for your guidance, which we now will wait for and answer any questions that
Thank you
may
very
have.
much for your presentation, Michelle. I'll first go to my colleagues and see if there's anyone on the board with questions or comments. Supervisor Phillips, Supervisor Alejo.
Thank you very much, and thank you to staff for bringing this. It's been, as was stated, a couple of years, so it's been a long time. But hopefully we could bring this to some conclusion here. But and I know some of the products you brought up, Michelle, like the Puff Bar, some of those, since the referral was first submitted, some of those products have been banned through other legislation. I think Senator Caballero carried a bill on that last year that goes into, I think, went to effect this year on the ban of at least some of those, one of the products you mentioned. But I do know, if you could provide some clarity, I know there's you know, the referral was focused on youth, on vaping primarily. But there is a other line of harm reduction products. Could you explain, because that's like I don't think my colleagues are very aware about it. I wasn't very aware about that until recently, but these are harm reduction products that help, I think, people who have been smokers to kind of gradually break from that. And I don't think, and when we craft an ordinance, it wasn't my intent to include some of these products that are approved by the FDA. They're kind of in a different category, but I don't think we've kind of focused on a distinction between that line of products. Could you elaborate some more on perhaps these new types of harm reduction products?
I am not clear on your question, Supervisor Alejo. Do you mean harm reduction products such as electronic cigarettes? Or do you mean harm reduction as in there are medications, there are cessation materials that are both, available for our community who wish to stop smoking or stop using tobacco?
Yes, these are FDA approved products. And
yes, so the
harm reduction.
Okay, so the e-cigarette is not an FDA approved way to lessen our addiction to tobacco. So some of those items could be, they have nicotine replacement. So they have patches that can be put on your arms. They have gum. They have certain types of medications that can be prescribed through your physician. And of course, the state of California has a quit line that is free to community, and in collaboration with your physician and with either a cessation class or, as we said, the quit line, you can use those items together to reduce your addiction and lower. For example, ideally with patches or with gum, you would ideally bring that down, right? So as you're moving into your state of change of needing less and less nicotine through your courses and or through the items you're using, those are set up to kind of break that habit and reduce as you go along. Is that what you're speaking of?
Yes. So we're in an ordinance that you will be bringing back. Was staff intending to include that line of FDA approved products?
We can, of course. Are you saying that I think what you're saying is that as we bring that ordinance forward, it would be important to note that there are FDA approved products and mention what those are at the time.
Well, if you look at my original referral, it was really looking at the vaping aspect and the youth, but I don't think it was my intent to, in a broad ordinance, that it would capture these other FDA approved products.
Let me, this is Gonzalo Coronado, if I can add something here. Thank you, Michelle, for the presentation. Very thoughtful and pretty broad. There's a lot to cover here. Mr. Alejo, regarding your question, if I understand it correctly, let me back up with the Juul. Juul had many, many different flavors, and the FDA did get rid of pretty much all their flavors. I think they only have like 4 products left. That's why Juul has lost a lot of the market share, and Puff Bar, as you mentioned before, was right there, and they picked up a lot of the market share. So they're the most popular one right now with youth. From my understanding, there has never been a electronic smoking device that has gone through the process of the FDA to be considered nicotine replacement therapy. If it is, it's new. I have not heard about it.
It is not.
And there's thousands of electronic smoking devices, and not one of them has gone through that process.
Okay, well, I'll have to bring that back because I know there's some FDA approved products that that they categorize as harm reduction products. And so maybe when the next time this comes around, we could get some more information on that. These are a new line of products that I'm aware of. Thank you.
Supervisor Alejo, if I may, the draft ordinance as we have it drafted currently would define electronic cigarette using the state definition under section 30121 of the California Revenue and Taxation Code. And that code goes into the details of, the definition of an electronic cigarette, but that specifically, that code says that it shall not include any product that the FDA has approved for cessation. So I just wanted to make that point and clarify.
Okay, maybe that already clarifies that then. Thank you. And then in terms of enforcement, Michelle, could you give the board just a snapshot, maybe in the last year or two, any enforcement actions where there's been businesses that have tried to sell to minors, and any info on what the picture looks like for Monterey County? And then with that, whether we need to look at whether increasing fines for businesses that sell to minors. I don't know what the amount is, but I don't think that's been brought up yet in terms of what's the amount now and whether that should be updated to make it more meaningful these days.
Okay, those are great questions. Thank you, Supervisor. So the one thing, well, and I also should say before this is a little segue into your two questions, but important to remember that our city of Pacific Grove has already banned flavored tobacco products within Monterey County. And I just want to say that as far as we understand and speaking with them in the past, that has been going fine. So at this point, I can tell you, I do know of one particular, in one of our jurisdictions, a store that has been selling cigarettes, traditional, but primarily e-cigarettes to youth from Monterey High School. And they are now currently being looked at. I do not wish to say publicly who that is, but I do want to say that we are aware that there are stores who currently have what we call a tobacco retail licensing ordinance. So as you know, in our city and basically in the city of Monterey that I speak of, but within our 13 jurisdictions, there are 8, and the county being one of them, that currently has a tobacco retail licensing ordinance. So our goal would be to amend the existing tobacco retail licensing ordinance to include the e-cigarette and or flavored tobacco products that we are speaking of. And we do enforcement in 2 different ways. So we do enforcement through our environmental health branch that goes into the tobacco retail licensing store, basically the store that holds that license. And if we were to move forward then with this ordinance and we were to ban flavors or e-cigarettes, then those products would be pulled off the shelf. And at the time that environmental health goes in for their physical inspection, they would be checking off to make sure that those products are not available. The second thing that we do is, and we have been working in the past with our sheriff's department, and they would work with their local Explorer post and take young people in to do a youth tobacco purchase survey. And that was to see if the store would actually sell. And then from there, we would move forward and cite that store. So we would continue with both those. It's also important to know that the state of California does their own youth tobacco purchase surveys, and those are funded through the state, and they come into counties such as Monterey County, and they choose stores to do the enforcement work. So ideally, the enforcement really, I think, is from our colleagues in environmental health, because that's the physical part of it, is that if I say you may no longer sell this product, then when I come in to do my little checkbox, I should not see those products available for sale. And if they are, then they need to remove them immediately.
So I guess I was asking just in terms of any enforcement, just in the last year or two, to tell us, how many businesses were cited for selling to minors.
Okay. Yes, I see what your question is. I do.
Hold on. How many were given warning letters? Because I don't know what the process is, right? Are they do they sometimes just get a warning letter? Do they get cited on the first occasion? What is the fine? Is it $250? Do we need to double that to $500? Those are the kind of questions that I was trying to get addressing.
Okay, no problem. So I do see what you're asking for. So if I physically see the product being, if I physically see something on environmental health, I'm going to ask you to make that change. If I am actually sending a young person in and you sell to them, that's a citation right on the spot. So if that store is selling, you are cited at that moment. And depending on, that can be a citation in two different forms. So that can be a citation either to the clerk who has sold, or a citation or both, a citation to the store that the clerk works with. So I'm hoping that is answering what you were asking. I do not have the current data for the last year or so available to me at this moment, but I would be pleased to be able to provide that to you in writing. I do have data, but I just don't have it at my fingertips, and I do not want to cite incorrect data.
Yeah, so perhaps when this comes back to us, to get that information and then getting what the fine amount is, and whether as part of a recommendation, whether that needs to be just updated to a more significant amount, since
Sure.
last time it was included in our ordinance. Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you very much, Supervisor Alejo. And I see that Supervisor Root Askew has her hand up.
Thank you, Mary. I just want to worked closely with Gonzalo many years ago on setting up the original tobacco retail licensing ordinance, and really pleased that so many of our cities have joined the county in that process. I think it is necessary and appropriate to review the ordinance as changing conditions play out, and so appreciate you bringing all this information back to us with these recommendations. And then also just wanted to again thank Michelle and your team for meeting with me and my staff last year, so that I could make sure my staff was up to speed on what the tobacco retail license ordinance was, where the opportunities to expand other city partners were. And I guess my questions really go back to what I think Supervisor Alejo may have been getting at, was, if I recall from our conversation last year, some of the really big challenges that we had were in the sheriff's office not receiving the ongoing grant funds, and how to do the enforcement work that had been previously occurring. And so as we think about amending the ordinance to expand to expand the items that are included in the ordinance, how we do enforcement, I think, is a critical piece of that conversation. How many folks we have who are paying their permit, who are permitted through the county program, and what we're doing with those dollars to ensure that that people are following through. So I would be really interested in understanding, is the plan moving forward to continue working with the sheriff's office? Is the plan moving forward to deputize our environmental health folks to be able to do that enforcement work? And knowing that we have a robust enforcement plan in place, because we can pass ordinances all day long, and we can add whatever we want to this TRLO, but if we don't have an active way to engage with the retailers who are selling these products, I think we're not really achieving the goals that I hope to achieve in reducing youth access to these drugs. So appreciate the information. I'm looking forward to hearing from the public. We did receive quite a bit of communication. My staff met with different members of the public as well, who wanted to share their thoughts on the TRLO. But really, I think for me to understand, as we think about moving forward, what is our plan for enforcement, and what is the plan to make sure that we're bringing in other community to continue bringing in other communities, because our tobacco retail licensing ordinance is only as effective as our regional access to products. So those would be my questions, but I'm happy to go to public comment before we bring back for additional discussion or direction.
Thank you, Supervisor Rudascu. I don't see any other hands of supervisors up, so I will take it out to the public and see if there are any members of the public that would like to comment on this item.
There are some hands raised.
Okay, and I will continue to look for them. I'm going to have to rely on you, Valerie, to tell me who has their hands raised.
So Rob Maston.
Okay. So Rob, are you available to speak? And if so, you have 90 seconds on the clock.
Thank you very much. I'm assuming everyone can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you
I'm a
fine.
52-year-old male. I started smoking cigarettes when I was 16 years old. There were laws against it, and of course they were not enforced. People make a profit selling cigarettes. So flavors were not available. Flavors were not an option. Nicotine is the selling point. I had my last cigarette 12 years ago, and that was because of vaping. I am an active vapor. It affords me my addiction without being intrusive. It's cheaper. I buy and produce my own flavors, and I do enjoy sweet flavors as an adult. My wife also quit smoking at the same time and moved over to vaping, and was able to use vaping to stop smoking overall. My point is, unless the fines are prohibitive and damaging to the business, selling will continue to go forward. Even if you ban them, it'll just be even more profitable. That's not what stops youths from smoking. Banned items have always been the purview of the youth. I would suggest raising the fines to a prohibitive amount, and not interfere with my, adult decisions. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Mr. Maston. And can we tell me who else has their hand raised?
Tanya Payapilli.
Tanya, if you are able to hear us, can you please begin your comments? And you have 90 seconds. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and Supervisors. My name is Tanya Payapilli, and I am the Deputy Executive Director at Breathe California, your local lung health leader since 1911. I'm here to express full support for an ordinance that strengthens this retail license in Monterey County, which includes banning the sale of all flavored products and menthol with no exemptions and electronic devices. Now, this tobacco industry has aggressively marketed flavored products to youth and communities of color, sadly leading to teen vaping epidemic that you've seen. Flavors have masked the harshness of tobacco, making it highly appealing to youth and young individuals. And 4 out of 5 kids have started tobacco because of these flavored products. So the flavors still have nicotine in them, so switching is not quitting. And FDA has not approved any electronic devices for harm reduction, like how nicotine replacement does. So a strong retail licensing ordinance has demonstrated a drastic reduction in tobacco sales to youth. For example, in San Luis Obispo, illegal sale rates dropped from 17% to 0%. So adopting the above strong measures that Michelle presented will help tremendously. Thank you so much for considering this.
Thank you for your comments, Tanya. And next we have Christian. Christian, you have 90 seconds for your comments.
Hi, how are you?
I think you're going to need to speak up a little bit, but I think we hear you.
Can you hear me okay?
You're going to have to get a little bit closer to your mic, perhaps.
All right. Can you
Or
hear me?
turn it up.
Can you go to the next one and I'll fix my mic?
There we go. You're doing, oh, very good. Okay, thank you very much. Next, we will go to Ann Wheelis. Ann, you have 90 seconds. Nice to see your name.
Nice to see your name. Nice to see your name. Nice to see your name. Nice to see your name. Nice to see your name. Nice to see your name. Nice to see your name. Nice to see your name. Nice to see your name. Nice to see your name. Nice to see your name. Nice to see your name. Nice to see your name. Nice to see your name. Nice to see your name. Nice to see your name. Nice to see your name. Nice to see your name. Nice to see your name. Nice to see your name. Nice to see your name. Nice to see your name. Nice to see your name. Nice to see your name. Nice to see your name. Nice to see your name. Nice to see your name. Nice to see your name. Nice to see your name. Nice to see your name. Nice to see your name. Nice to see your name. Nice to see your name. Nice to see your name. Nice to see your name. Nice to see your name. Nice to see your name. Nice to see your name. Nice to see your name
Thank you. And good day, Chairperson Adams and County Supervisors. I'm Ann Wheelis. I live in Pacific Grove, and I am a member of the California State Advocacy Committee of the American Heart Association. We thank you and the Health Department for your leadership keeping tobacco products out of the hands of youth by establishing the Tobacco Retail License Ordinance and working with the cities in the county to establish their own ordinances. Some data. The California Healthy Kids Survey for Monterey County in the years 2017 to 2019 reported the following data. 2% of 7th graders, 3% of 9th graders, and 20% of 11th graders reported ever smoking a whole cigarette. But 11% of 7th graders, 17% of 9th graders, and 38% of 11th graders reported ever using an electronic cigarette. In the same survey, students in all 3 grades reported that it was easier to obtain e-cigarettes than regular cigarettes. So the American Heart Association and I urge you to end the sale of all flavored tobacco products without exemptions. We also urge you to strengthen the county's ordinance by adding annual compliance checks and investigating the effectiveness of increasing fines. Over 100 communities in California, including Pacific Grove, have acted to protect their young people by ending the sale of flavored tobacco products. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Wheelis. And next we have Brian McCarthy from Marina.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to thank the county and voice my appreciation for the diligent work in this area of tobacco control and health. I do support strict and strong tobacco control and enforcement for all of the reasons mentioned in the presentation and in the public comments. And touching on the environmental piece, I just kind of want to share with you that as I walk around my local park, I notice an awful lot of these kind of one-time use products that are leaching dangerous forever chemicals into our environment and water supply. And I'd ask that next time you take a walk around your park that you keep an eye out for this as well. I think it's really an easy sell to support protecting our youth, which we know are marketed to and are most vulnerable to the negative effects of these products. And I challenge you to think about flavors like cotton candy next time you're at the county fair and really try to understand why these flavors have the effect of reaching out to extremely young audiences. I also, as other folks mentioned, support looking into and researching the effect of increasing fines and increased enforcement. And I really look forward to hearing more about this issue when it comes back to you. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much, Brian. And now, Christian, how are you doing with your mic?
Am I better this time?
Much better. Thank you.
Great. So my concern here is the sort of mixed messaging with cannabis. Because I can go onto any cannabis website in Monterey County and I can see mango, strawbanana, grapefruit, birthday cake, ice cream cake, strawberry lemonade. And I'd like to understand the correlation between using vaping devices for tobacco and if somehow there's a crossover between them also using cannabis products. Obviously they're underage, but they're underage for tobacco products as well. And there seems to be a pretty strong correlation between the two. So would this ban also go after these cannabis companies that are also basically distributing this same mechanism and flavors to induce kids into these products? Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments and questions. Seeing no more hands raised, I will bring it back to the board for any final comments or questions. Let's see if there's, yes. I'm sorry, I forgot we've got public here in the chambers. My goodness. Please, please come forward. Thank you. Thanks so much,
Oh,
Kendra.
no, thank you so much, Madam Chair and members of the Board of Supervisors. I was just thrilled to be here in person. My name's Kendra Howell. I'm with Salinas Valley Memorial Healthcare System and also, of course, Blue Zones Project Monterey County. And I'm just really here today to thank you for your consideration of this item and really hope that the county board goes forward in amending the tobacco retail licensing ordinance to include the flavor and e-cigarette ban. It is, I mean, honestly, for myself, until I started working more with Michelle and Gonzalo, I didn't even think about the environmental impact of these products. So that's a huge issue, but it's certainly an extreme public health issue. Youth and adults are becoming addicted to it. It is not a healthy alternative to regular tobacco products. There would still be avenues for adults to purchase those products if they choose to, but I think it really sends a strong message to the other jurisdictions in the county that I think are looking to the board for leadership before they do their own ordinance updates. There's no sense in waiting for the state to figure out what's going to happen because the tobacco industry will spend everything it has to ensure that that referendum does not pass. So again, we applaud your consideration of this and we hope that you support it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Howell. I'll ask the staff if they have any comments that they wish to make as a final, before I make my own remarks. Michelle, any comments? Gonzalo?
This is Gonzalo. I'll make one comment. This is regarding
Thank
to
you.
a question from Mr. Alejo. As regarding youth tobacco purchase surveys data from 2000 to 2020, the state, the California Department of Public Health, through their Stake Act Enforcement Unit, they've done surveys all across the state. For Monterey County, the sales rate was almost 30% between 2000 and 2020. Since the sheriff started to do their enforcements in 2019, from 2019, 2020, and 2021, cumulatively, the sales rate of to youth dropped to like 12.5%. Still 12.5 is very high, but it is better than what the state had found for the previous 20 years.
Thank you very much, Gonzalo. Thank you. So just a couple of comments before I bring it to a vote. Some of you may know that one part in my career, I served as a lobbyist for the American Cancer Society and the American Heart Association, and I spent a lot of time on tobacco legislation. It remains really a highlight of my career because I would be up against the tobacco industry every single solitary day. And sometimes I would win and sometimes I wouldn't. But I understand exactly what Kendra meant when she said that they will throw out every cent they have, which is uncountable, to stop any kind of action that would impact their product sales. So I'm just very thankful for our health department for bringing this forward, and I support the recommendations to ban e-cigarettes and flavored tobacco products in the unincorporated area. So I know that our recommended action is to support the health department's recommendation for a complete e-cigarette ban in all areas of the unincorporated Monterey County and a complete ban on flavored tobacco products in all areas of unincorporated Monterey County. Is there a motion to this effect?
So moved.
Thank you very much. That's a motion by Alejo. Is there a second? I will second that motion. And we will now bring it to a roll call vote. If we have a quorum present, I think we do. Yes, Supervisor Root Askew?
Thank you. You're right. It's hard to do the raise your hand. Do I raise my hand? Do I raise my hand? Where's my hand raise? I'm figuring this out, Mary. Figuring this out. Just wanted to make sure that I'm understanding clearly one point. And I think I just pulled up the referral from Supervisor Alejo back in 2020, it looks like. And it definitely was specific, or my understanding was that it was specific to the sale of flavored tobacco products for e-cigarettes. And the addition to what's being asked by the health department today is both a complete e-cigarette ban in all areas of the unincorporated county, as well as a complete ban on flavored tobacco products in all areas of the unincorporated Monterey County. And I'm definitely on board for the complete ban on flavored tobacco products in all areas of Monterey County. However, I have a little bit of hesitation and would maybe just appreciate more information about the what it would mean to completely ban e-cigarettes in all areas of unincorporated Monterey County. Single-use e-cigarette ban would make sense to me, but I know that we do have adult users of e-cigarettes who would want to be able to continue to utilize that product. Putting my own opinions and judgment aside, I know that, when we talk about prohibition outright, people end up finding it somewhere else. And so I just want to make sure that we're really thoughtfully moving forward if that is what we're proposing as a full ban on e-cigarettes, because the next step would be we would ask everyone who's a part of our TRLO, I assume, to join us in that ban. And I want to walk down that path cautiously. So I'm definitely in favor of the flavored tobacco product banning flavored tobacco products and including that in our TRLO. But I'm not completely sure where I sit on being ready to approve a complete e-cigarette ban within Monterey County.
Thank you for your comments. I don't know whether staff wants to make any response.
Sure, but I also see that Supervisor Lopez has his hand up. So
I
shall
do
I
as well.
wait? Yes, I can wait.
Okay, thank you. So Supervisor Lopez.
Yeah, so my question is more to process in terms of the way that this was agendized. It's giving direction, but it's going to have to come back at some point. I know that I too have questions around the e-cigarette portion, and I know that Supervisor Alejo raised some questions about the harm reduction strategies that the FDA has implemented and whether or not those play in. I'd like to take more time to understand those. So the question of what we're voting on today beyond direction to return with, I'm assuming, an ordinance that would be updated to make these changes. And so I guess my question is, in that time frame, what will happen? Will we get some more of those answers? Will those come back with options? Are we talking about giving direction today to come back with essentially the final vote on a new ordinance? So I'm just looking for some clarity on process, given where we stand today.
So I will look to my county council for comment.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, members of the board. This will require an amendment to the Monterey County Code, which requires the adoption of an ordinance which takes 2 readings at least a week apart. So I'm not sure how long. There's probably a draft code amendments floating around somewhere. So the item could come back for introduction, in theory, I presume, on the 25th. I'd look to Marina Panchenko for some thoughts on that, and then it could be scheduled for adoption at the following board meeting or some later time, depending on how the board reacts to the draft. Marina, do you have any thoughts on how long it would take to draft the amendment?
It's already drafted, Les, and that's exactly right. We were targeting January 25th as the introduction date, pending whatever guidance the board provided with us today.
Thank you.
Thank you. I hope that was clarifying to my 2 colleagues. And so I believe that we have a motion from Alejo and a second from myself.
May I address the question?
Yes, sure, Michelle.
Thank you, Chair. So what I did want to share is that a reminder to the chair and to the board, there are 2 types of devices when we were discussing electronic cigarettes. So we have the closed system, the one-time use that is thrown away at each moment that it is finished. And then we have what is called an open system or a refillable system. So this, not environmentally friendly, right? A one-time throwaway little battery into the landfill. The refillable e-cigarettes, then that means that I'm reusing that same device over and over again and can refill it, and it will not be put into the landfill. So I want to make that distinction here today before you so that you do have that distinction. I think that's important, and I'm not sure if that helps with some of the guidance.
Thank you. Luis, do you have your hand up?
I was going to say we go back to Supervisor Askew's question, because the recommendation does go beyond what was in the original referral. And I don't know if we want to take time to think about that some more, whether we're going to just focus it on the single single use or do the broader ban. I don't know what Supervisor Lopez's thoughts are on that, but I did want to get clarity also that the harm reduction products that were not intended in the original referral are out with that that are not included with the language that Marina, our Deputy County Counsel Panchenko had pointed out. If it doesn't, then it doesn't bring in that line of other products that wasn't part of the original referral.
So I wonder if it would just be prudent for us to go ahead, pass this, and then when they bring the ordinance back on the 25th, we would be able to take a look at that and make determination if it's meeting what it is that you're asking. The staff has heard the comments, I'm sure, and would be taking those into heart as they draft the language.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I haven't, I definitely support the ban on flavored and also the single use. I think definitely those should be precluded to protect our youth.
Thank you for that. And
So you have a
yes.
motion on the floor, correct?
Yes, we have a motion on
With
the
a
floor.
second. So if I could just make maybe a substitute motion for direction based on the discussion would be to request that the health department come back with an ordinance on the 25th that bans flavored tobacco products and single-use e-cigarettes in unincorporated Monterey County, and ensures that the harm reduction products that Supervisor Alejo is mentioning are not banned in any amendments to the ordinance. So that would effectively still allow for additional conversation about reusable e-cigarettes in unincorporated Monterey County. That maybe that could be an option that we have further discussion about. But it sounds like there's consensus for flavored tobacco products and single-use e-cigarettes to be included in the TRLO.
That substitute motion.
So we have a substitute motion on the floor and a second. And then we will just take a roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Alejo?
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips?
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez? Supervisor Root Askew?
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Adams?
Aye. Thank you very much. And with that, we will close that item. And we will move to our first scheduled item for 1:30 in the afternoon. And that will be the consider the recommendations from the legislative committee. I believe that we have a staff report coming up, and that will be by Ms. Annette Diadamo.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to share my screen if that's possible.
They don't let me make a lot of have a lot of control here, so of course I would say yes, and it looks like someone has. Thank you.
Okay, great. Let's see. All right. Thank you. I am here today, Chair Adams and members of the board, to present the recommendations from the Legislative Committee on the legislative program and strategic grant services program for this year. And as a reminder, Supervisor Alejo and Supervisor Askew are your current board members that serve on the Legislative Committee. Today's recommended actions are to adopt a legislative program update, approve county sponsor legislation and state budget requests, adopt the strategic grant services program, and receive annual reports from the county's federal lobbyist, Brent Heverly, and from the county's state lobbyist and funding advocate, Ashley Walker with Nossaman. Our plan today, in the interest of time, is just to go through all the presentations and take your questions and direction at the end. So starting with the legislative program, the county has a long-standing and successful program that ensures the county interests are well represented in Sacramento and in Washington, and that county leaders are well informed of evolving state and federal initiatives which impact the county and its residents. The county's level of engagement on legislative activities has steadily increased over the last few years, with a major jumps that happened when the COVID-19 pandemic began. And during calendar year 2021, the county's legislative advocacy efforts far surpassed the workload that the program had undertaken in any previous year. Last year, for the first time, we started posting all of the county's generated legislative correspondence on the legislative program page. And if you look there, you'll find nearly 200 pieces of correspondence that the county generated, and we posted just during 2021. And to kind of put that number into perspective, I took a quick glance back at some documents we had from the program. And in 2015, that number was close to 40 compared to 200, with the same level of internal staffing and the same contract lobbyist resources. So I just wanted to point that out to give you an idea of how busy the program has been, and to thank the board for their interest and their support of the program. We have a really engaged board on legislative advocacy, and it allows us to be much more successful as a county, so thank you. Once adopted, the legislative program provides direction and authority to advocate in support or defense of county interests. And the county's legislative program is a 2-year program. It coincides with the 2-year legislative cycles of the state and federal legislatures. And we have just entered the second half of the current legislative session. Work on the update to the program began in the fall, working through the direction of the legislative committee and meeting with individual board members and departments to identify legislative and funding needs and bring the document up to date. The program is organized by board strategic initiative. It includes priorities that were identified in the 2018 community engagement process, and it has a major focus on priorities related to the COVID pandemic. The county's policy concerns most often are centered around resources to carry out state and local service responsibilities and the authority to carry out those responsibilities in local communities and partnerships with the state and federal government. So in your packet is the proposed legislative program update, that's Exhibit A, and Exhibit B includes a memo that summarizes some of the substantive changes that have been made to the program, and a red line version so that you can see specifically what's been altered. Since April of 2020, the county has been engaged in a multitude of advocacy efforts aimed at bringing funding and resources and services to those most impacted by the pandemic. And as you know, in August of 2020, your board received the COVID-19 Pandemic Disparate Impact Report and adopted legislative advocacy strategies to ensure that state and federal officials are aware of the county's challenges and needs to fight and recover from the pandemic. An entire section of the legislative program update is dedicated to these efforts, with priorities in the areas listed here. It would take far longer than our allotted time today to go through all the important issues that are covered within the legislative program. So these next slides are meant to just provide you with a snapshot of the breadth of issues that are covered. So for example, in the economic development section, there are priorities ranging from broadband and housing, labor force, agriculture, and tourism. Under administration, we focus on priorities such as modernization of the Brown Act and local government funding and authority. Under health and human services, we look at public health, behavioral health, early childhood development, homelessness, resources for seniors and the disabled, and needs of our veterans. Under infrastructure, we look at resilient and sustainable communities, transportation, water resources sustainability, preservation and enhancement of the county's water supply, and protection of our water resources and the environment. And under public safety, emergency preparedness, response and recovery, violence prevention, and other items. Embedded within the legislative program are a number of key issues which we expect the state and federal legislatures to take up this year. And the county's federal lobbyist, Brent Heberly, and state lobbyist, Ashley Walker, will cover these issues more in depth in their reports. These include such items such as continued COVID-19 response and recovery, public health, housing and homelessness, broadband, Brown Act modernization, wildfire, climate change and sustainability, drought response, water storage and water affordability, cannabis issues, congressionally designated spending requests for FY 2023, implementation of the bipartisan infrastructure law, and implementation of the Build Back Better Act if enacted. In addition to approving the legislative program, the Legislative Committee has recommended that the board approve county sponsor legislation and state budget requests as described in Exhibit C. These includes efforts to introduce county-sponsored bill and associated funding advocacy efforts to authorize, site, and construct a Calvet Veterans Home here in Monterey County. It also includes a $312 million state budget request for water storage infrastructure and maintenance projects and the San Lucas Clean Drinking Water Project. It authorizes continued coalition efforts that the county has been engaged in to access dam safety and infrastructure funding through the state budget process or through any other possible means. A $15 million state budget request for a reuse project for the old Monterey County Jail. A $40 million state budget request to convert the previous jail facility into a 110-bed locked mental health rehabilitation facility, serving Monterey County and our neighboring counties. And a $10 million state budget request to build or remodel the health clinic in Marina to better serve that community's needs. I believe we have Jason Cameron from the Military and Veterans Affairs Office, Brent Buki from Water Resources, Randy Ishii from Public Works, and Elsa Jimenez from the Health Department available to answer more specific questions that you have on these projects. And as a reminder, I wanted to point out that your board is scheduled to host an annual legislative workshop with our county's state and federal legislators on Friday, February 11th. If approved by your board today, the Veterans Home legislative proposal and these state budget funding requests outlined here will be presented as county priorities and will be the focus of the county's presentations at the legislative workshop. Moving on to the Strategic Grant Services Program. This program works with county departments to identify grant funding opportunities and provide strategic expertise to craft competitive grant applications. Following board approval, the program operates under the direction of the Legislative Committee and works closely with the legislative program to develop future funding opportunities for county initiatives. The program focuses on the county's priority funding needs that align with the board's strategic initiatives and legislative priorities, have an available funding source, are able to meet the grant requirements, and that are able to put forth a competitive grant application. Just as background for this program is resourced to work on a limited number of grants each year, about 10 to 15, depending upon their degree of complexity. When the program was first created in 2014, it was solely focused on obtaining funding for water-related projects. And then due to increasing requests for assistance, the board allocated a full-time management analyst 3 to work solely on the program in 2016. That employee left the county in late 2017, and due to budget constraints, the position was not filled and was later eliminated from the budget in FY 18-19. So the program is currently resourced to work only on this small number of grant applications, and I don't want this to, in any way, this presentation to represent the county's overall grant funding efforts, priorities, or needs. There are several county departments that have staff with extensive grant expertise, and therefore they do not request assistance from this program. And that being said, this program consists of 2 main parts, a work plan and a grants needs inventory, and those are both found in Exhibit D of your report. The work plan was developed in consultation with county departments and identifies projects and potential grant programs that the county expects to focus on this year.
It includes several projects that are carryovers from last year and several new projects as well. So we have the CEQA Compliance Equity and Licensing Program that would be submitted by the Cannabis Program, the San Lucas Sustainable Drinking Water Supply Project, continuing to work on the Carmel Lagoon and CR Free projects, drought-related projects, habitat management in county parks, possibly the old jail rehabilitation project, depending on what happens with the state budget request, road, bike, and pedestrian infrastructure improvements, and improvement at county parks. A number of new grant opportunities will be pursued under the sustainability program, and we will continue to seek funding for a number of water resource agency priorities as we have in past years. Later on in the grants program annual report, Ashley Walker will provide information on these projects and additional potential grant opportunities that the county may be able to apply for this year. The program also includes a grant needs inventory that's a list of county projects which require a source of outside grant funding, and it's updated each year in consultation with the board and county departments. And we use this list just to help us guide our research efforts and make county staff available of funding opportunities as they become available. Next up, we have the annual reports provided by the county's federal and state legislative advocates and grant consultant, which highlight county activities undertaken in 2021. And the presentations will also focus on anticipated major issues and projects for 2022. Those reports will be provided by Brent Heverly and Ashley Walker. And in closing out my part of the presentation, I'd like to note that the success of the legislative and grant programs relies on extensive collaboration, starting with the direction of your board, ongoing guidance from the legislative committee, county departments, with special thanks to Charles and Les for always keeping us on track, and the county's legislative and funding advocates, Brent and Ashley, and of course, Nick and Megan in the CIO IGLA office. A huge thank you to everyone for your ongoing contributions and support. And now I'd like to hand it over to Brent Heverly for the federal report.
Great, thank you, Annette. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here again. So as I do each year, I'm going to look back and discuss briefly some of the activities over 2021. All of this is included in my written report, which you have in the packet. But I did want to highlight a few things because 2021 really was, I would say, a historic year for counties at the federal level, resulting, primarily from the pandemic. But it was good to know that Congress did recognize that county, not only counties, but local governments in general are really on the front lines of fighting the pandemic. And they recognize that by including more funding than they ever have in history directly to county governments. So as I mentioned in the report, one of the items that I identified is the American Rescue Plan Act. And this was the most recent COVID relief bill that Congress passed back in March of last year, President Biden's first COVID relief bill since he took office earlier last year, excuse me. So the component that we are most focused on and were most focused on when it was working its way through Congress was the local fiscal recovery fund. And that was the direct funding that was included, about $165 billion for counties and cities, equal amount going to states. And that money is, as you know, has already been, half of it has already been released to Monterey County. It totaled $84 million. So that will be coming in two tranches. As I mentioned, the first half has already been received. Second half will be coming within the next few months. And that money, as you know, can be used for a variety of COVID relief measures, but also for helping the county to provide general government services that have been hit as a result, where your budget has been hit as a result of the pandemic. So we continue to advocate for modifications to your use of this fund, of these monies. There's a bill that's still working its way through Congress that would provide counties and cities with additional flexibility about how to spend that money. So if that bill the bill has passed the Senate, it hasn't gotten through the House yet, but if it does, you'll have the ability to revisit some of the decisions you've made about how that money's been spent. There'll be more flexibility. So the American Rescue Plan, in addition, as you know, lots of money for vaccines, for testing, for public health in general, but also, billions of dollars for childcare, for housing, and for distance learning. So that money is still being parceled out by the feds, primarily through the states and then down to the local governments. But that money will still be working its way to county governments around the country. The other major piece of legislation that Congress passed more towards the end of last year was the bipartisan infrastructure bill. And that money, those funds, which total close to $1 trillion, over $550 billion in new spending, above and beyond what we would have spent otherwise on infrastructure, was included in that law. So traditional infrastructure, transportation funding for roads, bridges, highways, rail, public transit, that money in the form of formula grants, but also competitive grants. There were, I would say, a couple dozen new grant programs that were developed in this bill that that counties will be eligible for. And that money hasn't really even been released yet. It's being, those grant programs are still being developed by the Department of Transportation and other agencies. So there will be a lot of money, and Annette just talked about our grant program writ large with the county. That is traditionally focused on state grant opportunities, but there will be a lot of federal grant opportunities going forward as a result of passage of the infrastructure bill. Included in infrastructure also is $65 billion for broadband. That money will be going to the states and then working its way down to local areas. There's money in there that will be going directly to your constituents in the form of monthly vouchers to help them purchase monthly broadband plans from their high-speed internet service providers. There's lots of money for clean water, drinking water, for wildfire risk programs, and for energy and sustainability programs. So we're keeping a very close eye. There's a lot to cover. There's a lot to watch out for here, but there is going to be a lot of money that's going to be coming out over the next 6 months from the federal government in all of these areas that I've just mentioned. In addition, some of the other areas that tie in with our priorities at the county level, we are closely watching voting rights. I'm going to talk about that a little bit more as an issue for this coming year, but it's an issue that Congress dealt with last year that still remains in play. Cannabis is another issue. The effort to provide or to pass a broad-based cannabis bill in Congress is alive still. There's, I would say, growing support particularly in the Senate and even more specifically on the Republican side for getting something done as it relates to cannabis. So we're watching that obviously very closely. And we also, as Annette mentioned, we kind of kicked off the beginning effort to look at the opportunity for a new state veterans home last year, and identifying where the federal funding would come from. to help the state effort to establish a new veterans home. So it was a very active year and a historic year in terms of the amount of funding that we saw coming to the county. And as we look ahead now to 2022, some of it is unfinished business. I mentioned voting rights. Literally just a few hours ago, the president was in Atlanta giving a major speech on voting rights and indicating that that the Senate is going to attempt to take up 2 voting rights bills this week. The majority leader of the Senate has indicated that if they are unable to move forward with those voting rights bills, that they will attempt to change the Senate filibuster rules. I think that's unlikely to happen, but it does show that I think the level of attention and the commitment to this issue that the president himself is now giving above and beyond really all the other issues that are on his plate right now. So we will see how that plays out this week. There's going to be a vote sometime later this week in the Senate. The expectation is that 1 or 2 Democratic senators will not go along with the effort to change the Senate rules, and will be, unfortunately, kind of where we are today in terms of moving voting rights legislation forward. Beyond that, there are some things that Congress does have to finish up, not the least of which are the FY 2022 appropriations bills. These are the bills that are currently funding the federal government. We're on a continuing resolution right now through the middle of next month, through February 18th. At that point, if Congress doesn't act, the federal government will shut down. So there is an effort to complete the remaining fiscal year appropriations bills. One of the reasons we're watching this very closely is we have a $2 million earmark included in this package, thanks to Senator Padilla, and that's for a homeless youth housing project that we submitted earlier last year. So hopefully, we're hopeful that this omnibus appropriation bill gets enacted and that our project remains in that. And then beyond that, kind of possibly even before that wraps up, Congress will begin the process of FY 2023, beginning the process of creating those funding bills. So we will re-engage with Congressman Panetta's office and our 2 Senate offices in submitting new project requests to those offices for the next fiscal year. So we will be engaging with all of your offices, and certainly the legislative committee will be very engaged in putting project requests together. We obviously have there's much more demand within the county departments for projects than we can unfortunately submit to our delegation. So we have to take a hard look at all these projects and figure out which ones are the most meritorious and have the best chance of advancing with our delegation. So that'll be a considerable effort that we'll be engaging in over the next few months. The next major item for this year that we're watching very closely is the Build Back Better Act. I've spoke at length about this in the legislative committee over the last 6 months. And unfortunately, this bill somewhat cratered at the end of last year, thanks to Senator Manchin from West Virginia, who indicated he would not be supporting it in its current form. So the hope is that this bill will get resurrected sometime within the next month, likely in a smaller version of what it was. It was a $1.7 trillion climate and social spending bill. The climate provisions are historic in terms of what they would provide for the United States to meet its obligations kind of on the world stage for addressing the climate crisis, but also a lot of other very important funding for universal preschool and a whole range of other programs. And the reality is there is a lot of agreement on a number of these programs. So most people think there is a deal to be made once, hopefully once tempers calm down on the part of Senator Manchin and some folks in the White House that were bumping heads at the end of last year that caused this to fall apart. So we're watching that very closely. That will be, significant if that can get done in terms of funding for county priorities. We'll also be spending a considerable amount of time on, I mentioned the bipartisan infrastructure law, lots of grant programs that are going to be implemented over the course of this year. We'll be keeping county departments apprised of what those opportunities are when they come available. And then lastly, the thing I want to mention is redistricting. We're going to have a different process that won't really kick in, I guess, until 2023, but we will certainly need to start thinking about the fact that it appears as Monterey County will have 2 representatives in the House come 2023 as opposed to just 1 right now. So if assuming she chooses to run for re-election, Zoe Lofgren, the current Congresswoman from a little bit north of where you are, will represent a significant chunk of the county. I can tell you she's a great member. She's been around since 1995, one of the few Democrats that actually was elected in the wave election of 1994, when many Democrats lost their seat in the House. But she's been a longtime member of the House Judiciary Committee. She's an immigration lawyer by training and has been very active in immigration policy for really ever since she came to Congress. So obviously that's a very important issue to the county. And it's something that, we can look forward to engaging with her office on probably more deeply than we have in the past, given her level of involvement in the House on that issue. So, so with that, I will, that's kind of where we are at this point, gearing up for this year, a lot to look forward to, and obviously look forward to working with all of you on the board, implementing the program going forward. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Brent, thank you so much for that really comprehensive presentation. And I'm going to ask Annette, did you prefer to have us hold questions until after Ashley makes her presentation?
Yes,
Okay.
I would. If Ashley could give the state report and then the grant
That's great.
report,
Thank
and then
you.
maybe we can hear from the board. Thank you.
Sure, thank you. Hi, everybody. Happy to be here this afternoon. I want to start with my report on the 2021 State Legislative Program Annual Report. I am going to share my screen just because I find it easier to follow. So we'll go over that. Can you all see it okay? Great. We have been proud to work with Monterey County at the state level for many years, and especially since the beginning of the pandemic. We've definitely faced some major challenges together. I think that it's really brought our professional relationship closer within our relationship, as well as our relationship with our legislative delegation. We've definitely taken an all hands on deck approach working with them. Our state delegation has been extremely responsive to any and all requests that we've had, not only related to the COVID-19 pandemic, but anything related to their legislative proposals that we might have, concerns and support of issues in the state budget as well. To summarize our legislative accomplishments in 2021, I wanted to start off with some just general fast facts, which I found interesting. It was a very busy year in 2021. There were just under 3,000 bills that were introduced that we analyzed and evaluated for impacts to the county. We took positions on several bills. We actually had support positions on 33 different bills. We watched 2 bills and we didn't oppose any bills this past year. We advocated on 13 different budget issues outside of the pandemic, which I'm going to go into some detail on. We were very active on COVID-19 specific issues as well, advocating on 10 different items there. And 15 of the bills that we supported were signed by the governor. Seems a little bit low since we did support 33 bills, but just as a reminder, that was the first year of a 2-year session, and a lot of those bills have been held over to continue discussion on this coming year in 2022. The past year was very heavily focused on the state budget. As you recall, in 2020, when the onset of the COVID pandemic began, the state budget was really in an unclear place. We didn't know what might happen in terms of state revenue. All member requests were held to a halt, and we were unsure how things might pan out. Moving into 2021 with a surplus in the state budget, we realized that there were a lot of different positions and efforts that we were going to engage in, and I've outlined those efforts here. We worked on IHSS fiscal penalty provisions. We worked on cannabis funding and other items within the California comeback plan. Again, that was a proposal by the governor last year that the legislature did approve, and it moved forward. We worked on children and youth behavioral health issues. These are all state budget issues, just as a reminder. We worked on county veteran service officers. We worked on Department of Cannabis Control funding and proposals. We worked on the broadband proposal. That was a huge effort in the state legislature and at the governor's office that we were very active in. We supported the Hebron Heights Family Center request on behalf of Assemblymember Robert Rivas. We supported another request from Assemblymember Robert Rivas to do INSV PW research in Monterey County, which has been a huge issue. We supported IRWM funding. We worked on the Senate water infrastructure proposal. Oh, we also worked on the LPS conservatives issue, and we worked to support several different investments in transportation funding that were proposed in the state budget that totaled over $1 billion investment. So very heavy state budget year last year, as it will be this year, and we'll talk about what to expect in the coming year. Regarding legislation, we took 35 different positions, which is very consistent with a normal year for us. I outlined this chart here to give a brief overview of the different topics that we took positions on and the governor's actions on those bills that actually made it to his desk. So all of these bills here that we supported were signed, variety of different industry and topics that we supported, for anywhere from broadband to pandemic issues to flood control and local financing, public investment authorities as well. So housing, all kinds of issues we took positions on. One of our major focuses in the past year was to implement all of the related COVID-19 advocacy issues that have been included in the disparate impact report that the county put together. We were very active on those specific issues this past year, and I outlined the different items that we worked on there. Some items included emergency rental assistance, that was very important, additional guidance for unvaccinated youth, and vaccine reporting, etc. We had a lot to do in COVID-19, and we still have a lot to do with the COVID-19 pandemic in this coming year, as we're seeing with increased cases across the state. There were several other advocacy efforts that we took part in that don't really fall in line with COVID-19 or with a bill or with a state budget request, but that I thought were important to review. So those include the Big Sur fire that we engaged in, Brown Act related bills, climate change related advocacy efforts specific to dam safety improvements for the county. We conducted a dam safety tour with our legislative members. We continue to engage with the County Board of Supervisors and staff on a regular basis to ensure that priorities across the county are being heard. We continue to engage with CSAC and RCRC. We attend their weekly meetings, but also we have a very good close working relationship with the advocates of both of those organizations that we're working with on a regular basis to ensure that we're coordinating strategies on legislative items and budget proposals that are a priority for the county. We have regular engagement with your legislative delegation and staff. I said on an almost weekly basis, but really this is more like a daily basis that we're in communication with our staff and members. They've been really great. We have been monitoring every action item and executive order that has come out of the Newsom administration and keeping you informed on a minute by minute basis about how those executive orders are going to impact the county and the residents. We've been active on the Housing for Harvest program and regular communication about the need to expand that program and what we're doing at the county level to implement the program. Project Home Key, we worked really closely and are still working closely on a City of Salinas project to ensure that they can meet the requirements to get that project up and running. We worked on public health infrastructure and workforce funding. And of course, the Veterans Home project that Brent mentioned that we'll continue to work on in 2022. So looking ahead to 2022, I wrote this in December, and not that anything significant has changed necessarily, but we have a lot of new updates just given that the state budget has been released since I wrote this report. I'll briefly touch on our opportunities that we have moving forward. But in terms of policy issues that we anticipate, the legislature did just reconvene a week ago. We're already seeing new bills being introduced. They have until mid-February to introduce new bills. They'll be taking up 2-year bills that have been held over from last year. We know that a continued COVID-19 response and recovery is on the list of things to tackle and issues to focus on, which includes public health. We know there's going to be a focus on mental health and behavioral health. We see that in the state budget already that's been released. Housing and homelessness, again, we saw a lot of that in the state budget that was just released yesterday. Broadband and the implementation of the Budget Act from last year and that funding that was included for broadband deployment. Brown Act modernization, there was a lot of discussion about this last year, and it continues with the implementation of AB 361 by Assemblymember Rivas last year. And then, of course, a continued focus on climate change impacts, wildfire, drought, water storage, water affordability are all going to be on the docket for the legislature to continue to work on with the administration this year. Related to the 2022 state budget projections, when I wrote this, the LEO's office had a budget projection with a surplus of $31 billion. The governor's release of his proposed January budget expects a budget surplus of over $45 billion, quite the increase from just the falls with the LAO's budget projections there. So the governor actually put out his focus and his blueprint for the budget in a very brief summary of 5 focuses, although the summary of the budget itself is not brief at all. Neither was the press release and the press conference. If you attended or listened to some of that, it was a multi-hour event with several different proposals. It's a 400-page budget summary with a multitude of questions coming from not only counties, but stakeholders across the state about the details of what all of these proposals may mean. But his 5 biggest priorities that the governor had outlined in his proposal include the COVID-19 pandemic, of course, climate change, homelessness, inequality, and keeping our streets safe. There are a multitude of different items that we'll be looking into for the county within the budget, but there are a lot of opportunities. The county, as Annette mentioned, does have several different state budget requests that we'll be talking about today, and we'll be requesting our members to put forward to the full legislature and governor's office on our behalf. But in addition to that, there is a ton of opportunity within the state budget for the county to draw down those funds for several different priorities that have been longstanding within the legislative program and our grant program, including funding for wildfire investment. Local fuel breaks is an example of that. There's actually funding in here for grants for local community efforts for fuel breaks and for community hardening. Drought funding, an additional $750 million for drought funding. There are current efforts right now, even from last year. This is building on a $2 billion effort over the next 2 years that the state's investing in drought-related issues. Cannabis, that's been something we've been working closely on with the county. We've actually assisted the county cannabis program with submitting applications for funding. One recently successful we'll talk about in the grant program update. Health investments. There is a commitment from the governor for a $200 million a year ongoing investment in local public health infrastructure. That was a huge ask. It's been something that the county's been very supportive of. Human services for child support payments being direct. We're going to look into that a little bit more. Homelessness, $1.5 billion for the bridge housing program over the next 2 years. There's $500 million for encampment cleanup. Lots of transportation funding in this budget. I could go on and on. I'd be rambling millions of dollars, but there's a lot, and it's stuff that the county can use. It's active transportation funding, it's reconnecting communities grant funding, it's climate adaptation, it's highway safety projects. Really good stuff in here. It's ZEV improvements and infrastructure that the county will be able to access. Housing funding, it backfills a lot of existing housing programs that are in current existence. And then some other issues in here that I could name off: CalAIM, universal health care by 2024 is a goal of the state budget. The opening of the Office of Healthcare Affordability. The budget goes on and on, it's endless. So I'd be happy to answer more questions about that. But I think my takeaway here is that 2022 looks bright with opportunity for the county in many different ways. We have a lot of great ideas about what we want to do locally in terms of our sponsored bill and our state budget requests. And there's several other opportunities we'll be involved in moving forward. With that, I will conclude my state report, and I'd be happy to move on to my grants report.
Thank you very much, Ashley. I think that would be great. Why don't we go ahead and move right on to the grants report?
Thanks, Supervisor Adams. So the Strategic Grant Services Program, Annette already introduced the program, but we're really focused on concentrating funding efforts for the county's highest priority needs and projects. But really, and Annette made a good point, I want to highlight this again, this is not the highest priority needs and projects across the county. It's the highest needs of departments that need assistance with applying for the funding. There are several departments within the county that have a very good system internally in terms of applying for grants. They're very successful and they have the staffing necessary to do the work, and they don't require any additional assistance from our program. So our program does focus on helping those departments within the county that may not have the resources necessary to put together the application, or might just need a little help reviewing the application, maybe getting some legislative support, etc. And that's where our focus is. To summarize our accomplishments in the past year, since we began working with the county in September of 2014, we have worked together on securing a total of over $48 million for high priority projects within the county. This past year, we assisted the county with submitting 7 different grant applications. We currently have 9 pending grant applications totaling $24 million, one of which, since I wrote this report, has been successfully funded. I will get to that. If I don't actually have it called out on here, I will just verbally say it was for just over $1.7 million for your cannabis program. And I know your cannabis program will be presenting that to the Board of Supervisors as well. We alerted the county departments of 34 different funding opportunities this year. We provided strategic consultation on 15 different county projects. We'll go into that. When I say that we provided strategic consultation, it really means a variety of things, but most likely that we've met with staff about the project. We've done research to figure out if there's an identification of a funding source. We've helped submit applications that are related to this project, etc. We helped secure grant support letters within the county from the Board of Supervisors for projects that will benefit the county for 7 different projects there. We updated the grants needs inventory that continues to grow and grow and grow and grow every year. Now we're over 170 county projects on our list that need funding to proceed. And under your guidance, we developed our work plan for 2022 for 2021, we had 10 different priority projects on that work plan last year. I wanted to just review the projects that we did work on specific to the last year. We worked on 2021 Budget Act funding opportunities and identified several different funding programs that were allocated within the 2021 budget to different state agencies and new pots of funding or pots of funding that have been filled up related to wildfire, climate resistance, sustainable agriculture, the cap and trade expenditure plan, water resilience, etc. We worked on the BMX skate park proposal under the Proposition 68 grant. We worked on CAL FIRE grant opportunities. We worked on 2 different cannabis grant applications. Here I mentioned that we do have a $1.7 million application through the local jurisdiction assistance grant program that was successfully awarded just in the last couple of weeks. We continue to work on the Carmel Lagoon project and the CR Free project. We alerted the county about the drought funding programs that came out of Department of Water Resources through the state budget last year. We helped work on the Habitat Conservation Plan, Section 6 grant. We worked and successfully got in place our Interlake Tunnel fish screens, $17 million state budget earmark into a contract with CDFW, which was great. We worked on 2 different projects at Lake San Antonio, one at North Shore and one at South Shore. We're working currently on the old jail project. We were working on that in 2020 as well. We worked on Proposition 68. Several different projects were vetted, as you know, and as was presented to the Board of Supervisors for Proposition 68 funds. We are working on the San Antonio and Nacimiento Dam and Spillway projects. That's been a huge priority for us over the past year and will continue to be in 2022. And of course, continued work on the San Lucas water supply replacement project. In terms of upcoming grant opportunities, I said in 2020, this is a mistake, I apologize. There are several different grant opportunities upcoming in the next year. These are just some that I list here, but our work plan is really specific to the projects within the county that identify best with a grant program that we know is coming out in 2022. I just mentioned some things here like active transportation program, the sustainable communities program, hazard mitigation assistance, items that I know could be potentials for projects on our very long list of our grants need inventory. I'm happy to answer any questions with that, and I will conclude my annual report for our grants program. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ashley. And Annette, I'll look back to you to see if you have any comments before I open it to the board for questions.
Yeah, that concludes the staff presentations. And so we would just be looking to the board to take the recommended actions or to get any clarification or questions that you have.
Thank you so much. So first I will go to our Board of Supervisors for questions, and I see Supervisor Alejo and then Supervisor Wendy Root Askew. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm the outgoing chair of the Legislative Committee, and Supervisor Askew just became the chair for this year. But I did want to just recognize some points that were covered, and I'll be brief. But one, I just wanted to point out, I think that we have really developed an effective legislative program. I think the best among our 4 counties that surround us. We have an active committee with active members, but we have some great staff, and I really want to commend Annette in particular, who's there every week cranking out letters and just following up on a lot of legislative matters, but also our lobbyist, Ashley, who Ashley has done a great job. First started out at doing grants only, and now is our lobbyist, a dramatic improvement than our previous lobbyist on the state side. And also Brent Heberly, who's been real attentive as well, even though he's in DC. He takes our texts and calls and meets with us as needed. And they both have done so throughout this pandemic, with so much money and so many new programs being developed over the course of the last couple of years. So I want to commend them for that. And it has all been very intentional, all of us kind of working to try to develop a program that really, I think, is in the best interest of the people of Monterey County. Everyday hardworking residents don't have lobbyists to be their voice on legislative and budgetary matters and administrative or regulatory matters, but our team, I think, does a really good job to give them that voice. And I think we're the only county out of 4 that even have this kind of legislative workshop to have, at least have at the beginning of the year, have a meeting with our federal and state legislators, their staff. I think the only other local government that does it, which I was inspired by, was the city of Watson, which has had it for quite a few years now. But it's a way that we could get everybody on the same page to strategize, to hopefully start the legislative session with just talking about common goals. And in return, we also try to support legislation of our legislators. They ask us for support. I know even when I was in the assembly, it was always nice to have our local government supporting legislation that we were authoring. So this is reciprocal. We try to help their work and advance their work. And we hope that they will also advance ours. And that has certainly been the case over the last several years. One thing that we did at the beginning of this year was, last year, I should say, was also to give time at our legislative meetings for all the legislative staffers. We have 4 legislative offices and a Congressman Panetta's office, but we just want to give them time at the beginning of each meeting to introduce themselves, talk about priorities, and so that it's just a regular part of our practice during a legislative meeting that we do acknowledge, and we do give an opportunity for legislative staff to participate actively in our meetings. So that's been, I think, a good addition. And as Brent brought up as well, we will likely after this year have some new legislators representing Monterey County, and we acknowledge that with redistricting, and we look forward to once the elections are over to reach out to them and have them come on board and hopefully build close working relationships with them and their staff as well. And then just in terms of our overall package, I know we have a narrow focus, but that's very intentional. When we try to do too many things, we don't do it very well. When we're focused on a few goals that we want to accomplish each year, I think we're successful in getting those across the finish line. And certainly in terms of legislation and budget, I think we've had some good wins, some more work to do this year. And even some of our work, we try to align with CSAC so that we could, some of our county priorities are aligned with their efforts, and it helps us just to have to be able to move our goals further along when we also have our state association helping us. And I'm sure with RCRC as well, as we're now members of that. So I just wanted to thank our team. I support this, and I certainly like to make the motion to approve staff's recommendation here at the appropriate time, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor. And now Supervisor Wendy Root Askew.
Great, thank you. And I'll second that motion if that's a motion. I just want to say thank you to our team, our legislative advocacy team. I think we have a really powerful and strong group of folks working on behalf of residents in Monterey County. And I wanted to recognize, it wasn't that long ago that some of these positions were slated for elimination, and some of these contracts were reduced in their scope. And we made, I think, the correct decision to keep a strong legislative advocacy program in place, and we've seen it deliver for us this past year. So just want to say thank you for all of the work. There's a long presentation, but there's a lot of information. And for anyone who's watching, I would encourage you just to pull up the legislative program update and read more about the sponsor legislation and state budget requests that we're going to be focusing on. It's a worthy read. But I did want to ask one additional question. I did see it highlighted in the the legislative program update. And I'm glad we do have testing advocacy included in our legislative program. Given what we're starting to see and hear about the state of testing moving forward, I'm not sure if this is the appropriate time, but I'd like to ask if we as a board could draft a letter to the state explaining some of the concerns that we're seeing and ask for their urgent attention for additional rapid testing supplies. So if we can add that to your motion, Supervisor Alejo, or make it as a separate motion, but it is a legislative advocacy issue.
Yes, I would be good with that as an urgent, new matter, but one that we've talked about earlier today too. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you so much. And now I see Supervisor Lopez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just want to thank everybody for their hard work. And I know that the biggest request I have today is flexibility as we go through this coming year. I know that we've learned to be nimble and quick on our feet as opportunities arise. And I think that from the tea leaves that I'm reading, this year is going to have a lot of opportunities for us to be nimble and quick on our feet that might land additional investments in our communities. And so I appreciate all the work that's gone in thus far. We did manage to get a seat at the executive team for RCRC as well. So look forward to continuing to work with the entire crew here to make sure that all of our initiatives are pressed forward in a way that is successful for Monterey County. In terms of future earmarks, I know earmarks have been on and off the table, and so Brent, this one's kind of focused your way given some of the opportunities that might arise around this year's conversations on that topic, and specifically the south of Salinas interchange and some of the investments that were requested there. I know that they're on the list. I've seen it, and it's just it's one place I hope that we can continue to push given that question about future representation, and that is an area that we'll be switching representatives one way or another next year, and so continuing to make sure that that gets eyes. I know it's already been noted and mentioned to the current member representing that area in the coming year, and so hopefully we can continue to push that effort in a way that will be successful to keep Southern Monterey County as well as all Monterey County visitors safe as they come and go from Southern California along the 101. So thank you to everybody for the hard work. Look forward to another year of success with all of you helping us keep this ship steering in the right direction. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Lopez. Supervisor Phillips.
Yeah, I just wanted to thank all of them. Annette is always there when you need her, and Ashley, anytime you need something or you need to be in Sacramento, she's there to be there with you and support you. And Brent, I can't remember how much he did for us when we were back fighting for the Pajaro River, and he was there making sure all the right doors got open for us, and it's really made a difference. You can see we made more progress on the Pajaro River than we have in a long time. And what was mentioned in the redistricting, I think we were really going to have to reach out and be much more proactive and bringing Zoe Lofgren into our South County and welcoming her and helping move forward with her. So thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Phillips. Let's see, before I make my comments, I think I'll go ahead and go out to the public and see if there are any members of the public that wish to make comments. And I see Cesar Lara has his hand up. Cesar, you have 90 seconds.
Yeah, good afternoon, members of the Board of Supervisors. As somebody that visits the legislative committee and comes to you all, I just want to appreciate the staff and the committee for all the work you've done over the last year. And I think to what Supervisor Lopez said, I think we have a lot of opportunity in the coming year, especially with a surplus in the state budgets, and really want to ask the county to really double down to try and find some funding more for housing, in particular farm worker housing, understanding that we're the region that has the most newest farm worker housing study that was done through a collaborative through all the jurisdictions, and not just Monterey, but in Santa Cruz and San Benito County. So just want to praise and look forward to the legislative year. Thank you.
Thank you, Cesar. Is there any other member of the public that wishes to comment? I'm seeing no hands up. Yes. Sorry, is there people, are there people in the audience that would like to comment? Yes, please come forward. Thank you so much. I keep forgetting that there are actual human beings out there. So thank you so much. Yes,
Okay.
And I believe the microphone
I'm not
is
sure
on.
you covered this at all. I'm just new to town. I'm very invested in professional racing, amateur racing. And so I don't know if it was in your budget. I just came in about 20 minutes ago. But I know there's a lawsuit against the county regarding the contract that was let almost 2 years ago to operate Laguna Seca. Is that, I saw a bunch of raceway cars out here. So I was
We're
wondering,
going
is
to
there
be
something
talking
going on?
about that.
I'm sorry.
We're going to be talking about that.
Tonight?
Yes, but we haven't come to that item. We're
Oh.
only talking about our legislative agenda right
Okay,
now.
what item is it? Because I'll come back.
Let's see, right, it is going to be, what is it? Item 25, and we are currently on item 24. So just
Okay,
sit
great,
down
thank
and
you.
it won't be too long.
My
I'm
ex-husband
going
worked
by
on Can-Am cars, Mario Andretti's cars, so I know all the racers.
So hang
I know
on,
Mr.
we're gonna
Poop
come
that
to
wants the
it soon.
contract and Bruce Canepa.
We won't miss you. Thank you. Is there any other member of the public present in the chambers that wishes to make comment? Great, okay, so I had just a couple of,
Oh, sorry, Madam Chair.
I just had a couple of comments, a couple of questions that I want to make. You know, I too just so appreciate the work of the legislative team with Annette and oversight by Nick and all of the folks that we have both in Washington and in Sacramento. I so appreciate and understand the importance of legislation and how much more quickly one can get something done by the stroke of a pen than by years and years of public education as far as things like tobacco cessation. And I'm so very thankful that we have such a great legislative approach. I'm just really, really thankful for that. And I appreciate very much our legislative committee for its work on providing continued direction to implement the program. I did have just one particular area that I wanted to ask questions about, but I'll frame my question with this, and that would be back to, I don't know, probably us, but maybe Charles, but just because we have these items down as far as the various requests that we're going to make, we're not locked in stone on those, are we? And I'll tell you why I'm concerned about it. And that is the 312 million for the water storage infrastructure maintenance projects, which includes 12 million for the San Lucas Clean Drinking Water Project. And then I think 150 for the much needed dam repairs and 150 for the Interlake Tunnel. What I'm worried about, and I don't know if this is a question that maybe Ashley would respond to, would we be better to bifurcate those so that the whole thing wouldn't go down if there was one element of it that would not be perhaps as desirable to our own legislators that are in Sacramento? Or is this something that could be determined later on and we don't need to be that specific as we approve our projects now?
Sure, that's a great question, Supervisor Adams. And I talked a little bit about this at the legislative committee too, so I'm happy to review this. Our requests of our members are just that, they're requests, and how those different requests are molded through negotiation processes are to be determined. So if we go in, my personal opinion in terms of being your consultant would be that we request the entire regional request for all of the water projects included in your report today. And as we go through a budget negotiation process and talking with our members, if there's feedback that one or more things is not going to work, we can always do that. There's not a process, I guess I'm saying, in which the member would say it's got to be all or none. It's really kind of an open working process with our members and with the budget committees and with the administration about a regional approach to a water solution for Monterey County and having all of these projects be a piece of that and how to move forward. And we'll kind of go through the process. So I don't think that we need to cut anything right now. And I think we need to be open to receiving feedback on what our requests are, knowing that some of them may not move forward. Some of our requests may not move forward. And we have to be open to working with our members and working under the constraints that we have with our budget requests moving forward. I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, it does. Thank you. And I was not thinking of cutting anything with the $45 billion surplus. I think we ought to be adding things, quite frankly.
Yeah, really.
There we go. Is there any other comment from our board? Any other comments from staff?
Yeah, Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion, and
Yes.
I would just reiterate what Ashley just said, that there's going to be a conversation with our legislators, and ultimately they're going to be able to say what will fly, what will not, what they're willing to champion, what they're not. So this is kind of our wish list, but it will be narrowly tailored as conversations continue with them.
Thank you. Supervisor Askew, I believe that you seconded that motion.
Yep, I believe we have a motion on the ground. just
Yes,
need
we
to-
do. So Madam Clerk, if you could please call the roll.
Supervisor Alejo,
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips,
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez,
Aye.
Supervisor Root Askew,
Aye.
and Chair Supervisor Adams.
Aye. Thank you. With that, the Legislative Committee passes its scheduled important projects. Thank you. I'm sitting here struggling for words. It's already getting late. Okay, well, let's just keep moving on. And at this point, we are going to move into other board matters. And I think the first thing we have is new referrals. And County Administrative Officer McKee, I will turn to you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. One moment. We have two new referrals this week. And the first one is from Supervisor Askew, which is to request under the authorization of AB 1185-1185 that the board create an oversight committee or oversight board regarding the sheriff's office and the sheriff's matters. And it's asking us to return to the board with action to form that oversight board, return to the Board of Supervisors to form the oversight board with proposed bylaws, an outline of administrative capacity needed to support the oversight board. And in addition, as a CAO, I'd recommend that the return to the board also include options for membership on that oversight board, as well as how nominations would occur to that oversight board. And then finally, I would recommend that we come back with a kind of a scope of authority of the board, which may or may not be included within the bylaws of that entity. It might just be within the resolution creating the board. So with that, we will be happy to process it. At this point, I'm going to ask Assistant CAO Nick Chulos to lead it with Karina Bakanovich from my office, as well as working closely with the County Counsel's office and, of course, the Sheriff's Department.
Thank you.
And so in case there are any questions, I'll hold if there are any questions or comments on that referral.
Okay, so we'll turn to our board and see if there are any questions from supervisors on this item, which I believe is referral 2020.02.
Member of the
Not
public?
seeing anything. Any member of the public who wishes? Oh, I see Supervisor Alejo has his hand raised. Is that a legacy hand or a fresh
Yeah,
one?
legacy, sorry.
Okay, thank you. We'll go out to the public then and see if there's any member of the public that would like to comment on this referral. Seeing no one, okay, then we will bring it back to the board and put it right back in your hands.
All right, thank you, Madam Chair. The second referral is from Supervisor Alejo regarding a proposal submitted by Jeff O'Neill of Velocity International. Velocity recently held an event back in November at Laguna Seca Raceway, WeatherTech Raceway, and he did send a proposal in to essentially operate the Monterey Motorsports Reunion event, as well as doing some improvements out at the track. And the referral itself is to ask staff to negotiate and quickly discuss and negotiate with Mr. O'Neill the option of entertaining that proposal and trying to put together an agreement to make that come to fruition if that's something the board so desired. One of the issues here, obviously, is whether that's a good idea for the county to entertain such a proposal. We know that the Monterey Motorsports Reunion is our premier event. It is really a big deal for Monterey County. It's something that has been run well and does a great job out there. I know that Mr. Norigi, as our manager out there, had to bear through some COVID times, and since then has really bounced back with that event. And we know it's something that's significant. So one of the options for the board as they entertain this referral is to potentially direct us to also have staff come back with some analysis of the pros and cons of even entertaining such a proposal. It may be a good proposal, it may not, it may be beneficial for the county, it may not, recognizing that the reunion is an event that the county owns. It's a county-owned event, and we wouldn't recommend giving that ownership up. But there might be some opportunities here that we want to explore. But I think it might be prudent to have some direction from the board to analyze this proposal as whether it's just as a general matter, whether it's a good thing or not for the county. And it may be tough to do in the abstract, obviously, without really knowing a lot of details and without having some more discussions with Mr. O'Neill. And, and I would also recommend that any direction that the board has in moving forward with such a proposal, that we work closely with Mr. Narigi and his group that's managing Laguna Seca at this time, just so that we have all the experts involved and all the parties involved in how we can move forward. So appreciate any comments or direction from the board at this time. And I know we have Brian Flores, our Director of Parks, here, as well as I saw Mr. Narigi in the back. I don't know if Mr. O'Neill knows. There you go. And maybe some other people that are interested in commenting. And you may want to hear from, like I said, those folks, as well as, I don't know if Mr. Ishii's on the Zoom. He may have some opinions.
Thank you so much. I will first, though, go to the supervisors and see if any supervisor has questions or comments. And I see that we have Supervisor Alejo's hand is raised, and I think it's a new one.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Just on my referral here, I think this is good news. I think finally, in my 5 years as a supervisor, we see a very significant sponsor come forward willing to bring or enhance an event that we already have. Mr. O'Neill brought Velocity. It was a very successful event last October as his first move from Sonoma to Monterey County, but now potentially another event with significant money that would come along with it. I think it's one that I wanted to have quickly come to the board, and for at least at this point, just have some negotiations, bring some more information, perhaps at our next meeting, have a full presentation on what's being proposed here. But we all know that over the last 5 years, with the ups and downs of Laguna Seca, that people offered to bring money that never really materialized. When Mazda pulled out, we were open there to bring in another sponsor. Luckily, WeatherTech stepped in. But we've been trying to bring events that really, I think, enhance our events, but also that help bring in more revenue. And this proposal seems to be a guarantee of money that we would be making each year. It's $11 million over a 10-year span, $1 million each year. I don't think any of our events even generate that kind of a net profit on an event. So it's almost guaranteed by the terms of what's being proposed that it would be a successful one. And I think this proposal couldn't come at a better time when we were talking just a couple months ago in November about, and we approved moving forward on approving, millions of dollars to repave the track and also to construct a new bridge, two basic infrastructure projects that we need to do out of the safety of the drivers and out of a necessity for events and sponsors, that these were things that just were delayed for many years. And I think we were willing to support those. I know they're still coming back with how do we fund those, but this could significantly offset some of those costs. And it's an example of where a new event, new resources could then be reinvested into Laguna Seca. So that time is finally here. And I look forward to having this conversation. I did the referral because I wanted to convey to the potential sponsors that we want to seriously consider it and see what benefits it could bring to Monterey County. And I know the Historics event during Car Week is our event. So to have a sponsor come in and perhaps enhance that even more and bring in more revenue, potentially bring other sponsors and bring more of a crowd, I think are all good prospects for us to seriously consider here. But I would like to hear from Mr. Narigi, and I would also hear from our Parks Director as well to get their thoughts on this referral moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, and I will look to see if we have comments from other supervisors. Ms. Askew is standing, but I have a feeling that's just back issues. Okay, enough said. And then we will look over, and I think Supervisor Phillips, would you like to make comments?
Yeah, obviously to jump into negotiations on something this significant, especially when the reunion for 22 is so far down the road, I think is a little premature. I think we have to have, I don't know who you're going to refer to. I'm assuming Parks and Public Works and Mr. Narigi should be involved. As far as I know, the county hasn't consulted him, and this, frankly, this came about in kind of an unusual setting where it was hand delivered and hand carried by our assistant CAO, Mr. Woods, directly in. And so far, we haven't engaged any conversation with Mr. Narigi, who's supposed to be managing the track for us. So I think we need to take a look at to see whether we do want to go forward, or if there's some things I know they've talked about trying to bring Mr. O'Neill and Velocity into the reunion to enhance it, to bring some of the things he did there. So I think we need an analysis so we can make an informed decision. Do we go forward, or do we go forward this year, or do we look at it next year, or whatever? But so far I saw a 1.5-page proposal. And so I think we need more analysis than that.
Thank you for your comments. Supervisor Lopez, do you have any comments you'd like to make? You want to weigh in on this?
No comments at this point.
Okay, thank you very much. And then I think what we'll do is go out to the public, and this time I'm going to go to the public in chambers before I do the public on phone. So if there are any members of the public that would like to come forward and speak, please do so. How about, why don't you go ahead and come up? You've been trying to speak, so go ahead. Thank you. And then we'll have Mr. O'Neill after this, and then I assume I'll have other hands raised as well. Thank you. Please state your name.
L-A-N-D-A Cotta, C-O-T-T-A. I was born and raised in Los Banos, and my first husband raced Watsonville dirt. And my second husband, 30 years with him, he was a professional race mechanic on Can-Am cars, born and raised in Pacific Grove. And he is a walking history on Laguna Seca and any kind of racing all the way up. And I would recommend him to be on a committee or to question, because he worked for Carl Haas out of Chicago, one of the biggest dealers of Lola race cars from England and gearboxes. And so he has a photographic memory. Racing is number one always in his life. And so his name is Henry Smith, and he lives up 515 7th Street or 511 anyway, but he would be an excellent record. He knows all the drivers, owners, NASCAR people. I mean, you wouldn't find anybody here that knows more about racing than him.
Thank you. I should have indicated that you've only got a minute and a half to
Okay, I'm sorry.
to
So
speak,
anyway, just the things, I just suggest someone needs to contact NASCAR, because NASCAR February 6th is bringing in, they're paving the track for one race at the LA Coliseum. It's a one-day race, 100 laps. They were going to bring in dirt, and every year they're adding more and more road courses. They're changing them up, changing the dates, and all the owners, like the biggest owners, Henrik that owns, the biggest cars, the biggest drivers, I'm sure, like even Earnhardt Jr., they have so much money, they'd love to form a group and be in on this running the track or helping you. They'd love anything, because NASCAR is great on the road courses. And
Thank
so
you
they'd
so
bring
much.
millions and billions of dollars to Laguna Seca.
Thank you. I really
Okay.
appreciate your comments.
Thank you.
They were
And,
very, very insightful, and I'm glad that you stuck around for us.
Salinas, I love it here. I've been walking around for three weeks.
Thank you.
So I'm buying a
Thanks.
house right on Allison. I
Well,
could be a source. too,
Welcome
so
to your new home.
my name and number.
Thank you. That would be wonderful. Thank you. So come forward then.
Thank you, Chairman Adams, and thank you to the rest of the supervisors for coming out to our event back in November. It was great to meet all of you. This seems to me, after listening to all the work you did today, it seems like a fairly minor event, but it is one that I think can create some terrific revenue, and there is an opportunity that I hope ultimately the supervisors will refer it back for some working discussions. But, look, our proposal is very straightforward. It guarantees the revenue. It takes the county out of the event business. There obviously is risk in that. we see an opportunity as a business person to actually create an event and improve it and make an investment in it. As I think you'll see from all of our correspondence so far, and we did it in November, this needs investment. And the reality is, look, John Narigi has done an amazing job. His hands are totally tied. You have no money to help him. He has to come and beg for a bridge. He has to beg for paving. He has to beg for everything. Think about us as the Quail or Pebble Beach. Those are independent organizations that bring people and bring revenue to Monterey County. And I think it's such an amazing opportunity, but this needs investment. It needs somebody that's willing to step up. And by the way, I'm in the wine business. I am not in the promotion business. I love racing. I love Monterey County. My wife grew up here. She was a special ed teacher. We love the track. So, I think ultimately there is so much that can be done out there, but it really needs, and can I take 10 seconds extra?
Okay, keep going, 10 seconds.
We need to develop a event out there that brings the county in as well. It can bring in education. What we've done at all of our events is we've had tutors, we've had docents, and we bring in young people, and that's the future. It's the future of Monterey. It's the future of every county. So having this, with interns, and there's 1,000 things that can be done out there, bringing in better sponsors. With all due respect, Administrative Officer McGee, the event needs sponsors, and none of them stick around. They come, occasionally. So anyway, to make a long story short, we're prepared to make a significant investment. All I ask is that you guys give us a chance to work with John, who I have the utmost respect for what he's done.
Thank you.
By the way, with his hands tied behind his back.
Thank you so much, Jeff. Thanks. So could you set the timer for 1:40, please, so that it's even time? 1 minute, 40 seconds. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and Board of Supervisors. I would like to refer my minute and a half, to John Narigi.
Oh, okay. So you've got 1:40 plus 1:30, and that equals 2:70.
That's not been our practice to let people give time to another speaker.
Thank you. That's the choice I'm making today.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair, Board of Supervisors. Mr. McKee, thank you for acknowledging that I do and would request to be involved with any future discussions as it relates to negotiations with any interested parties. Based on the language of the proposal and board referral, I have a question. Is this an additional event or during Car Week in August, or a bid to take over the reunion? Either or, concerned with the financial implications long-term to the business, the financial stability of the current business model. The proposal commits 9.25 over a 10-year period and $2 million in the first year towards the event. Funding for upgrades to facility not committed. The proposal offered is for a facility rental where the renter assumes and operates the entire event. Velocity's recent event at 80's management and staff were involved with numerous on-site responsibilities required to execute a successful event, which it was, and it was a beautiful event. The Rolex reunion is currently unique in relation to Quail and Pebble and holds an earned reputation equity of being one of the 3 premier events held during that week. Historically and currently, the reunion is your #1 highly regarded brand, strong gross revenue, and it is profitable. Historically, profits have been used to offset less profitable events at the track and the business in general if needed. The event also provides tremendous economic impact within the county. In 21, with less than 2 months to sell tickets, limited vendors, sponsors, participants, and public due to the pandemic, in cooperation with the Reunion Advisory Council, the team operated an excellent event noted by the spectators and participants' comments, and we were profitable. To my knowledge, the reunion has never been a financial risk to this county, and I went back several years. Utilizing AD's 5-year performance submitted to the board for the approval of the projects on December the 8th, a comparison was completed based on Velocity's proposal. Over the period, Velocity's 5-year proposal top-line gross revenue for the park is reduced by $18 million or 17%, and bottom-line net revenue after county allocations by 4.4, and a reduction of 53% of profit. Years 17 through 19 and then 21, total sales generated by the reunion was $14.5 million, with an average profit annually over those 4 years of $830,000. Based on the negative impact of outsourcing the reunion, the financial stability of the business model also presented on December the 8th regarding the projects would be in question. To sell off your number one brand with the tremendous equity that you own is not a sound business decision. Over the course of several years, the Rolex Monterey Motorsports has earned tremendous brand equity value and respected reputation for historic vintage racing, proven by annual participant demand and 40 to 60,000 in attendance. There is a dollar value that should be considered for that brand equity, as is the case in any product or asset sale or lease. The 22 mark, we're well ahead of those items, and Mr. Canepa will be speaking to that.
Thank you, Mr. Narigi.
As a reminder, 22 will be the first year for A&D and the Advisory Council to plan and execute the reunion.
Thank you. I'm going
Hopefully
to ask you
without
to wrap it up,
restrictions
please.
placed on the public or venue due to the pandemic. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Is there any other
I'm
member of the
available for any
public who would like
comments.
to speak? Anyone else in chambers who would like to speak?
Happy New Year, everyone. Steve Fields, All Field Sports Marketing. I briefly wanted to touch on the corporate partnerships. It was touched on our sponsors come and go, which that really isn't true. We have $1.6 million under contract with the county right now for that event specifically, which will have to be renegotiated or terminated with some level of consequence if this goes through. Additionally, we have a commitment from Rolex to continue as the title sponsor for the next 4 years with an aggregate of $1.56 million. They have stepped up their game quite considerably over the past agreement that was held under SCRAMP. And we have actually made significant headroads with a number of sponsors that will take us beyond $2 million in revenue in 22 and beyond. Additionally, one thing I would like to say is this is completely out of the way we've been doing business here in this board as it relates to this property. In 2016, the county had no problem bringing together 3 viable proposals to submit. One was chosen, SCRAMP in that case. Again, in 2019, the county went out for RFP, brought in 3 very viable proposals. They chose Mr. Narigi, which he's done a phenomenal job given the conditions of COVID. If this is a direction that the county wants to go, there needs to be a formal process with an RFP and with the opportunity getting put out there. This undermining in the middle of his contract cuts the legs out of Mr. Narigi and any future management organization that you might bring in to run that event. I think you need to give serious consideration to the process. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fields. Is there any other member of the public present here who would like to speak? Seeing none, we have 3 people online, and I will go in the order in which they appeared. The first one is Andrew Sandoval. Mr. Sandoval, you have 1 minute, 30 seconds.
Thank you, Chair. Actually, I had my hand raised for the previous item, so I'd like to make comments on that previous item, which I just wasn't recognized, if that's okay.
Okay, sorry, which item did you want to make a comment on?
It was the referral by
The sheriff
Supervisor
oversight?
Askew.
Right,
Yeah.
I'm so sorry, but we've moved forward from that, Mr. Sandoval. I apologize for not being able, but you would be welcome to send us an email or a letter, and we would be able to take your comments at that point. Although I see that our county administrative officer is getting twitchy, so I'd better find out what's going on with him.
Well, I guess I mean, if his hand was up before, I think it might be appropriate. And I think the clerk is shaking her head. It might be appropriate to let him comment.
You were too quick. I couldn't tell you there was people on Zoom waiting to respond for that one.
For the first item. Okay, all right.
Maybe what we should do is at the end of this item, bring that one back and talk about the sheriff's item.
That sounds like a great idea. Thank you, Mr. Sandoval. If you don't mind, we'll finish this item and then I'll come back to you. And I truly apologize for not noting your hand beforehand.
No problem. Thank you.
Thank you. So hang on. We'll come back to you after this item is finished. So then we'll go to Christian. What do you want to talk about? Christian, you have a minute and a half, and we're talking about WeatherTech Laguna Seca. Is that your item?
No, I was on hold for item number 25. I was skipped over as well.
You were the Sheriff's Oversight Board?
Correct.
Okay, fine. I'll just take you when I take Mr. Sandoval then. Thank you. So just stay with this though. And now we will go to Bruce Canepa. And I have a feeling you are here for Laguna Seca, WeatherTech Laguna Seca. Mr. Canepa, you have 1 minute and 30 seconds. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair and supervisors and staff. I think there's some great opportunities going forward with people like Jeff O'Neill and his event and his passion, which is similar to all of ours for the track. I think that all of that has to be sorted out with the management company. And I say that because I'm the chair of the advisory committee, and we've worked with John Narigi now through 2021, and we started with only 3.5 months for the 21 event, and it was pretty much a success. After 5 years of deterioration, we got rave reviews from participants and spectators and sponsors and the like. We have started the 2022 event with already 3 months in, and it's going to actually be one of the finest events you've seen in more than a decade. We have worked hundreds of hours within the advisory group, which is a fantastic group of people in terms of their knowledge and experience to bring 2022 to a level that you will be proud of. That's all I have to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And is there any other member online who would like to speak to this item, or any other member in chambers that would like to speak to this item, members of the public? Okay, I will bring it back. And Supervisor Alejo, is that a legacy hand?
Nope, I wanted to make comments.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, I wanted to comment, I think, first of all, just on allowing somebody to get twice the time, that's never been our practice. Obviously, if we allowed that, you could have 20 people deferring their time to someone else and speaking for half an hour straight. If we're gonna have rules, we should enforce them fairly and equally. And if we give a person a minute and a half or a minute and 40, every person should be allowed the same amount of time, so that we're not showing.
Thank you for that. And I'd like to just go to County Council on this for a second, Luis.
Please do not interrupt me, please. These are my comments. We don't want to be showing favoritism. Now back to this event. All we're asking for is to have this be fully vetted and considered at a future meeting, not too far down the road. I think I get frustrated when I hear that we've had a lot of events and we've gone through the many ups and downs, but we still haven't generated a net profit of more than 500,000 a year for all the events that take place at Laguna Seca. Much less now having at least guaranteed $1 million at one event, and even more so in potential other sponsors over the numerous years. We would be doing it would be irresponsible not to seriously consider it, and we wouldn't be doing our fiduciary duty to try to bring in new sponsors to our track that could bring the needed resources that we need to invest in our track and then on our bridge. I get it. Some people want to control and hold on to this event, but we're in the business of trying to bring in additional sponsors and bring in additional revenue, because when we don't have these sponsorships, then we're taking money out of our cannabis account, our general fund, and that's taken away from other services. And I know Supervisor Askew has mentioned her concerns about that. So here we have an opportunity to really significantly offset some of the significant investments and costs that we already committed to. We have yet to find where that money will come from. So my question, I wanted to hear from our Parks Director, Brian Flores, to get his thoughts on this proposal. And I know that this wasn't the first time they came up. I think Mr. O'Neill reached out to Mr. Narigi several months ago, and this proposal wasn't coming forward, and that's why I made a referral on it. So this is not new. There's been discussions. Mr. O'Neill has reached out to Mr. Narigi, but for some reason, this wasn't coming to the full board, and therefore I had to submit my referral so that this got expedited to come for consideration. So Mr. Flores could comment on, just from a parks perspective, his thoughts on this proposal.
Thank you,
Isn't
Mr.
that what our
Alejo.
administrator
We're still-
officer is going to?
I'm so sorry. I just wanted to say we're still in supervisors now. So Supervisor Phillips, would you like
I-
to make comments?
Well,
Sorry, Louise.
my question
wait a
You're
minute.
speaking now. Thank you.
But it was my time. I asked a
Thank
question
you.
of Mr.
Thank you.
Flores.
I've got my gavel in my hand. Thank you, Louise. So
Madam
come
Chair,
back
I
to
asked
you
a
if need
question
be.
for staff. We're still on my comments.
you.
I asked for a question from staff.
Louise,
would-
as the chair, I would like to let Supervisor Phillips ask his
I'd-
question and then
I'd
I'll go
like to
to
see
staff.
how our CAO is intend for us to proceed, rather than it being directed by one member of the board.
So I'm happy to answer that, or
Thank you. Why don't you go ahead and speak, Charles? I think you can help.
thank you. So first, I would, if the referral goes forward as is, I would look at, seeing how the best way is to analyze this proposal and analyze the opportunities and the pros and cons about doing something along these lines. And then try to engage the participants. Mr. O'Neill, Mr. Narigi obviously would be he's our manager out there. We'd obviously bring him into it. I would rely a lot on Mr. Flores and his experience so far out there. I know he's still new to the position, but I think he has some significant experience out there. And then we may also want to look at working with somebody who's knowledgeable in the industry to help advise us as we move down that road. So I think there are different options. I don't think it's settled yet how we best would approach it. I think we need to be open to discussions, but it doesn't mean that it's a good idea. I think we have to analyze it and try to negotiate.
So it sounds as if the response that you have for us, the guidance that you're providing us today, is that we need to just do an analysis, listen to the pros and cons, engage the people that need to be at the table, and move forward from there. Is that correct?
Yeah, it doesn't mean that we don't, move forward on the referral as stated. I guess I would say if the board wants to change the referral as made, you can give that direction today. So I would move forward with the referral as it's made, but I would also, try to do some analysis of it at the same time. Unless there's specific direction from the board to do something different. In other words, we have the referral, so as I have an obligation to follow through on the referral as it's made, unless there's some changes with it. The first step in that, because of our referral process, is to come back, I think within 2 or 3 weeks, to do our initial referral response, and that would be an opportunity at that point, hopefully, to provide you some additional details of an analysis. But it's going to be I'm not sure how thorough it would be within that short time period, but that would be the first step. And like I said, we have the referral out there, so we will be following that unless there's direction from the board to do something different.
And is there any, Les, I'm looking at you, is there any process that's listed, any kind of policy that we have as far as referrals go to be able for us to consider as we determine how we want to move forward today?
So the board did adopt the referral policy, which the CAO has mentioned, and the initial discussion of it, which is what you're going through today, the policy does not require a vote or even indicate a vote. However, the item is on the agenda, and it is therefore appropriate for somebody to make a motion to do something with it. It would be appropriate today for that to happen. But otherwise, it would just come back with an initial assessment and response as the referral process lays out.
And I think the only question that I would have is there a time frame within that original referral?
21, I believe
today?
it's 21 days.
Is that what the policy says, or is that what the
That's what the
referral
policy
says?
says.
That's what the policy says, within 21 days. And do you feel, Mr. McKee, that 21 days would be an adequate time to do the kind of assessment and pros and cons that we would need to be able to do an appropriate analysis?
Unfortunately, I don't know until we get into it. And that will determine, how thorough an analysis would be.
Well, it seems to me that we should follow the guidelines that we have, that County Council just cited, and that we should go ahead and move forward with a 21-day timeline and see what kind of information we are able to gather at that time. And if we don't have everything that we need, then we come back when we do have everything we need.
So what I would suggest is that we follow that, which would mean coming back, I think, on the February 1st. Is that the first meeting?
February 8th.
That's not 21 days.
Well, there's no.
So the 25th is 2 weeks, right? So then the next one after that, I think is February,
25th is 2 weeks. So it would be the
February 1st.
February 1st.
That's 3 weeks.
So depending on what our
So-
event schedule looks like.
Right. So regardless of the event schedule, the policy says to come back in 3 weeks, 21 days, and that's the 21 days. So that's what I would recommend we do. And you can direct at that point, something different or follow through with whatever the proposal is in the referral response at that time. You could, like Les said, you can also do something different today. There's nothing to bind you from doing, to following the process as it is. You just have to make a motion at this time if you wanted to do something
We
different.
wanted to do something different. Supervisor Phillips?
Yeah, that's what I've been saying is the way the referral reads is to immediately engage in negotiating. I think obviously, and I mentioned this to Supervisor Leo, at first we have to do is analyze it and then come back and see if we wanted to move forward and direct negotiations, or if there's some hybrid where Mr. O'Neill comes in as a special sponsor during the reunion or some other middle ground approach. So.
And then I guess, sorry, to your point, Supervisor Phillips, if there's anything specific that any board member wants analyzed as opposed to just the financials of it, I think that would be appropriate to let us know.
And is that something that we should discuss now, or is that something that we should discuss once you assemble the team that's going to be doing the analysis?
It would help if we had that now, just so we know what we're looking at.
So one of the things that I would want to see added is to ensure that when we look at it, that we look at the overall picture, that we include, as we have talked about in the past, what the event does for the entire community. So rather than just look at the, the income and the expense, so to speak, that you look at what the expanded is for, are all the hotel rooms filled or the restaurants full, that sort of element gets plugged into to what it is that we would be looking at. And now I'm happy to go to other supervisors to get any other comments that they would like to see added to the analysis. Luis, I see your hand is up.
I would just make a motion that staff, maybe negotiations isn't the right word. It's enter into conversations with the sponsors to come back and bring up a presentation with the pros and cons about the potential proposal for an August event. And so that would be the motion. It's not making much of a decision. It's just like gathering the information, bring the analysis, and have us make a decision, hopefully within that 3-week timeframe. And I think the February 1st date is a perfect time to bring it back.
I second that motion.
I guess I'm a little confused over here. Isn't that motion just saying that we're going to go through our typical referral process?
No, I think this is actually engaging with the sponsors and to bring back a presentation in 3 weeks with all the questions hopefully answered by that day.
Okay.
And Supervisor Leo, does that include Mr. O'Neill? Is that what you're talking about?
Yes.
Okay.
So are we running afoul of the referral process?
No, in my opinion, you're not. I mean, again, in my opinion, the normal referral process I would expect, include consultations with others that may be involved in what the question is. And I think that's what Supervisor Alejo is just specifically saying, is that it should include discussions with Mr. O'Neill to get more information and background and come back with a presentation on it. I hope I was accurate there, Supervisor Alejo.
Yes, sir.
So, but the only thing I'm concerned about is that we would not be pressed in 3 weeks to make any kind of vote if we don't feel that we've gotten an adequate assessment because there hasn't been enough time to do what it is that needs to be done.
When it comes back, you can take any action that may be appropriate. You could ask for more time. You could direct staff to negotiate something or whatever. At that time, hopefully you get a presentation. If you need more information, you'd say, bring back more information. If you want a different course of action, it's appropriate for a motion to be made, giving direction to staff at that time.
Do we all seem to have agreement? on
Yeah,
this?
and they should be talking to the reunion advisory thing to see how far down they are and what impact this will or wouldn't have on that, and talk to Mr. Fields as mentioned. So yeah, no, I think we ought to get as much input as we can.
Great. And under whose aegis will this work take place? Will it be under Public Works, Parks and Facilities, working with Mr. Narici?
Yes.
That's it? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. We have a motion on the floor and a second. Can I have a roll call vote, please? Supervisor Alejo?
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips?
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez?
Aye.
Supervisor Root Askew?
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Adams? Aye. The motion passes. Thank you very much. And you've have your hands full for a bit. Thank you. Thank you all very much for being here today. And it is a bit like sausage. So we have our next item on the agenda. Yes, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Thank you so much. Oh, poor Mr. Sandoval, poor Christian. I keep forgetting you and I'm so sorry. So now please, if we could go back to Andrew Sandoval, who wanted to make comments on our referral number 2022.02, the Sheriff Oversight Board. Mr. Sandoval, just as a treat, I will give you 1 minute, 40 seconds. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Chair Adams, and good luck on navigating this hybrid model. Hello, supervisors. My name is Andrew Sandoval. I'm the current LULAC District 12 Director that encompasses Monterey, San Benito, and parts of Merced County. I'm in full support of the proposed establishment of a Sheriff Oversight Board to assist the Board of Supervisors to fulfill its duty related to supervising the official conduct of all county officers, including the sheriff. As the creation of the civil appointed board begins, I'd ask you to include a diverse group of residents and community groups like LULAC and NAACP. This board will also help restore trust and accountability and transparency. I believe that it will be beneficial to all residents of Monterey County, and this will also be an example to other local jurisdictions. So, thank you, Supervisor Askew, for bringing this forward. And again, I'm in full support. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And thank you very much for your kindness and your patience. And next we will go to Christian, and the item remains the Sheriff Oversight Board.
Hello?
Hello, you're on, Christian.
Okay, great, thank you. So I give full support for Oversight Board for the Sheriff's Office, especially in regards to many of the issues it's had over the past couple of years, especially regarding sexual misconduct investigations, which the county has still not released, the CSSA event. But in particular, the Board of Supervisors is supposed to be receiving an annual report on the Inmate Welfare Fund, and that's under Penal Code 4025. And unfortunately, the DA's office didn't include, let's say, a comprehensive report on where all the different funds were accessed for the sheriff's event. And as you know, inmates pay into this welfare fund. So in essence, if you're taking something from it and you're misusing it, it's a very serious issue. From what I understood, that did have a civilian board, but it was disbanded under Bernal, and it was limited access. So the other item just want to suggest is that you also have the civil grand jury, in which you can encompass all of these charges and refer it to them and let the people decide the appropriate actions if you feel that you don't have the political will to do so. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you very much, Christian. I appreciate that. And with that, we will close item number 25 and go to item number
Bernie and Cesar Lara were on earlier as well.
So Bernie, would you like to make comments on this comment now, or did you make comments earlier? I think you made comments earlier. No. Okay, Bernie.
Yeah, no.
Yes.
Yeah, no, I was also overlooked when this item come, but I did.
Gosh, I'm
did say
so
something in the
sorry.
public comment. Yeah, but so.
Okay. Okay, I promise I'll do better next time, but
been
you've
a
got
long
the
one.
floor now
It's
for
been a
1 hour,
long one,
1
and-
minute, 40 seconds.
All right. Again, good afternoon, board chair and board. Yeah, I just want to. I'm in support of AB 1185. You know, it gives the board of supervisors a tangible arm to create checks and balances. You know, in the oversight lane on the sheriff's office. You know, we all know that there are strained relationships between the board and the sheriff. You know, and again, having a civilian oversight committee, having the inspector general board also, just we understand that the sheriff is an elected official, so he doesn't answer, and he's made that clear that he doesn't answer to the board. But herein lies a great opportunity to again have some checks and balances, and just agreeing with the previous speaker. You know, we have to use every disposable tool to ensure that this office is abiding by the law, and at the same time, you know, just figuring out ways to how to better treat the inmates, right? How better treat our brothers and sisters that are locked up. How do we, you know, create a better quality of life for them? You know, we just went through a hunger strike. You know, we just went through all these things are going on in the sheriff's department. So this board just really needs to have those tools that are disposable. So thank you.
Thank you. Thanks very much for your well thought out comments. I appreciate them. And now we'll go to Cesar Lara.
Good afternoon again, members of the Board of Supervisors. Cesar Lara with Milpa. I am in support of the referral moving forward. There's a number of counties in California that are looking at this issue. It's a new law. It's a new opportunity. A group just spoke in Santa Cruz County this morning. We had different staff at that one. And so just, you know, I'm supportive of the board referral. I think the list isn't yet unique to Sheriff Bernal, it's to the previous sheriffs as well. And so just looking forward to the County Board of Supervisors looking at this issue and making the best decision moving forward. And really want to thank Supervisor Askew for bringing this to the table. It's a new law that other counties in California are also looking at, and I'm supportive of it. And I'll end at that, not to repeat things.
Thanks so much, Cesar. Is there anyone else, either in chambers or online, who would like to make comments? Is there any member of the Board of Supervisors who wishes to make comments at this time? And I believe we are comfortable closing that item number 25. And thank you all for your understanding as I relearn my skills here. And now we will go to item 26, which is the County Administrative Officer comments.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The only thing I would say is Happy New Year and hope 2022 is our best year yet.
Thank you very much. I think that's a great wish to have. Thank you. Okay, and now we will go on to item number 27, which is committee appointments. And our purpose here is to consider continuing the calendar year 2021 assignments of members of the Board of Supervisors and county staff to serve on boards, committees, and commissions into calendar year 2022 until such time as the board makes changes to those assignments as described in this report, and consider approving reconstitution of certain board ad hoc committees with termination criteria. So to clarify, as the chair, I'm recommending that we continue the 2021 assignments until we can discuss the process for appointments to the board standing committees, which is the topic of the next agenda items. If my colleagues agree, I will hold further comments until we get to the next item. Could I pause now for comments from my colleagues? Supervisor Askew, I'm looking your way.
Thank you. And I sort of mixed up 27 and 28. So pardon me if my comments are a little bit mixed up, but I just want to acknowledge, I think that the suggestion to take a look at board appointments is a good one. I think that we've made some progress trying to codify how we do business, and taking this time to maybe think through how we codify our board appointments and committee appointments to ensure that we're taking advantage of best practices in governance, I think is a really good suggestion. So I'm hopeful that we'll be able to engage in that thinking together. And wanted to suggest, I know we may or may not be holding our board retreat at the planned time in February, but I know one of the conversations that I hope to have there is really around how we continue to work together effectively and best and deliver our responsibility to the public. Was thinking that maybe that would be a good time and place to engage in some group dialogue about how our board committees work and how we all collectively work together in that space. But just wanted to say that I appreciate the thought that went into the suggestion and want to support what you're recommending.
Thank you. Staying in chambers, I'll go to Supervisor Phillips.
Yeah, when this was brought up, I thought, yeah, we don't have any procedure about board appointments, and we never talk about it, and I come on and I kind of took over the assignments that Supervisor Calcagno had. But, most agencies have something like, when I was on the Community Foundation, you could only serve 2 terms and then you had to rotate off and come in. And so some people have been on these committees for an extended length of time, and no one else on that maybe wanted to be on there had a chance to represent their district on those committees. And there's exceptions. I mean, like the Pajaro River, that ought to be in North County. When we're talking about representing rural counties, I mean, that ought to be Lopez or then maybe not someone in the urban areas. But, maybe we ought to look at how that we can have some reasonable rotation. Maybe your maximum amount of committee is 2 or 3 years, and then you rotate off a year and someone else has a chance to. I asked Charles, what do they have policies or procedures in other counties? And he hasn't told me yet, but I think at least it's worth looking at it. And I know people have expectations. Well, I'm on this committee and I can't be changed. And I know when I talked about moving you off of FORA, and everybody had such a stint about it, not you, but I mean, the people that, so I backed off it just because it became so confrontational that I didn't think it was helpful for us, so I think it's take a look at it and see if we have some procedures rather than I've been here 8 years and I'm entitled to it,
So let's hear what Supervisor Lopez and then Supervisor Alejo. Would you like to make comments here?
I'm good taking the time. I think just the question that I have is still about process. I mean, when I think about some of the committees that we all serve on, I think of, something like LAFCO, where you get put in a process and over time you move up to be, like I am right now, chair. And so it's just that question of, if we do rotations, is that impacted on what committees? But I do think it might be worth a conversation, and the suggestion here to take the time to have a conversation about what process looks like. I know historically, there was a lot more one-on-one conversations before the process, which made it easier, but I understand that might be frowned upon. But that's just historically how it was done. I think made it easier to come to consensus before before coming to a place where there was a big spat or the like in public. And so I understand the emotions and feelings on all sides. At the same time, I know that I end up in the crosshairs of a lot of new committees because, you know, good things are happening in South County. I'll take an opportunity to share. Great things happen in South County. But that means that a lot of the new committees, the issues that come up end up focusing there, like cannabis, with 90% of it being in my district. Growth in cities is primarily in my district, and the rural issues, right? So you start going down the list and things add up really quickly. So in terms of the approach of taking some time to give it some consideration, I don't have an issue with that. I would want to make sure that whatever policies are thought of or put in place are cognizant of the fact that with some of these committees, you have to stay on for a while to move up in order to take the appropriate place in leadership to help make sure that the county's voice is heard in that process.
Thank you. Supervisor Lejo, do you have comments?
Yeah. Well, first of all, we do have a process, and it's what the board has practiced over decades, I believe, and that is that the chair makes recommendation on committee assignments, but it's ultimately up to the majority of the board about what it wants to do. So that's been our practice. There is a process. We've been doing that for at least since the time I've been here, but I know the previous boards have done exactly the same. And I think there needs to be a thought that just switching members in and out for the sake of switching them in and out doesn't mean it's a good thing. Usually develop expertise in a policy committee and you do work that you follow through over several years, because sometimes it takes several years to move through. But it's also, you build up your policy experience, you catch up to speed on a particular policy area, and then you're switched off for the sake of just switching you out rather than letting you continue work as a board member. That's like having a deputy county counsel take on a case in federal court that's going on for several years and switching them out with another county counsel just for the sake of switching them out. That you need the institutional memory, you need the policy experience, and once you're caught up to speed, that's that you want to be able to continue to do that. That was my experience in the state assembly. Usually you serve on committees, you served there for a good amount of time. And it was important to have that institutional memory because that really offset the lobbyists that usually had the most experience in these policy areas. And it wasn't a good practice to have a member serve on local government committee or on the budget committee or on government organization and then switch them off a year later or two, just because for the sake of switching them out, usually you're able to stay, have some permanency on there so you could develop your experience and your institutional memory in that particular committee. So that's my thoughts on it. And we, people on this board often is mentioned, how do you have the board function better? And I think, well, we should start by not trying to raid each other's committees. I mean, we've had our committees. That's why when I was asked, what do you want to do? I said, I just want to keep my assignments that I have. I like them. I like what I'm doing with them. I want to continue to do the work there. But then there's those that want to raid your committees, and then they're wondering why their colleagues are agitated or get upset, and they start off the year like that. We have our assignments. Let's stick to those. Let us keep doing the work that we're doing on them, and that would help have this board be more functional rather than having colleagues try to raid each other's committee assignments. I would hope we would avoid that. And so that's my initial take on this. I know we go through this every year, but I've always said it for several years now. Let's just stop the fighting of trying to take each other's committees, and let's just stick with our committees that we have and do them well. And certainly if there's a new board majority next year, then I'm sure that's going to be that board majority's prerogative to do what it wants to do on these committees. And usually it's the committees that get the most attention that people want to take, whether it's cannabis or LAFCO or it used to be FORA, these committees that usually have these big land use issues or water issues that get very contentious because members of this board have different interests on serving on those. There's other committees that get less attention and are less controversial. But I think I'm just stating the reality, and that I hope that if we want to start the year right, let's just start by not trying to raid each other's committee assignments. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
It's frankly, the committee assignment is complicated with the decision that county council has made and maintains that it's tough when you're going there and you're trying to, you can't go and talk to each of your colleagues to find out. Is it possible that we have together a closed session meeting where we're talking about assignments so we can hear everybody's issue of why they maybe want to change assignments or want to be, is that, or is
Unfortunately, there's no exception to the Brown Act
Yeah.
under which you could have a closed session on that topic.
but from an administrative standpoint, when you're trying to make decisions, you'll only talk to one of your colleagues. It's tough. And then people say, well, gee, you made this decision. You didn't talk to me about it. And I get blindsided then.
So thank you for your comments. Supervisor Askew, do you have anything else you'd like to say? Before I go out to, I guess I'll need to go out to the public, but is there any member of the public that would like to comment on this item? I do not see any hands raised. And there is no one in chambers that would like to comment. Is there a need for us to have any comments from staff on this item before I ask to see if there is a motion?
I don't think there's anything new we would add. Just I
Okay.
think, yeah, I think it's all been said. There's no written policy. There's a practice that's gone on, and we're kind of morphing into the next item 28. So
great.
I'm not sure if we'll have the same discussion then. So I think the motion we have to think about is whether you go forward with the interim recommendations that you have, or whether it's something for the full calendar year.
Okay, thank you for restating the motion. Is there a supervisor that would be willing to make that motion to approve the staff's report?
I'll move approval of the staff report for 27.
Is there a second to that?
That's just for continuing.
Yes, so we're at step one.
Second.
Okay, so could you please have a roll call vote? Supervisor Alejo?
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips? Supervisor Lopez?
Aye.
Supervisor Askew?
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Adams? Thank you. Aye, yes. Okay. And with that, now we will go on to item 28, which is to receive a report and discuss options for the creation of a board policy governing the annual appointment of board members to serve on board standing and ad hoc committees and other agency boards, committees, and commissions, and provide direction to return to the February 8th, 2022 board meeting for further discussion or action and approval of appointments for calendar year 2022. So at this point, I would ask for.
Yeah, I think Annette Diadamo is on. She might do a quick presentation. I don't think there's a lot more than what's in the report. And then I'm happy to add on at the end.
Yes, thank you, Chair Adams. I'm happy to kind of go over what's within the board report. In the previous item, what you effectively did was improve the interim appointments for the board standing committees through February 8th and approve the appointments to all other agencies, JPAs, and miscellaneous appointments through March 31st, 2022. And you approved the assignments to the board ad hoc committees for the remainder, the entire calendar year 2022. So under this item, it would be discussing options for the creation of a board policy governing these annual appointments and considering the establishment of an ad hoc committee, a board ad hoc committee that would consist of the board chair and the board vice chair to make recommendations back to the full board on this committee's process. As it's been previously stated, there's no current county code provision or written board policy that provides direction on this appointment process. We know that the past practice has been for the incoming board chair to make these recommendations and then the full board to vote up or down on whether or not they accept those recommendations. The board hasn't had a discussion on the appointments process in many years. The last we could find was occurring in 2010, and that looked like it was a pretty minimal discussion. That board report was attached as an attachment to this one. And while individual members of the board are elected by district, they generally represent the interests of the county as a whole on most matters. Standing committees for the board's existing policy deal with issues of ongoing significance that are subject to the requirements of the Brown Act. And there are some committees and agencies whose subject matter is more concentrated in specific districts. And I think that Supervisor Phillips and Lopez and others have kind of mentioned those, like for Pajaro and different parts of the county. Constituents from individual districts have interest in having their supervisors serve on different committees so that they can represent different interests over time and provide their unique perspectives. So if the board would like to establish a more formal policy, then the recommendation is, again, that this board appointments policy ad hoc committee be formed with the chair and the vice chair, and that they look at various appointment options, whether those be rotational appointments or any other issues, and that you return back to the board at the February 8th meeting at minimum to discuss whether or not to continue the board standing committee appointments for the remainder of the year or have other recommended changes, and that you return sometime by the end of March to discuss the other committee appointments. I hope that helps.
Yes, thank you so much. I like the clarifying language that you gave and the super staff support you always provide. So at this point, I'll go to my colleagues and see if there are comments from the Board of Supervisors. Yes, Supervisor Root Askew.
Yeah, thank you. I'll move on the staff recommendation forward if there's a second. And I'll just comment that, I think that just having whatever our process is codified, I think is one step towards good governance, and that this allowing the chair and vice chair to meet, have this conversation, maybe look at how we would codify what we currently do, or what opportunities there would be to ensure that we really are embracing how to best represent our residents. From where I sit, a board committee doesn't belong to me. I don't own the committee. The community, our entire county, we're here to serve what their needs are. And in the time that I've observed the county's operations, I think there are times where the board appointments feel like a popularity contest or a power struggle. And I don't know that that's beneficial or helpful to our functioning as a body. And so I think that it would be appropriate to just, have a conversation, be open and honest about what are the goals that we're trying to achieve, and how can we best put a policy or ordinance in place that helps us and supports us in advancing those shared common values and goals. So with that, I make the motion.
Thank you. Supervisor Phillips?
Yeah, I would second that. And you just start thinking about all the nuances, and what Supervisor Aleo says is really true. There is some advantage on like me being an M1W, and I've gone through all of this, but I have a certain philosophy, and I know Supervisor Wendy wanted to come on that one, and she had a different philosophy. Maybe they were entitled to have her represent on that, but and you have to have, if you did this, you'd have to have, there's always exceptions, and always exceptions. Well, we don't want to replace Supervisor Aleo on that program, and maybe you bypass it if you have a 4/5 vote of the board is saying, even though we have a policy, we want to keep that person on there. But a lot of things to think about, but I think it's worth the discussion anyway, because I've been on the board 8 years. I never had a chance to sit on the budget committee, which is one of the biggest things, but it was already taken up, and it was just, we've been there, and you're out. You didn't get here soon enough.
Thank you, Supervisor Phillips. Supervisor Alejo, your hand is up.
Yeah, I'm not gonna be able to support this motion. I support if we're just simply codifying what our practice has been, putting it in writing. I don't know what the need for that would be, but if that's what it is, that's what I support. But this is really about important committee assignments. It's I think the majority of the board makes those ultimate decisions on those. That's why they're always controversial every year. I know there's an election coming up at the end of next year. There's a possibility that the board majority would change, and we should leave it for that board to decide whether the committees change at that time. So I don't favor trying to rotate around. I don't think it's good policy. I think we need to have some stability on committees and people with experience, people with oversight, people who have, for example, on the budget, we're able to look at certain things and provide oversight and be a watchdog on certain items. And we want that to continue. Same on cannabis. Cannabis, we had a balanced program to have to provide more resources and strengthen enforcement, entertain new programs like hemp and the outdoor grow, but also balancing it with the public safety and nuisance concerns by not making sure that we're not just doing whatever the industry wants. And so you learn how to do that over the years of having experience to bring some stability to the committee, but also follow through on the efforts that you have done in previous years. Because once you open a policy of rotating for the sake of rotation, then you're going to do that to all the committees if you're going to have any fairness in any policy. And I don't think that's the way that's done. That's the way I would want to go on this. Like I said, I think by keeping it simple, we keep the peace by keeping our assignments. And if there is a change in the majority of this board, then that board could decide what committee changes need to be made at that point in time.
Thank you for your comments. Supervisor Lopez, do you have comments?
I guess I'm just looking for clarity in terms of what the actual motion here is. It's to actually go back and have a conversation about formalizing a policy, not saying what that policy is. Is that correct?
Would you like to reread the staff report, or do you want me to?
Yeah, I was just going to say it. I think as Annette outlined it, it's to appoint an ad hoc committee to work on a policy for committee and other commission assignments and appointments. The first would be the standing committees, and the second would be the other commissions and agencies to which the board appoints.
Yeah, so and that's what I was trying to get to in terms of what we're actually doing today is setting up the committee to go have that conversation. And with something like that, I can support today, but I have the same concerns just that I raised earlier about making sure we have longevity on boards to keep that expertise in house and make sure that folks are able to represent, understanding that for some of us, going to a 4/5 thing is, as was proposed, might be kind of odd. So I'm willing to send it off to an ad hoc committee to come back with some recommendations, but I think that those have to be very carefully scrutinized, just given the law of unintended consequences. But given what's in front of us today, I would be able to support sending it off to an ad hoc.
Thank you, Supervisor Lopez. And for me, I believe that we as a board have a shared responsibility for oversight of the public's ongoing business, and that's what we do in the standing committees. My goal with this action, my recommended action, is for us to look at what's in the best interest for all the residents of the county, to have a diversity of perspectives from the Board of Supervisors on the standing committees. Our residents may be better served by all of us if we took an equitable approach to appointments on the standing committees by having a policy to rotate them. There's a lack of equity in the current assignments and in the process. We weren't elected to be pigeonholed. The board's policy on standing and ad hoc committees and agency, JPA, and other miscellaneous appointments dates to 2010, but it does not provide any guidance on the appointment process. There has been a complete turnover on the board since that policy was established, yet there's been no discussion on it in 12 years. The policy should provide guidance for an equitable approach to committee appointments. It's important for us to share this responsibility for oversight as elected officials of Monterey County. More importantly, it would improve governance for the county as a whole. Charles, do you have any comments that you would like to add to this?
I think you said it well. I think everybody has the perspectives that bring some insight here. I think that we have to perhaps think about who, if an ad hoc committee is created, I know that right now it would be the chair and the vice chair. I think we ought to think about whether those are the right appointments to this ad hoc committee. I don't know if that, if that, might want to think about alternative board members to be on that ad hoc committee. It might be an option here to kind of break the logjam.
So as chair, I'm choosing to be on the committee, and Luis, I thought that you might be interested in serving as vice chair, but perhaps Charles's comments are correct. And we have a motion and a second on the floor. And I'm wondering then if I should just go ahead and amend the comment and have the task force be myself as chair and the lame duck at the end of the table, Supervisor Phillips is the vice chair, as the co-chair of this committee. Okay, so we have.
And before I amend the motion, Supervisor Alejo, do you want to serve on the committee, or would you prefer that Philip serve on the committee?
I'll serve on the committee.
Good.
Very good. That's excellent. Thank you very much. You're safe. Okay, thank you, Luis. I'm very thankful that you're willing to do this. And we have a motion and a second on the floor. So if we could have a roll call vote.
Supervisor Alejo,
I'm a no.
Supervisor Phillips,
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez,
Aye.
Supervisor Root Askew,
Aye.
and Chair Supervisor Adams.
Aye. Thank you all very much. I feel like we've just made a very positive step forward in transparency, equity, and governance for our county. And now we have referral responses. Item 29 is receive a preliminary analysis in response to board referral number 2021.27, seeking information about the classification and compensation study process.
And Chair, can I just
Yes.
Make a brief comment to begin?
Pardon me?
Could I make a brief comment to begin?
Yes. Yes.
I want to, I know, I'm sure Irma has a full presentation for us, and I know we are late into the day. I just want to say that this referral was completed, and we did have discussion in our HR committee. And so I don't need a long presentation at all today. And I just want to say thank you for the work that you and your team did to respond and to begin the process of developing a process. Again, good governance, how do we codify and prioritize the work that we're doing. So I look forward to continuing to work with you on this in HR committee. So unless anyone needs a full presentation on this, I'm pleased with the way that the referral was handled.
Is there any other comment from the board on this for members? Would we agree with Supervisor Root Askew to accept the response to the referral and take a roll call vote then?
Supervisor Alejo,
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips,
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez,
Aye.
Supervisor Root Askew,
Aye.
and Chair Supervisor Adams.
Aye. Thank you very much. Well, thank you, Irma.
Was there a motion and second for that, or did we just vote?
There was no first and second.
Oh,
Sorry.
I would consider Supervisor Askew's comments as the motion and Chair Adams' comments as the second to that.
Thank you very much. So happy that we have county council here to keep us straight.
Glad
Okay,
you're paying attention, Lopez.
thank you. Thank you. And now we will go to item number 30, which is to receive a preliminary analysis report in response to board referral number 2021.28.
And Madam
This
Chair,
item.
yeah, so Madam Chair, if I could just step in, it is late in the day and you do have several referral responses here. And I'm not sure if the board is supportive of the direction outlined in each one of those referral responses, you could just deem, take an action to deem them all received, and they can just move forward as they've been written in their staff reports. Now, if you have some specific direction on any of those items, 30 through 33.1, then I guess you could ask for that particular referral to be presented or provide some direction. So you could take them as a whole and just have them.
Right. I'm
move
just
forward.
looking at at one of them to determine whether or not there's any action that's needed on this one, which is my Big Sur camping. And so, yes, I think that's a great idea. The hour is late. The eyes are heavy. So what we will do then is just simply take all of the referrals, which will now be items number 30, 31, 32, 33, and 33.1. And if I could have a motion to approve receiving all of these referrals and having them, the response to the referrals and having them move forward, that would be an appropriate thing to happen at this time.
So moved.
Second.
And I would just make sure we go to public comment. There may or may not be folks for public comment on a couple of them.
Okay, and we will now stop and take any comments from supervisors on this. I see no comments from supervisors' hands raised, so we will go to the public. And I see we have Marcus Ortega, who would like to comment on one of these, and I believe that it is item number Camping in Big Sur, which I believe is item 31. So Marcus, you have 1 minute and 1 minute and 40 seconds to make your comments heard. Thank you for being with us today.
No problem. Thank you, Supervisor Adams. I'd just like to make a comment. Marcos Ortega, the Big Sur Sector Superintendent, our rangers do the majority along with the local single resident deputy on illegal camping. And I just like to make a comment that illegal camping is much more of an issue. We look at it as an illegal fire, refuse, human waste along the Big Sur corridor. Community Association of Big Sur has conducted surveys and statistical analysis to show the amount of a problem this is on the highway and coast. I've invited through the Big Sur Byway organization, sit on a subcommittee along with Supervisor Adams, Chief of Staff, to look at and highlight some of the problems of these issues. I invited Sarah Hargrave to come and one of our task forces with the multi-agencies over the Labor Day weekend. And one of the solutions that collaborative law enforcement community asked for is for this increase of fine to help if done correctly, could be the most important preventative tool to help deal with any of those issues that I have mentioned. I appreciate the time and the support. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Superintendent Ortega. Is there any other member? Yes, I see we have Lindsay Romanoff. Would you like to comment on any of the referral items?
Yes, thank you, Board of Supervisors. I just want to make you aware of the very dangerous situation that exists along the two roads leading into the Los Padres National Forest from Highway 1, those being Los Burros Road and Plaskett Ridge Road. People come down here during the summertime and camp in the roadway, and they set up tents in the roadway and they park their vehicles and sleep in them in the roadway. The road is very narrow, it's windy, it has a lot of blind turns. And in the summertime, the fog comes in very thick for the first 5 miles and limits visibility to practically zero. This creates a very dangerous situation. People come up here to party and drink, and then they drive their vehicles intoxicated down this very narrow road. And it's amazing that there hasn't been a serious accident or injury yet, but as the area becomes more and more congested, this situation becomes more and more dangerous. So I want to make the board aware of what's happening here and how dangerous the situation is, as well as agreeing with Marcus's comments about the degradation to the environment from human waste, toilet paper, garbage, and charcoal fires. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Romano. And next we have someone whose phone is ending in the numbers 902.
Yes, this is Nina Beatty. I want to respond to referral 33.1. Children are the least likely to get COVID or die from it, but children are dying after being vaccinated. So don't vaccinate children against COVID. The risks to them from the experimental vaccines are very serious and can harm them over a lifetime. The CDC VAERS data from December 14th, 2020 to December 31st of this year, only a small fraction of cases are actually recorded to VAERS, but for children 5 to 11 who just started being vaccinated, there are already over 6,000 adverse events, including 126 rated as serious and 3 reported deaths, including a Minnesota girl who died 11 days after her first Pfizer dose, 13 reports of myocarditis and pericarditis, and 15 reports of blood clotting disorders. For 12 to 17-year-olds, 26,169 adverse events, including over 1,500 related as serious, including anaphylaxis, myocarditis, and blood clotting disorders. But Colette Martin, who's a Louisiana nurse, told state lawmakers in December that only a fraction of reports are getting to VAERS. Her hospital is seeing what she called terrifying reactions to COVID vaccines, including blood clots, heart attacks, strokes, encephalopathy, and heart arrhythmia. But most medical professionals in her hospital don't even know VAERS exists, and her hospital and others are not reporting anything to VAERS. So how many children are seriously injured, permanently disabled, or dead from these shots? Drug companies have been freed from liability. Listen to the science. These are experimental vaccines. The British Medical Journal warned that vaccine trials were not about preventing deaths, hospitalization, or even immunity. And the RT-PCR test is not a diagnostic tool. It
Thank
does
you
not
so much
detect
for your
active
comments.
disease.
We appreciate your input. Thank you very much. And I do not see any other hands raised, nor do I see any people in the audience who wish to comment on the referral items. Seeing none, we will close that item and move forward to board comments. Do any of my, oops. I'm so sorry. We did.
The vote.
I did not. Okay, geez, thank God you're here. Okay, so may I have a motion to move forward then with accepting all of the reports on the referrals?
Yep, so moved.
Second.
I believe we had a motion and second on the floor,
Okay.
but I will, could I make a brief comment?
Yes.
In response to referral 33.1, I just want to add that it was specific to our 5 to 11-year-olds and getting them vaccinated, but I know that we do have on the horizon vaccines for our under 5-year-olds, and want to make sure that if I could just maybe expand that thinking and planning for the under 5-year-olds as part of that referral. And then on 32, which is our East Garrison street naming, I just want to say a huge thank you to the staff who's working so hard on that process, and appreciate especially the fact that they're creating a fact sheet for community benefit as we move forward with the process, so that the community understands the history, what we talk about when we're talking about a naming, street naming, and what the process is to change street names. So just want to say big shout out to Randy and his team and all the work that they're doing to respond to that particular referral.
Thank you for your comments. Are there any other comments from the board members before we take a roll call vote? Doesn't appear to, so let's take a roll call vote then on what I believe was item 33. It's everything of everything. Yes.
I believe the motion was for 30, sorry, I can restate this.
Yeah, whatever it was. No,
the remaining a preliminary analysis report.
For all of the referral responses.
Yeah.
So that would be 29, 30, 31, and 32, 33, and 33.1.
One correction, Madam Chair, 29 you took action on already. So it'll be 30 through 33.1.
Oh, thank you.
Supervisor Alejo?
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips?
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez?
Aye.
Supervisor Root Askew? And Chair Supervisor Adams?
Aye. And so now we will go to board comments. Is there any member of the board that wishes to comment on anything at this point?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Yes, Supervisor Alejo.
I just wanted just to announce, only because the governor's staff reached out, and that was that they're having a workshop online through Zoom with the governor's appointment secretary, Catherine Rivera Hernandez. There's numerous vacancies on boards. Some are regional, some are statewide. But I wanted just to encourage our community members that may be interested in serving on a state board or commission to RSVP, and then they send you the Zoom link. But this is going to be on next Tuesday, I believe. Yeah, next Tuesday, January 18th at 5 o'clock. So wanted to encourage locals to join that. And last thing, just because Monday is Martin Luther King Day, wanted to just acknowledge Dr. King's memory and the ongoing work for civil rights. And I know we won't have a meeting next week because of the 3-day weekend, but wanted just to acknowledge that, and that the struggle and the civil rights efforts continue in Monterey County and beyond. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Supervisor Alejo. Supervisor Lopez, any comments?
Given the time, I'll bypass my comments for this week. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Supervisor Phillips. Pass. Supervisor Root Askew.
I just want to say welcome, Mary, to the club that Supervisor Lopez and I are in for managing and running these hybrid board meetings. It's no easy feat, my friend, but you did a great job today, and just wanted to give you, it's a learning curve for sure. I just wanted to quickly announce to the public that we're going to be kicking off our Wednesdays with Wendy Community Office Hour, starting up again on the first and third Wednesday at 4 p.m. We'll have details posted on the website and on social media. And just again, reminder, we do see COVID numbers increasing, although we're really lucky that our hospital numbers have not been spiking in the same way. But I just want to remind everyone to wear your mask and to recognize that testing is becoming more and more limited and will likely continue to be so in the coming weeks. So if you're sick, stay home and take care of yourself and others, and we will figure out how to get through this next wave together. But welcome back, and I'm excited for 2022.
Thanks so much. Thank you. I have just a couple of things. Last week we had a tragic accident, a pedestrian accident in Carmel Valley Village, and it just reinforced my efforts to improve pedestrian safety in Carmel Valley Village. I'm committed to working with our public works staff to implement different measures that we've already identified, but we need to work with the community to follow through on suggestions so that we can stop any of the kind of tragic pedestrian accidents that we had. As I said earlier today, I am excited to be the 2022 board chair, and I promise that the board meetings will be a bit smoother after this first rocky road. I look forward to bringing a spirit of collaboration and goodwill among us to the best of my abilities. It's my goal for our meetings to be held with openness and transparency in service to all of our county residents. So we don't have a meeting next week, as Supervisor Alejo said, due to our Martin Luther King Day. So we will reconvene on January 25th. We will have a readout from closed session by County Council, and then we're going to adjourn in memory of Terry Sechrist, Cesar Gomez, and Janice O'Brien.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, members of the board. There was no reportable action either by the County Board of Supervisors or the Board of Supervisors of the Water Resources Agency in closed session today.
Thank you very much. And who will be, I would expect, Wendy, are you going to be doing the, yes. Please, yes.
All right. It's always, there are people in our lives where when they pass, it just sort of leaves the ground shook underneath you. And in Marina over the holidays, Terry Sechrist, who was our longtime recreation services director, passed suddenly and unexpectedly. Terry Sechrist lived and breathed the spirit of community engagement. And I'm going to read some of the comments that Celia Jimenez from the Monterey County Weekly article, because they just state so clearly who he was. As the city's of Marina's first and only so far recreation and cultural services director, he oversaw efforts to improve recreational access and social opportunities for kids and teens, as well as for seniors, while also attending to Marina's neediest communities. He was key in coordinating meal and food distributions for residents during COVID-19, oftentimes personally delivering boxes of food to families who he knew needed it most. He joined the ranks of Marina City staff in 2006. Prior to that, he'd worked as the director of outdoor recreation for the Army in Fort Ord, where he supervised the construction of Doe Super Park in Seaside. Segrest went on to help create the Marina Youth Commission with students from all schools in Marina. Segrest, Terry is survived by his wife, Cheryl Swix, who is well known and loved in the community, and by countless Marina residents who benefited from his devotion to creating and offering services. There is nobody that could possibly ever replace the role that Terry had in Marina. Everybody knew him. He knew every single child in our community, and his loss is felt by the entire community. So my condolences to his family, and I know that my colleagues on this board join me in sending our love and to everybody who was shocked and is grieving his loss, the loss of Terry. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Rudascu. And now we will have Cesar Gomez. And unclear who's going to be making his comments. Supervisor Alejo?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. It's with a heavy heart that we adjourn in memory of Cesar Gomez, who is the brother of my staff, Javier Gomez. When you have staff that work for you for 12 years, we become like not only close friends, but extended family. And I want to express my deepest condolences to Javier and all his family, including several who live here in Monterey County. We are celebrating the life of Cesar Gomez. He was born in Watsonville, California on August 2nd, 1976, and he passed peacefully on December 3rd, 2021. I had the opportunity to attend his burial last Friday in Watsonville with dozens of his family and friends also. Mr. Gomez attended local high schools, including Watsonville High, and he had eventually moved to Columbia, South Carolina. But Mr. Gomez he loved spending quality time with his family and friends who lovingly remember him for his many pranks and jokes and his affectionate nature. He is survived by his fiancee, Jeanette, son, Cesar, and stepdaughter, Catherine, and also his parents, Isaias and Eldemira of Hollister. He has several siblings, Isaias, Andrea, Elvia, Javier, Ramon, Daniel, Irma, Maribel, and Luis. We know that Cesar Gomez will rest in peace and that he will be missed by all those who loved and who knew him. So on behalf of all of our board, we want to just adjourn today in his memory and let his family know that we express our deepest condolences and that we know a loss of a brother who died so young at the age of 45 is really something that really, I think, hurts all their family, especially just before the Christmas holidays. So I know every birthday and every holiday afterwards, there'll be an empty chair and a void in the Gomez family by not having their brother who left us too soon. I had an opportunity to attend high school with him, so I knew him personally going back to our very young days. And so I just want to express how much we will miss him here in Monterey County. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much for your kind remarks. I'm sure Mr. Gomez's family and especially Javier appreciate it. And now I want to adjourn our meeting today in honor of Janice O'Brien. Janice O'Brien was a stalwart defender of the environment here in Monterey County for decades. She was born in Kansas City on December 31st, 2021, and she died on January 9th, 2022. Sorry, she was born on December 31st, 1921. She made it to 100 years old, and I swear, I think she just decided, I'm done. She died 9 days afterwards. But Janice graduated from Sarah Lawrence. She grew up in a beautiful area of Kansas City. She moved to New York to try her hand at acting, sang in a big band in nightclubs in New York, and then changed her tune and came back to California, where she settled in Santa Monica, married her husband, Jimmy O'Brien, and they had 7 kids and had a beautiful, loving, and lovely life for so many years. They moved up to Pebble Beach and built a home called the Shell House that is an icon on the Pacific Coast throughout all of our state. She worked, as I mentioned, she was so active with the League of Women Voters. She was president for many years and also served as head of the Land Use Committee. In fact, the whole of 17 Mile Drive is protected from having cable wires stretched up and down it because she, back in the 70s, when the what was called at the time Monterey Peninsula Cable Company, attempted to put cable so television could be viewed over in that area. She just fought so much. My understanding is that they had a file that was about 3 inches thick on the correspondence that she had brought forward. She attended so many Board of Supervisors meetings, and she was always dignified, graceful, and absolutely sharp as can be in her conversations. Her later years, she was known for her many letters to the editor, always focused on environmental issues. Royal Calkins, who was editor of the Herald at the time, always looked forward to her letters because they were just so succinct and so meaningful. She was just a tremendous person. You know, there will never be another person like her. She had been one of my closest friends for 50 years. And I was so very happy to have her as my other mother and to have her as someone who I always feel is just on my shoulder, always helping me determine which is the best way to go. So with that, she has 7 children. One of her sons has passed away. She has, I think, 11 grandkids and 5 great-grandchildren. And she would be very happy that I'm sitting here on the Board of Supervisors, being able to acknowledge what a fabulous person Janice O'Brien was. Thank you. And with that, our meeting is adjourned.